Live anti-cheats miss things, forensic scans do not. With Detect.ac, you can catch cheaters yourself without any forensic knowledge required. Think of it as a full system virus scan, but built specifically for cheats, bypasses, and anti-forensic methods. Our scanner detects everything from private bypass methods to mainstream cheats using deep forensic analysis across the entire system. Start a session, send your suspect a download link, and watch the live updates come in. Once the scan finishes, review the logs and take action with confidence. Use Detect.ac and remove cheaters with proof, not guesswork.
Welcome one, welcome all to the Voltage Series Season 7. Today, my name is Herker, I'll be your host, and I have the pleasure of kicking off the first of 3 qualifiers to the Voltage Series. The nice sunny Saturday, and with me today we'll be having 2 wonderful casters. We'll be having Reparents and Star Drago. Please welcome them in here. Hello there, how are you guys doing? You guys excited for qualifiers, right?
I'm know it.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Look, it's going to be a fun day today. We'll be having a best of 1 single elimination format. So that means tight matches, tough matches. You lose one, you're out. So every single game here matters. Today we'll be having the first match of the day. We'll be having the Spanish Inquisition versus Team Null. Hopefully a very, very interesting match here. But before we get into the match itself, we'll be promoting a little bit of a new comer to the Challenger Circuit, Operation Voknon. It's a new T2 EML Challenger Circuit secondary tournament. There's a big cash prize of 2,500 euros, R6 credits, and those coveted Tier 2 points. We'll be having the Nordic qualifier on the 22nd of August and the EML and MENA qualifier August 23rd. For the Nordic qualifier, you do have to have some Nordic players in. So it'll be, as the namesake, a little bit of a Nordic tournament, hopefully. But after that, we'll be getting into the matches themselves. So what do you guys think of the matches today? You guys ready for some exciting siege?
You know I am, especially the fact that you just told me we have the Spanish Inquisition, which nobody ever expects. But then we also have Team Null, which, if I remember correctly, that's a roster built from the old Radeon Esports. And if I remember correctly, the other one was... Oh, my brain's going blank. But it's an old Maltese roster. So, honestly, 2 teams with fairly good experience when it comes to Tier 3, Tier competitive pool. I'm sure they've got a bit more inexperienced players on the roster this time around. But if Benji doesn't whip these players into shape for the side of Team Spanish Inquisition, I might have to go on a crusade. But, Reference, let's hear your thoughts on it.
I hate to say it, but we got an Inquisition and we have an island. And I know how those usually go, so I definitely have my favorite set up for this match. We decided to end up following Spanish Inquisition because, I heard good things. They've had some fun showings, and once again, you know, Benji, it's his team. He's got to run it. And I hope he runs it like a dictator because we want to see some more rounds out of them. We maybe want to see them in a later match. And you need those coveted points for the qualifiers. There's multiple opportunities. There's 3 quals, but you know, you want to put up points early. You want to take that weight off of you immediately so that the next 2 quals are going to be a little easier, that maybe you already book your ticket immediately. So you want to go deep in every single one of these quals. You want to go deep in these brackets, and you got to make sure you don't have random upset losses. These are best of 1s. You need to be a good BO1 team. If you can't play BO1s, if you're a team that takes too long to warm up, this is a format that's heavily punishing for you. So we need to see them swinging right out the gate. We just need to see some fire round 1.
Couldn't agree more, but that does make us ask a certain question. Do you know what map we're heading to, our lovely host?
What map indeed? Now, if we could get into the map bans, I do believe we're heading to Night Haven Labs today. A map that is very, very defense-sided at the highest levels here. But still, it's a best of one. Anything can happen. And it's a map that really promotes those basics. So we'll be seeing these two teams competing against each other. Who can open those walls better? Who can really rely on these like basics of Siege, the fundamentals here. And maybe we'll see a little bit of gunplay on top of that, as Night Haven Labs, some of these sites do tend towards that as well.
I'm happy to hear you say that. That does mean we're going to have to get started quickly. Something I'm going to ask you guys, what do you think of Night Haven Labs as a map?
If you'll allow me, I think Night Haven is, we've said it comes down to fundamentals. That's something that Herker mentioned, and I think it's very much true, because even though this map still, compared to some of the other maps that are in the pool, is relatively new, this is still a map that I consider to be somewhat new, because I mean, in the scope of how long Siege has been around, Night Haven is relatively recent. But it came into the competitive rotation immediately. It came into ranked immediately with the new introduction of not being able to ban the new map immediately in the first season that it's out. And so it kind of became a heavy favorite for a lot of comp teams to learn it early and to get ahead of the curve. And that's when we started seeing the shift away from, it's a new map, we're all going to ban it, we don't want to play it, let's all go to Oregon every single time, over to let's get ahead of the curve, let's play maps that nobody else is playing. Let's play the new map first. And Night Haven has stuck around. It's a map that from the beginning everybody wanted to play, and it's still around. It's become kind of a classic. And again, that means it now comes down to fundamentals. It's a map that came into the pool at the right time for the correct meta. Playing around that map just kind of made sense at the time. There's a lot of verticality going on. Hard breach is important, but not too important. And so I think it has a lot of really good balance to show you a lot of deep facets of the teams. You need to be able to master every aspect.
Indeed, you do need to master every aspect. It's a map that really offers a lot of what Siege has to show every player. There's a lot of verticality. There's still a lot of those fundamental breaches. There's a lot of open areas and a lot of tight spaces as well. So it's really a map that gives you the best of all worlds, to be honest here. And I'm very excited to see what these teams can do on a map like Labs. So, Labs. We'll be going into that shortly, and I'm very excited to see what you guys can also talk about on the maps, as I will be forfeiting the desk over to you guys and giving you the space to really go ham on the map. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you. We'll see you later, man. But one of the best things I can say when we head into this map is the looks of Night Haven Labs. Beautiful map, one of my favorites, especially for the design of it. And it's just so nice. Look at those cars, sleek. Hallie did the right thing when she developed this place. And you know what? You could have a really good work-life balance here if it wasn't for all the operators breaking in and shooting each other.
Yeah, it's very serene whenever you're going in the flyover of the map, but as soon as it starts getting heated up, that's not a place you want to be caught in the middle of. But for now, I mean, we get to see some of the beautiful, lush scenery outside, and now we get to see some of the operator bans coming in for the teams, and this is going to be interesting. With 3 operator bans, you can see we've already gotten rid of a lot of heart breach related utility. Just not going to allow the bandit, no bandit tricking, no ace, so you need to get up nice and close to these walls. Getting rid of snake as well, but Kai to go as well. Absolutely no electricity. This is a common theme. You see it a lot of the time. This makes breaching a lot different. This makes breaching a little easier for the attackers, but you got to get up close. Because that ace is banned, Hibana really is your only other option, and she's more versatile for bringing her for hatches and stuff, but she will come out immediately. You can see it immediately as a counter pick coming in, because you don't want to step close to these walls, because that means the defenders have opportunities to pick you off.
You know what we definitely need now? We need Siege to add another electrifying defender, somebody who can just like have it on their gloves so they have to run up and touch a wall to electrify it. Only for a couple seconds, but it'd be really funny to have. Biggest problem I got to talk about is the lineup of the operators. One of the things I do love about the fact that attackers have a 6-pick option. So defense, yes, they might have started off stronger when the game initially came out, and during Siege X as well. But now, let's say it's one of the most balanced moments of the game is when you get to pick and get to make that decision. Because if you can punish any teams that don't drone, anyone who's not expecting to play or push, you can get away with so much. Specifically the point, though, Warden, Mira, Goyo, Mute, and Asami Most of these people can be taken out just by that Twitch F2, sorry, which is 417, which I do love as a DMR, but it's so strong as an operator, especially to take out and be a counter pick for so many people on this team.
Yeah, it'll bring a lot of utility to the table if you can make good use of those shock drones, of those new laser drones. Well, I mean, I say new, but we got that overhaul together with Zero, if I remember correctly. So we'll have to wait and see how these two teams start out. It will be Null starting on the defense, and you can see immediately the outside wall is breached. There is no counterplay to speak of. You could have delayed it a little bit with Tubarao, but ultimately this is the position you want to be giving up anyway. You will eventually concede con control anyway, and you can see Miskal is not too worried about it because there is a mirror window set up exactly for that situation. So we're kind of holding from inside of the site mostly. I want to know how Null is going to end up fanning out in the mid round and maybe even take some vertical control, because if they all sit too close to site, this might become worrisome. We need a flanker to become just kind of a nuisance for Spanish Inquisition, and at the very least waste some time, if not maybe have some impact.
Couldn't agree more, and especially with the amount of utility that needs to be dumped and used here. I'm actually a bit more concerned about the timing for this. That stick defender, that timer can take away. And on a map like this, where Sammy's got so much utility, so many C4s in the pocket of the defenders, it gets a bit more hectic very quickly. That 30-second rush meta is something we used to love, but now it's something so easily punished. For now, though, let's see how they handle this. One of the big factors you got to think of is, do you want to be swung or do you want to be swung on? Because right now, a lot of big stress moments are coming into this, and there's a lot of mute jammers and utility still up with a minute left. Things are going to have to get electric.
Well, you can see Null is doing a good job of wasting time. Spanish Inquisition being very slow about this, and Ragon, actually the one with the opening kill, just gets a bit of a swing onto the Thermite, and that's the first player down. Mighty with a bit of a late trade, and now Arcade will try to help out his teammate, but will get punished in the process. So the Twitch able to find that return pick, and suddenly it starts looking better for Spanish Inquisition. Despite the opener being in favor of Null, now suddenly they're losing a lot of space. And here comes the verticality. Here comes the players from all sides. Ragan has nowhere to go. EMEA with one counter pick, trying to push out aggressively, needs to take back some space. And now that time is starting to become a factor as well. But Yojin, he does go down. And with that, it's only Miskar left. He's in a 1v3. There is that drone potentially tracking him from Parker. And so he has to take up the mantle, go into the position his team has already died, and he'll get cut down as well. Inquisition, they take the first round. They just collapse perfectly. Despite losing the opening player, they immediately move to counter, and they do so perfectly.
It's one of those things you got to remember. The Spanish Inquisition will push, and they will actually punish you. You cannot play it too safely. Sometimes you do have to be the aggressive force. Remember, the one thing the Spaniards are afraid of is always going to be those holy hand grenades. It's always going to be that wheel of a good time. It's always going to be those orcas. One of the biggest problems you actually have to deal with when it comes to the side of the Spanish Inquisitions is the fact that these players do have experience. This isn't a team of one-offs. This is people who've played together, who have played in bigger tournaments, maybe on solo teams or other teams. If you look at it, we have Pizza Parker. That is a person who, I mean this in the best way, it's pizza time. He represents what Peter Parker and Spider-Man wanted to be just for Rainbow Six Siege. When you look at Secret's Quake, yes, it might be somebody just following in the envy of Team Secret, but if not, it's still somebody who knows this game back to front, just like the old days of Siege. This is something where you're going to have to be expecting the best. And I'm hoping Team Null can bring this, especially with Rip-Off, which, don't get me wrong, sounds like a Ripley alien horror movie moment, and with how these kills have been going so far, it can seem that way. Two things I want to ask you though quickly. Since you like the map of Nighthaven Labs more than I do, why would you ban Snake on this? Just so everyone knows at home.
Oh, well, I mean, Snake is a utility gathering operator, not just in the sense that he literally can pick up a utility from the ground, but also in the sense that he can just kind of gain information anywhere and everywhere. He kind of becomes an all-around toolkit, and so he's an operator that people just prefer to ban over something like a Lion or a Jackal who can get a little bit of info without that utility, or a utility operator who's maybe lacking the information game, like, for instance, Twitch. I mean, Twitch can gather some amount of information as well with the additional shock drones, but it's mostly about utility. And Snake just brings too much at the to the table at once. So people like to get rid of him here. He does find some impact because of the verticality as well. So the tracking can become kind of important. It's a big map. You need to clear a lot of space. He's a very good roam clearer as well. This is a lot of different things that you got to deal with at once, and you can see that the players don't want to have to deal with that, although they aren't roaming much. And you can see that Spanish Inquisition now is starting to read into that, as they're just starting to play more aggressively toward the site itself, and it's working out for them. Mighty does go down, but in the process, they've gotten 3 kills for themselves. Team Null is once again just 2 players stuck inside of the site, slowly getting encroached upon by this Monty, and now the Monty will go down. It will be a second rip-offy. He's able to find not just 1, but 2. If he can isolate this third fight, he can make this a 1v1, but no! On Falls, just about saves it for Inquisition. That was too close for comfort, almost allowing him to take 4 gunfights individually at a time. Inquisition just eke that one by.
Oh, he ripped off that bandage. It was so close to taking the round. And that's one of the things I was going to mention. The fact that they're choosing to bring a Deimos, which is getting closer and closer to my assumption being that's going to be the next ban, because of how much pressure Deimos puts not only on that final operator, but just on the team itself. Though, love that pistol. You've got to love it as well, especially when you can get away with some floor shots or when you can use it as a noise-making machine. It hurts everybody, not just their ears, not just the players if you can land the shots, but destruction, pressure. It's such a good thing to have, and that's why I was asking originally about Snake, because he already has a lot of people who can do similar jobs, some being more like a scalpel, some being more like a sledgehammer, but that's one of the things we've got to think about. I do hope that we do have Vigil Boss G. I probably am wrong, because I don't remember what Vigil's loadout is for meta at the moment, but it's going to have to be something that gets stronger. It's going to have to get better and better for this fight, because Team Null have been losing only in the idea of quick execution. The aggressiveness has always been on the Spanish Inquisition side, and they're winning that swinger be swung rule set, and it's such a big punishment for this team.
I think that's a big problem for Null that we've seen so far. They are capable in taking gunfights. We saw it in the effectively in the 1v4. I mean, Ripoff, he's almost allowed to kind of get away with murder against Spanish Inquisition here. And they do have to be careful about this because, I mean, you know, it's round 1 of the qualifier, but you're already playing against people who are, you know, mechanically adept. These are players who know how to use their rifles. They know where to put their crosshairs. And so you gotta just be tactically ahead, because we can see that Spanish Inquisition is playing just a little bit better, and they're reading into their opponent correctly from round 1. They're understanding that Team Null, and this is the biggest gripe I have with them so far, is not really taking enough space. They are roaming upstairs now. They're up on the first floor, but you can see they're not starting out on the second floor. They're worried about a quick site execution, and maybe for good reason, because they're all on the first floor, and we can see that Mighty is already pushing inside of sight. They're trying to deal with the Fenrir, and here comes a 1-for-1 trade. Now Mighty is slowly starting to get pushed back. He's getting shot in the feet. He has to worry about not taking too much damage. Now the plant is starting to come down. There's some verticality up above, but they don't have the holes in the right place. Mighty might be able to stick this. He gets the plant down and immediately it's a post plant again. Inquisition just know where the gaps are in the opponent, and they're able to find every single one. Now they've taken control upstairs and they're able to use it perfectly. Spanish Inquisition, again, they're in early. They don't even need to take all that space, and somehow they get away with a plant.
Ooh, just watching that round, everything got so hectic so quickly, and I'm not even sure if I can describe that as it being the playstyle. More than anything, it was just surgical in a sense. But as you get to see the bans, if Deimos isn't gone just for the pressure he creates, I'd be surprised. Yep, Deimos and Mira. Mira makes a bit more sense just for the side of the defense because of how impactful she can be overall, especially on this map. But also, I think that's a wee bit of a target ban because it needs to happen to Ripoff. He can't keep getting away with it.
If I may, this is something that I say a lot on this map because it keeps popping up with the new ban system. Now after the 3rd round, going into round 4, you choose another operator ban, and so many times on Nighthaven it ends up being the Mira, because Mira is just, it's an operator that you can't really afford to ban in the first 2, especially if you're going for a like double electrification ban. You need both of those bans for what you're going for specifically first. because otherwise you kind of make life unnecessarily hard if you try to mix and match bans and try to bring out the bandit or the kite later. That means you have to deal with them for 3 rounds, and you really don't want to have to do that. But Mira is a high priority ban on this map because of how she changes sightlines and because of how much control and how much pressure you can create through reinforcements that just go one way, and that is for the defenders. And that makes it very difficult. You need to bring a Twitch. You need to bring somebody who can maybe shatter that glass like an Asher or Kali. And that's somebody in the lineup that you can't bring that might be able to provide other forms of utility and maybe a bit more utility. But she comes out very often, and that makes this that makes the half 2 very different quarters. Because the first time around, you're playing every bomb site with Mira, and the second time you have to do it without. So it just becomes a completely different game now. It's not even about reading how Team Null has played initially and trying to play around that. They have to do a completely different defense now. And that might throw them off balance as well, and that might allow Spanish Inquisition to find even more just very minor mistakes on the side of the defenders. And they've been very good at exploiting that. We've seen that.
That is true. But I think that the fact we actually are seeing the amount of utility come out from this team means that they are prepared for something else. It looks like Team Neil have maybe gotten a bit of a read on this. Only problem is EMP impact grenades and Fenrir goes down. When you're not paying attention, everything goes wrong. You put your trust way too much into utility, and that costs your player. But a quick refrag does come out. Ram goes down, which is a huge pick. But Pizza Park is there to take out Yoja, and that's Goya off the board, meaning that it's all going to come down to the 3 players on site trying to rotate as well. And that's it. It's only the roamers left, which is a huge problem. Site has been taken. Spanish Inquisition's going for the plant. Their heavy phone calls are coming out to try and catch these last 2 players. This is going to be a tough retake for 1 minute 30, becoming 45 seconds. That's rough.
All right, now the time starts ticking against the 2 defenders who are still up above, who are just now making verticality to try and maybe get a pick onto one of these attackers. And now the Blitz is going out aggressively. He wants to get that pick. Mighty wants to find one more pick for himself. Immediately that Caster gets broken up as well. Here comes the push. Now he's flashed. Mighty with a triple in the round. Pizza Parker to clean it up. It's a duo kill and it's a triple kill for these 2 in the round. And once again, they found an opening. They found a mistake. They found something that wasn't covered. They used an EMP to mask the Blitz going into that window, not allowing that Fenrir gadget to go off and maybe be some sort of tip-off that there might be something happening over toward that side of the map. And immediately they catch somebody playing on their phone. You gotta be careful. Don't be playing on your phone. You gotta pay attention.
It's one of those moments where, so unfortunate. You had everything in the right places. The opponents read it. You were prepared for it, and then a lapse in judgment for 2 seconds to go TikTok doom scrolling ends up costing you the round.
We all do.
We all do, but it's the issue of it's drone time, not phone time. It's
time and a place. Time and a place.
Exactly, time and a place. But as we go to this middle bomb site, which is honestly the only one on this map I still don't like, besides rush strat-wise for attacking, it's fun. Everything else about this one site still gets my goat. And I mean this in the best way. Callie, can we please add some sort of dividers? Can we add something nice? You know, us and the other employees, they're struggling. So many bullet holes are being opened, and then the next week we've got to sit and patch them up with cardboard. Come on.
Yeah, especially in this heat that we have in summer here, at least in Europe at the moment. It'd be nice, you know, if there weren't so many holes in the walls, allowing all that warmth to come swathing in. People keep shooting the AC. You know, there's some stray bullets that occasionally get caught up in that. You don't want to have to deal with that. I want to have office temperatures. I don't want to have outside temperatures. You can't really think in this heat. So please, Natgar, get on that. Maybe take the operators training somewhere else. This is getting ridiculous. This is not a safe work environment. This is an OSHA violation.
It is, and I completely agree. But right now, we could solve this problem. There's just opening a 2-brow canister and hopefully stalling a very important wall. Sadly, that's not going to be the case.
I can help you cool down.
Reached. Yep. That Mew chamber is just going to sit there lovingly until it's destroyed. Only thing is, you're actually risking yourself against Ripley. He's either going to win this fight and you're going to lose your life on the window, or hopefully Pizza Parker can start something here. Otherwise, we're going to see that black suit come out and things are going to get dicey.
Again, Null playing a little further back now because the bomb site is downstairs, but they're allowing Parker to take all of this space, and they're looking at the floor. If Parker moves in at the right time, he should be able to catch a player looking at the floor, finds the first. Can he find the second? Here comes a vault through. Here comes the challenge, and Parker will find it as well. It's 2 for him. There's 1 trade back. JWO does go down, but not without that breach being open up first, so his job is done. And with smoke and mute off the field, that's no C4, that is no smoke babes to come out in the middle of the round. And that is going to allow Spanish Inquisition to now take their time, which they don't need because Parker is just going to keep racking up more kills. He kills Ripoffy as well. And now the aggressive retake has to come in upstairs, but it's ill-timed. Unfalls is ready for it. Another player up that staircase, one by one. Everybody on Team Null keeps falling. Inquisition just ahead of the curve, know where their opponents are coming from.
Remind me of the definition of insanity again.
Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting shit to change.
Yeah, and then they're ignoring the one rule of us when we were apes. Monkey see, monkey do? No, monkey see, monkey correct. But as we are entering the final round of what is Spanish Inquisition's attack, normally we call it the defense, but not this time. Team Null have a lot to stand up for. 2 things being very important here. 1, communication. 2, our kid's still asleep. Needs to wake up, needs to get that donut eaten, and push on through. Some things I do mean in the best way. Never blame a player when it comes to camera. Never blame a player when it comes to just getting unlucky and getting read like an open book. But the fact that, I mean this in the best way, that Twitch, he's Black Suit Spider-Man at this moment. He is walking through it, just menacing, aura forming, creating himself like Daredevil, redrawing himself in. That's something that should be punished or at least hindered to a significant point. But now it's, hey, I'm going to walk straight in. There's no utility. Nobody's on cams. And I'm free real estate. And that's all it's been for the longest time. Hopefully now they're going to learn their lesson from this one. Yes, you can turtle a little bit, but it looks like their plan is to go for an open and aggressive hold, which I'm going to have to see how this plays out because we've seen Spanish Inquisition find a gap and absolutely punish it before.
I mean, at the moment, if you're Null as well, you're just kind of at a loss. You're spreading out on the top floor with a first floor bomb site, and it just doesn't work out for you. So you decide to like put everybody on the bomb site, and then you just kind of get locked into positions you have nowhere to go, and Inquisition starts picking you off as well. It doesn't matter how you play. You can play spread out, you can play all together, you can play all in the same room. It doesn't matter how you do it. Spanish Inquisition will find you, and they will get kills on you. And you can see it. Inquisition is turning up the heat. They're really increasing the pace. There's just nothing for Null to respond to here. Miscarl is down again. Ragon is down again. It's already a round that's looking potentially like a wash for Null. They need some kills. They need to get aggressive. And you can see they get desperate. They're at a man disadvantage and they're like, okay, we have to play make to try and take something back. The problem is Inquisition is always ready for it. Yojin does find one, finds a second, goes down to really low HP. So now a lot of this weight is going to be on Ripoff. Yojin, he might be able to connect one more headshot, but I mean, he's so low. If there's just any sort of crossfire, Inquisition, they've been good at that. They've been good at managing to find some refrags. If they can just eliminate that one player, it's all down to Ripoffy, and from there it becomes very difficult. At the moment, though, they're just going to move into the site. And once again, they have so much space now because of that man advantage, because of the utility. They're throwing these flashbangs. There should be another plant. Here comes a Kiba barrier trying to push forward, trying to see if they can deny plant, but no. That player goes down, and Yojin, whatever was left of him, he goes down as well. It is a complete blowout. Spanish Inquisition 6-0 on the attacking half.
Okay, let's see how Null's attack goes. Because you know the idea. 0 is technically not a number. It is the absence of anything. But Null is the same idea. It is when you have nothing left, your back's against the wall, you've got to rise up, or you've got to absolutely dominate. As Cade and Monty are removed from the board, that means there's no more mountains, and there's no more fortress holders. So that means we're in for something good, I'm hoping. I'm hoping for this comeback of the century. I'm hoping to see us go to overtime, and I'm hoping to see Mirror and Ace finally get punishment. And that means Bandit's still there, Electrify. We're going to see Spanish Inquisition have probably one of the strongest defenses. They have 3 rounds, really, to make as many mistakes as they want, but Null has none. That means we're in for a fight.
They're not taking him. I was like,
Right.
it's an interesting split. We're going with Kaid and we're going with Mira, so we're leaving the Bandit open. This might cause a few problems for the first 3 rounds. Inquisition's not even picking it. They're not playing around Bandit. They don't care. This isn't about wall denial. This is about taking fights, taking space, and just playing better than your opponent. They seem very confident in their picks. They have their lineup down. They're probably expecting to play without a Bandit. So they're just doing their second half rotation early. No Mira available. I guess we'll just play without her. We'll play around our usual Azami Kiba barriers. We'll play around the Denari, and that's pretty much it.
I mean this in the nicest way. I think I'm actually quite upset as a Bandit Hibana main. I have seen Hibana teased once, didn't happen, and now I've seen Denari come out, no Bandit. And we are going to see one of Denari's stronger phases. Asami does go for the quick run out, looking for a spawn pick, which she can actually get away with. I'm more worried about what Pizza Park can get away with. He's trying the same thing the previous Warden, which was Yojin, did try before and died for. So, high risk, high reward, yes, but it's just an idea that you could lose so much utility for it, especially with an operator like Pizza Parker, like Omai, who ends up losing all his utility quickly. And as that breach charge has gone off now, time is of the essence.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
there
there
it
it is. There it is. Not just a spawn peak, but a full-on run out onto the player on the roof. Miss Carl goes down. He does find the first breach, but I think he was trying to go for that second wall as well over on connector, so that will stay closed for the foreseeable future. There's no other hard breach in the pocket of anyone else. So this just makes it infinitely harder. And once again, Team Null, they're accurate to their name at the moment in terms of the round count, but it's sad to see them not being able to put up kind of a good start to a round that we've seen so far. I think in round 1, we saw an opening kill, and then immediately the round fell apart afterward because Inquisition found all the spots they needed to get into. We do finally manage to clear out Parker. He's not allowed to get a multi-kill this time around. There's a phone coming in to be able to dispatch him, and that leaves it back into a 4v4. But once again, with connector closed, this is going to make it a lot more tedious for Null to get that map control to get in. They have to play around this window a lot. And at the moment, they're playing outside. They're waiting for some aggression, and they do have good information gathering. There's that yellow ping. They know that there's a player here waiting to swing, and Yojin is ready for it. So Null, they're punishing some over aggression. There's some confidence coming in out of Inquisition, but they won't be deterred. They won't be deterred by getting punished on one. They'll just try and take the second opportunity. Good refrag here as well, leaving it into a 2v2. This is just a battle, grinding each other down to the ground. Yojin, a triple in the round, leaves it down to just JWO, and with a minute and with a phone call going off, he has to try and deal with that.
That jammer being his saving grace, the fact that, yes, you might be able to tell where he is, but can you actually punish him for it? He's in one of the strongest places to hold. C4 does come out. It's not going to catch Snake. He heard the rip just in time to walk away from it. But there's the denied tap. A beautiful one that always works.
Oh.
But Yojin still has the long range for that fight. Does not have to worry about recoil control. Can just tap and win.
Yojin just putting the team on his back, walks into the Denari, doesn't really matter, ends up getting that frag anyway. The DMR doing a boatload of damage, and Null no longer on 0. Maybe this is just maybe that's their gimmick. Maybe they start on 0 rounds, and that's when they start playing the game. They go down 0-6. That's how they want to play this qualifier. It's going to be a lot of rounds if they want to do it like this, but I'm glad to see some signs of life out of them. It was scrappy. It was a lot of back and forth. Inquisition did not want to give up any of that space, and they continued aggressing. They got a little overconfident, and we can see Null is punishing that as well. Some good mistake finding out of both attacking halves that we've seen so far. Of course, it's only 1 round for Null so far, but maybe there's a few more where that came from, especially with Spanish Inquisition going right back to the same bomb site, bringing out a bit of a different strat. This time, we're going to bring out the Clash, but other than that, it's still looking very similar. So this could be a repeat, and Null have to be careful. I mean, they've got backs against the wall. They got to go one round at a time. At this point, it's just you go from round to round, and Spanish Inquisition have to make sure they don't keep staying overconfident. At some point, you have to stop getting so aggressive if you see that Null keeps punishing it.
Couldn't agree more. But I do want to give a quick analysis to the final loadouts of these two teams. Now that they're locked in, you have a Zofia, Dokebi, Thermite, Thatcher, and Buck for that attack. But for the defense, you have Wamai, Warden, Clash. Love to see her as well, being an Asami and a Mute, meaning that when it comes to this playstyle, that Clash is going to be a walking mirror and giving as much intel as possible, which works great for Spanish Inquisition's playstyle. Thatcher now choosing to be brought not only so he can protect from C4s, but also to try and be a deterrent and a counter pick for that clash. One thing you gotta remember, he is stronger. He has not been nerfed enough, in my opinion. So it's just now trying to stop her and use her as some sort of a deterrent while also preparing for this fight versus Thatcher.
Ooh, looking for the timing here. Ripoff, he does take some damage, but he finds the first kill. And once again, aggression out of Inquisition here on the defensive side does get punished. More aggression to follow. And once again, Inquisition, not a team to back down from a fight. Parker able to come in with the trade. He's 11-2. He's been having a lights out game at the minute. So this is a player that you really need to make sure you're trading out, that you're just finding some position to pinch him into, some position to make sure that you have an advantageous gunfight to take him down, because he will run you down if you give him any advantageous gunfights like we saw just there. And Ripoff, he does find the first. He has done most of his job, so him going down is not the biggest loss, unlike Miss Carl in the previous round, and Miss Carl should be allowed to also go for all the breaches. So this time around, Connector will be open. This clash now has to split the attention over between two different breaches, between two different sides where the attackers can be approaching from. Yojin once again outside of that window. Arcade also down below together with Ragon. They're maybe looking for an opportunity to get some information onto a side player and maybe punish that. If they can get a pick there, that would be huge. Diffuser recovered in the hands of Yojin. He still finds himself over on the breach. And they need to deal with this clash. They've got about a minute to do so, and you can see the Sophia set up below. And if they can pull that off, it could be a good opportunity for them to collapse onto the site afterward, because at the moment the clash is most of what is holding off the Connector push. And there's a lot of information being fed, though, and that's the problem. Inquisition, they're getting so much info on where all of these attackers are, and they know exactly that there's players missing. And now they know that Ragon is down below because Mighty just got taken down by that Sophia charge. That is beautiful. So the clash goes down, no value to be found. Parker will have to come up big. And once again, the Warden, he's got a shotgun. These close angles are going to be dangerous as well, but we've got an opportunity to go into the site. You just have to deal with these players that are playing close.
That flash finally goes off, but it's not going to be enough. The shots come out. Shotgun is ready in hand. It is a 2v1. Warden has the chance for it.
No, they found the planter.
But that's it. You've got to take it in 2 seconds. One, and the gunfight's too late. Played it too safe in the last second, and that's the GG to Spanish Inquisition. It was literally 1.25 seconds, and the plant would have been down. But Warden, being the right person for the job, reading it, waiting for it, and choosing to execute quickly instead of time, which we'd love to see it. It's a GG, a fair play. Emil does end up going out in the first round. They still have 2 other qualifiers to try to come back from, but as it's a best of 1, they're out of this one, and that is harsh to swallow. But it was a good match nonetheless. Great to see.
It was a fun match. I would have loved to see at least a couple more rounds out of Null, because they finally started to show some signs of life. That clash play was unbelievably good. They managed to clear a player out of an important position. They coordinated it together. It worked out perfectly. I would have loved to see them not get punished in that 1v2, but I mean, you know, Kaga just played it better. The Warden player just isolating his win condition. He knows he just has to get rid of the planter, sit in a corner, wait for the timer to tick down. There's no time for that other player. Just a misread on where the last defender is. We'll probably see them in the next qual. Unfortunate matchup for them. Inquisition is a very good team, as we saw from the first half. Absolute just washout from the 6-0. But what I want to know is, what is the opinions of our host?
Indeed, what would be the opinion of our host? Here I am. What a blowout, honestly. A 7-1 victory for the Spanish Inquisition, and a very non-typical Labs, with only 1 round being won on the defense. That's not what you really expect from Labs, and I do want to hear from you guys, starting with Star Drago, like, what went wrong for the side of the defenses this game? Like why couldn't the defense really muster up any rounds here?
So Null had 2 glaringly obvious gaps. 1, complete trust in utility, not expecting that, hey, if the EMP does come out or something is destroyed, and you're too far to actually hear the EMP grenade, such as that Fenrir that got taken out from below. He was there. He was in the moment. It's just the fact that he's too far away. You're not going to hear the disabling noise of the EMP go off. If you're in an adjacent room downstairs, there's too much audio for the travel through. Siege, yes, it's a game about audio, but you can't hear the entire map. Blitz jumps in. You can hear Blitz, but he chose to slow walk it as well, which means that even that noise dampening moment is still audible, but it's not going to be enough. That's the point where you have to always keep your head on a swivel, make sure if somebody is on cameras on site, they're flicking through them as much as you can. Intel, base, and just way too much trust in utility. They were hoping like, okay, when this guy peeks the corner, I'm going to take the shot, or he's going to hit this piece of utility. 20 seconds later, that piece of utility didn't go off, or it wasn't active enough, or they were just too late on the trigger finger reaction, and that's how Siege punishes you. We all know the rules. Swinger be swung is in this game. Peeker's advantage is a huge point of Siege, but also aggressive tendencies should be punished. This is just one of the things of Siege, and it's one of the things where this match held them for ransom for that first defensive half. For the attack part, though, they did start finding their own feet, as we did see. It's just about how their intel was handled.
I do want to start like talking about the other side of the coin of these attacks. You don't really expect to get a lot of attacking rounds on a map like Labs. It usually tends a bit towards the defense. Now, Reaperants, I do want to examine the attack. Like, what went right for the attack of the Spanish Inquisition? They got 6 rounds in a row, like fully flawless attacking half. Like, what was the key in that success for them?
I think it's down to punishing the mistakes of the opponent. So a lot of what Drago already mentioned, but it's also just the ingenuity of putting yourself into the positions where you can just take a lot of map control very, very quickly. It's not just about the fact that, especially in the first half, Team Null wasn't putting up a whole lot of map control. It's also the fact that, their opponents read that correctly. They have like 2 drones in separate places. And from there, they know that half the map is clear and they don't really have to engage with it. They know where everyone is. It's about counting. It's about understanding, okay, there's 5 enemies. Where are all of them? And they were doing an exceptional job of figuring out where are players not, and where can we go? Where are we safe? And I think it was a lot down to, we know we can push in here without getting punished. And they were reading that correctly basically every single time. And you could see it, after the half switch, you could see it even out of the side of Null. They were getting punished a little more aggressively, but they knew where their opponents were. They were punishing overconfidence out of their opponents because Inquisition were up 6-0. They were like, we'll just keep swinging. Eventually, they'll make a mistake. Inquisition was right, and it's a big disadvantage to claw back, but Null was still playing it correctly. And I think that's why the attack was succeeding, because they didn't need to wait or they didn't need to make a play. They could sometimes just wait for their opponent to do something. I think it's the defenders getting antsy.
Thank you for your insights here. But that wraps up our first matchup of the day on this Voltage stream. We'll be taking a little bit of a break to head into our second matchup here. So thank you all for watching this first matchup, and we'll be seeing you after this break. Welcome back to the Voltage Series, first qualifier for Season 7. I'm back here with Star Director and Reappearance, and the next match we'll be doing is Lenovo Legion Honvet versus Pairs. Now, I want to get your guys' opinion on this. Lenovo Legion, some quite famous players. I believe, Reappearance, you're familiar with these guys. Star Director, you're as well familiar with these guys. Going against Pairs on Night Heaven Labs. What do we think of Labs for as a map for these guys?
What do you think of Labs? I'm glad we've never talked about Labs before. I hope this doesn't become a theme. For now, I'm very much happy to see Night Heaven come out again because I mean, once again, it's a map about fundamentals. It's a map about just being able to play all facets of Siege because you need some hard breaching, you need some map control, you need some verticality. You need to be able to be good at basically everything. It's a big map. You need to clear a lot of space. And at the same time, it does still allow for late rotations and stuff like that if you can play your cards right. And I think now, after we've seen the first round and we've seen Inquisition take on a team that's maybe a little under their usual performance, not to the discredit of Team Null, they put up a pretty good fight. It's just I think they were slow to the draw. Now I think with the Lenovo Legion, I think we're going to see a different caliber of play. We're going to see the same map, and I think we're going to see it in a very different light. I don't think it's going to be nearly as attacker-sided as the first one was, but I'm willing to be surprised.
I'm just hoping we don't get 7 Night Heaven Labs back-to-back. But if we do go for a 7-0, at least make it a glorious one. I want to see Tachankas, I want to see Vigil Boss G spawn peaks, I want to see punishment across the board. Whether there's teams looking for the gaps or whether this is going to be textbook executions, I want to see flawless round after flawless round if we're going to go for a 7-0. If not, take us to the wire. Make us go the distance. And don't forget, this is the Lenovo Legion. This is a team that used to play, this is a team that was around back when Into the Breach was playing in EML qualifiers, back when we still had the old days of Team Secret's original couple rosters. So this is a team that has not only the experience, history, and the playstyle to take us the distance. One thing I'm going to ask, since we are going back to Nighthaven Labs, are we going to get different bans, do you guys think?
That's a good question. And speaking of bans, I mean, let's take a look at how we got here. Once again, BO1, it does end up just kind of coming down to Nighthaven Labs most of the time. Unfortunate not to see a different map come out, but once again, it's about fundamentals. It's a BO1. You can't play a map that your opponent maybe knows better than you. You don't have that flexibility. But in terms of operator bans, I actually don't think so. I think that this map is rather rigid in its bans, especially for defense. On attack, we could see some more variety. I think there it depends on playstyle. But defense, I think it's going to be a lot of electricity bans, and it's going to be a EMEA eventually at some point. Doesn't matter if it's second or third ban.
I'm happy to hear you say that, but that does make me wonder a quick question. So, if everyone doesn't know, Nordic qualifiers are coming again. Don't forget, this is the new circuit coming back. We love to see it. We love it when more Siege tournaments can be added. You could have a lot more Nighthaven Labs going further. One thing I love about it is the fact that there is a cash prize this time around, €2,500, so about £2. It's not always the best enough, but it's there. If you're talking about the R6 credits, it's about 1,800, I believe, something like that. And then you get tier 2 points as well, which is one of the best ways to qualifying into the main Premier circuits, going in even higher above that, and just trying to get to SI. As I'd love to see a team like Lenovo Legion go the whole distance and make it to SI. That would make me happy as could be. But remember, you need at least 2 players from the Nordic region. That's specifically areas of Scandinavia, including Finland, as we have here. Your name confuses me, man. How is Finland defined as? Is it part of the Nordic region, or is it defined as part of its own Scandinavia? You decide.
It is defined as part of Nordic countries. Scandinavia, the Scandinavian Peninsula, Nordic countries. That these all get kind of mixed up. But Scandinavia is very much excluding places like Estonia, Finland, and Iceland from that core. We do seem to be having a little bit of tech issues on the side of the players right now, so we'll be just hanging on with it. You'll be having to hang on with our lovely casters and myself as the host for a little bit longer here. So we haven't talked about Nighthaven Labs enough on this stream, right? Like yet. And I really want to get your opinions again on this map. Do you like? Let's not talk about objectives here. Like, do you personally like the map? What are your opinions on it? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Do you absolutely despise the map? Like, I do want to hear from you guys.
We do have one small thing before I can say that we're not going to be going to Nighthaven Labs. So yay! But also, this is some sad news as well. Apparently, one of the players has told us he has to FF. Something small's just come up. So when you ask me, do I like Nighthaven Labs? Yes. Do I believe it's also cursed? Yes, at the moment. So, as the rules of everything that can go wrong will go wrong on qualification day, we'll have to wait and see those players coming through, hopefully in the next qualifier for the side of pairs. But that does mean that's a forfeit win going forward for the side of Lenovo Legion. I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Well, a win is a win, even if it is a forfeit. Unfortunate for the side of the players on pairs that they cannot compete right now. But as you said, better luck in the next quals. Unfortunately, however, we will be having to go to another break here as we prep for the second matchup, as this one didn't quite turn out the way we'd like to. We can't get into the game. So thank you for your patience, and we'll be heading for a break. Don't miss the next matchup here after the break, though.
a couple of dismisses there and finish it off. Clash is being turned back to the group. Jaeger gets down in the gunfight as well.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Voltage series. We'll have our second matchup here soon, and my lovely caster, Stardrago and Ripperins, I would really ask you a quick question. What's your favorite map?
Oh, it's got to be Nighthaven.
No, House Year 1.
Well, as it turns out, you are in fact incorrect, because for the next matchup, it is going to be Chalet. As if we pull the map bands real quick here, that is the map we're going to. So you'll be loving that match really, really quickly here. But gentlemen, I'll leave it to you. The floor is all yours. Go into the match, have fun. I'll see you after the match for some questions, and enjoy.
All right.
I'm actually kind of worried about this.
I love the French Alps. We get to see a different map. We don't have to watch Nighthaven a second time. Once again, it's unfortunate. I would have liked to see Lenovo Legion play. Doesn't really matter what map. I'll take any of the 9 in the pool. Unfortunately, they will be going a little cold after that forfeit match, and I hope they can recover that when they get to their next round. But for now, we got a different match cooking up. We've got Neponet playing against Meisters. We'll have to see how those two pan out. There's a few names around here that we've probably seen before. If you look at Meisters, it's some players that definitely look familiar. I've seen a few of those around.
Well, to be fair, that is, I'm going to say, two more well-known teams, at least in the community-wise. One of the things I'm going to be very happy about is the fact that I get to think cold thoughts. When we were on Nighthaven Labs, it's sweltering heat in an office with no AC. Now we're going to Chalet, which is a freezing map, and that means I have to be concerned about frostbite as well as heat stroke at the same time. One thing I'm going to say, though, is I love Chalet's map. I love the basement being my favorite defense, but also my favorite attack. This is one of the best maps for this. When it comes to Neptune, though, this is one of their best maps, at least historically. So I'm excited to see how the Finnish players hold this.
I'm excited for this map. I like Chalet because it is one of the very few maps where I think all of the bomb sites are almost equally viable. There's so many different teams that choose to start on different starting bomb sites. There really isn't a strongest one to go with. If you like the basement, you start in the basement. A lot of teams will start on top floor because that's just the topmost option. That's why people go top floor first a lot of the time, because there is no real preference. You can play anywhere. And there's a lot of teams who do like to go over to bar and games as well for their starting round, because once again, it is a good bomb site. All of them are good bomb sites. They're all viable. Everything has its own unique difficulties.
Would you say that about Kitchen?
I would.
Would you start
There's a lot
Kitchen?
of teams who pick Kitchen as their third over something like Basement, over something like Top Floor. There's teams that don't play Top Floor at all.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that. As somebody who loves playing Fuse, Kitchen is one of the few maps, well, bomb sites where I actually like to take advantage of it to its fullest extent as an attacker. One thing I do gotta say, when it comes to this map, when it comes to the operators, I'd be surprised if we don't get to see a bit more Echo and Maestro ban and seeing a bit more punishment. As Grim and Mira are removed from play, means who else is going on vacation? If Kai and Bandit don't go, I could see Neptune holding a really strong defense.
Once again, I mean, Kai Bandit is kind of the expected play. I think a bit of a curveball would be something information based, maybe something to deny any information gathering. But no, actually, it's going to be both architects. We're going to get rid of Mira and Azami. They are architects, but we're not allowed to see them inside of this matchup. So all of the electrification available. This is going to make wall play a lot more interesting. And on the other side, we have a glass ban. So we don't want to deal with a whole lot of smokes. We don't want to deal with complex smoke and mirror executes. As we get rid of glass and mirror on both sides, just simplify things. Make sure that you can see whatever is going on. Everybody's on equal playing field. Nobody can look through any smokes. And with that, I mean, just as I said, you know, we start on top floor because it's the topmost option. A lot of teams really just go here because it's the first bomb site you click on.
Couldn't agree more. And the fact that we do end up going back here with the Denari being our setup means that we have to worry about something a little bit more intense right now. That being the fact that glass has been removed. The glass being one of the more, I'm not going to say stronger oppressive forces on this map, but one of those integral moments where he can hold so much from outside, so much range, especially for top floor. Same with Kali. I'm actually kind of surprised with how this is going to be played as an execute. A lot of utility to be brought, but it's going to be high risk, high reward of you got to push in through basement, try to make your way and punish what you can. Otherwise, take upstairs directly and be prepared for that middle floor retake to come out.
All right, we can see Skies playing over on the Monty, waiting for an opportunity to maybe jump into library early on to take some control. And Pillis is actually the one to open things up as he gets rid of Appy. I think control trying to be taken down below. They're trying to pressure the players back so they can get control of Garage. And from there, they want to, I assume, clear out, you know, that position over towards Solar. They want to get that player off of the staircase. They want to take control of that side of the map entirely. And you can see F-Hash is starting to worry about that. And with about a minute in, I mean, Sky's still waiting for the opportunity to jump in. He's waiting for a clear call from one of his teammates. I assume he's waiting on some information gathering. And now it looks like he is going for it. But in the meantime, I mean, we've already lost 2 players. And now make that 3 as Rexy gets himself a double kill. Neptune start with a really strong round, which basically only leaves Vinci and Bulldog alive. Vinci still down below, waiting for an opportunity. Might have just seen the barrel. I don't know if that was just us, but I think he saw an opportunity there. Vinci's mind gaming himself at the moment. He really could have just kept swinging that. Unfortunate timing for Vinci. Doesn't find that connection. That would have been an important kill to get to maybe find a way back into the round. At this point, I mean, Bulldog is outside. There is plenty of time. It's 1 minute and 20, but as long as Neptune don't give away individual gunfights, as long as they don't peek their heads into the crosshairs of the attacking opponents, they will try, but at the very least, they do connect those shots. Bulldog, he finds one for himself, more of a consolation prize, if anything. Don't know if he will be able to. Nope, he won't be able to pick up Vinci. He goes down as well. Now a run out to close things out. Neponen just not even allowing their opponents into the map here.
The word you're looking for is cast a curse. You had to just say poke your head out as he gets taken out. One of the things that we do love, or yet sad to see, is the factor that, you know what? Neponen are known for their strength when it comes to the defensive holds. A bigger issue is Meisters being known for a bit more of adaptive playstyle, having to look for a lot more utility and a lot more like entryways here. They're not actually getting away with their intel just yet. I'm not going to hold it to. I'm not going to hold that to their playstyle just yet. I'm going to wait and see what they can do because Neponen's brought the Chanka. I did say I want to see how a team can hold up and use him to his fullest potential. I'm just happy to see it actually be on Chile.
No bias from me. I'm not. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yep. Yes, you are.
I'm not allowed to say anything about the operator. I have too many preconceived notions.
Ah, well, it's the only one word you should know. He is the Lord himself, and that's it. He is here to carry, and as we do have our attackers now locked in, we have Flores, Twitch, Sokebi, Ace, and Nomad, meaning only hard breachers really are set up for is Ace. Something to worry about, spawn peaks, especially on a map like Chalet, where there's 3 spawn points and enough time can shut you down, whether it's going to be a run out or whether it's going to be a really late rotate. We're going to have to see how this comes out to its fullest effectiveness.
Right, Neymar, just doing a bit more. Can we? Yep, just a few more. Just a few more. That hatch will open eventually. There we go. Getting rid of every single panel, making sure that that hatch gets open up. And Pillis, he goes for a jump out. Bit of an unfortunate timing for him, but on the jump in back into the building, he does find that connection onto Vinci, and that's unfortunate because the Dokkaebi is now down. No value to be found out of those potential phone calls, those reworked ones. Now Rexy is able to find the second as well. Neponen is just really aggressive. They're everywhere in the map. They're even playing outside of the map, and they're not scared of taking those gunfights. Pillis, double kill. It's a strong start once again. Immediately into a 2v5. Make that a 1v5 as Bulldog is all alone. Once again, Bulldog, he finds one for himself, does take down Pillis, doesn't allow him to keep snowballing inside of this round, puts him on the timeout bench for at least a couple of seconds, but this is all but a done round once again. I mean, again, unless Bulldog is able to isolate all of these fights, get everybody down individually, it looks like he's going to try and go for the first here, goes for a flashbang to see if he can confirm the kill. Will not allow Claude to swing at the same time, so the Thorn will have to wait for another opportunity to swing, gets himself into a bit of an off angle, does some damage, and this is where it becomes dangerous. Bulldog, if he takes too much damage from one engagement, the next one might be a death sentence, and there's the headshot. Neponen with another very confident round. We're not allowed to play the round. We haven't even seen an attack try to put anything together yet. They're dead before they can do anything.
I think they got as far as basement in that one. They actually got into the building, yes. But nobody got more than 2 steps. The furthest we got to see was that Nomad chasing the downed Jaeger. That's as far as they've gotten to the building so far, which really is a big concern for me when you're getting locked out, not just by floor, but by room. Neponen showing off some great skill, don't get me wrong. I'm hoping Meisters can rise to the occasion and punish them for what they're getting right. There is some gaps we are getting to see, but it is coming out to the fact that, yes, Neponen is playing defensively, they're playing passively, so going to be up to Meisters to try and bring some of that, I'm going to say dry German wit. I'm not sure if they're a German roster or not, I will have to look that up in a sec, but with Da Vinci, they should have the brain power to be able to get away with this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's an opportunity for Meisters to play the game. That would be nice to see. I want to see something out of them that's more than just falling one by one to Neponen outside the building, getting spawn peeked and getting caught off guard. Like, you're in a qualifier, you got to expect aggression. And I know a lot of teams that have a very specific play style, and the moment anybody comes in to disrupt that, they don't really know what to do. They play scrims where everybody's respecting each other and not going for runouts and jump outs and aggressive plays because they want to try strats and stuff. They want to go through certain things, but practice isn't the same as match day. On match day, you got to show up and you got to play against however your opponent is playing, and they can play however they want. Anything is fair game. So you got to be ready. And at the moment, at least in the first 2 rounds, I haven't seen that out of Meisters. I need them to start understanding where the sidelines are and where they can get punished from a very aggressive, very confident Nepomuk who is looking for gunfights. They really want this. They want the early advantages. They want to close out the round as quickly as possible to make sure their opponents don't even get a chance to fight. And we can see already either the players are dead at the very least this time around, but Atby and Bulldog both down to half HP again already. Pillis is running out again. He's so far out the building. He's stepping up to try and find this connection onto the player on Rappel, who's still fighting that Thorn. Now some damage done in return. A lot of damage exchanged this time around, but the angles are getting a little tighter, a little rougher. And so we're starting to see some of these gunfights not fully pan out, just some chip damage going back and forth. So we're starting to understand where we're taking damage from, and I think that's a good sign. Meister's keeping everybody alive for about 1.5 minutes. This is the longest that everybody has been alive in the server for a round. So in round 3, Meister's slowing down the pace, understanding Nepomuk wants to go aggressive. And Nepomuk, though, they're fine with this as well. They're fine with peeking, and they're fine with not finding any picks, because that just means Meisters is staying outside the building scared.
Well, we are happy to see that. One thing I want to point out, I was completely wrong. Bulldog gets taken out. I was about to say there's a good chance of a swing, but there we go. The execution's actually coming out inside of Meisters, giving it a 3v4. Something I am happy to see, a rotate and a wide opening being made, though, which could actually be a risk here for the team. Now that means Mute has to pay attention not only to the rotate, but to the outside jump in. As Rexy does end up going down, the jump in through the piano comes, the execution is complete. And now here comes the collapse. It's all going to be down to Mute on site, and Claude coming up that staircase does spot. Hopefully, give a bit more of a call out. The detonation comes out to save Mute, but it's going to be risky. That's unfortunate.
All right, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. We're keeping everybody alive for a little bit. We're staying outside. And Nepomuk, they're getting aggressive. They want to be everywhere around the map. They're also fine with just holding the positions. And then suddenly, Meisters, on their timing, when they want to play the game, they start coming alive. They start getting active. They do some trading work. They start playing together, expecting people to be coming from angles, coming from flanks, turning around at the right moments, understanding where somebody might be on the map. That's good. This is so much better. This was a much better round. So I think we might now have a game on our hands. Meisters showing some signs of life. That's what I wanted to see.
That is what we wanted to see, and thank you to the Twitch chat. Meisters is apparently a Turkish roster players, so fair play. I was wrong, but I do need to see some more brain power coming out to this. That was a risky play by Nepomuk, which actually could have been corrected and used for bait. It was still a 2v3, so there's still a lot of chances where it could have went wrong. One thing I'm going to say, though, let's make this the rule. Don't make this the exception to it. Let's see Meister start punishing everything Nepomuk tries to do, using those long rotates, using that moment of, I guess, Castle just being a bit more premature with the shooting, and hopefully shut down anything they plan to do. Two things I want to ask you, just because our host isn't here. Is there anything you'd want to change about the Nepomuk playstyle in this case?
I think for now, I like it. In this previous round, it was just a question of not understanding when exactly the push came through. I don't really mind the playstyle. I think the primary issue was just didn't have information on one player, and from there everything unraveled and just kind of played a little too open on the map. Played with too many different angles, and it was just a question of the Meisters players not really peaking what Nepomuk were hoping they would peak. Which is, once again, it's an adaptation from Meisters, but we're right. It might be a fluke. We're right back to this. Pillis, he's gotten himself an opening pick again. It's another player outside the building dead. No Flores drones to speak of this round. The Roteros will not have any impact. And Nepomuk off to the usual start that they've had in the other 2 rounds. They've won, so I'm really hoping that Meisters start stopping to die to these aggressive plays. And at the moment, I mean, again, I'm seeing Nepomuk. They're ready. They want more fights. They want to get into more engagement. Rexy, you can see he was considering swinging that window as a player holding him on that library. The problem is Nepomuk, they are mechanically capable of winning some of these gunfights. They can go for some of these swings. And that's another thing that Meisters need to start doing. If they are getting swung this aggressively, you do have to eventually win some of these gunfights. It's still a shooter. Here comes the walk-in, gets punished by Neymar. Claude is there as well. It's another 2-for-1 trade. Neptunen find themselves at a heavy advantage. Bulldog down to low HP. So it's mostly going to be Hash who might have to do all of the work here. And they just kind of locked out of doing anything. Pillis finds another. It's another double for him in the round. Now Hash is all alone. Hash finds himself inside of Bar, but what is he going to do? He's getting collapsed upon. Neptunen is everywhere on this map, and it's now a 3-1.
It genuinely might be a situation of, you know what you have to do? Target people. Make sure to try and go for that surgical precision. Make sure if you are going to go off on your own, you're not going to run into Phyllis. Make sure you're always joining him. Because at this point, it's insane the stuff he can get away with and the phantom pressure he can cause. Again, big thing with Intel not being used from these two teams yet as much. Neptunen are getting away with it more because of the fact that they've got that unknown factors. And because of the fact Chile is not a massive map, but it's got enough space, rotate. It's got a good rate of flow. It's got a good retention. Big problems do come out, though. I'm not going to say it's a perfect map. It just needs to be punished more for the actual design of it. They can't keep letting Neptunen get away with this. One thing I'm going to ask you, though. When it comes to this, is there an operator or a strat that could actually solve this problem? Or is it all just down to these players?
I think a lot of outside aggression, a lot of players wanting to get in your face. The counter to that is just being able to punish it accordingly. You need to get information on it, and you need to either not swing the person if you're not confident you're going to win it, or you just need to start winning gunfights. At the end of the day, once again, it's a game of mechanics. Like, you're going for the swing on the player on the spawn peak. You should know he's going for this because he's always going for this. Pillis is looking outside the building 90% of the round, and you can see the player right there, and that's the problem. You're not punishing this aggression. You didn't die to it this time. That's, once again, the other option. You can choose to just not be exposed to those windows, but that means it takes you longer to get to the building. That means it takes longer for you to set up for anything. And I mean, eventually you have to take these gunfights anyway. A good opportunity to get close to the building quickly is a Monty, but that is banned. And once again, Pillis, he's just punishing players outside. He finds a player on that rappel. That's Sky's down. That's the ace down. That's one of your hard breachers gone. It is all of your hard breach gone because there's not even any can openers in any of the other players' hands. So now you have to try and take the whole map just going through the paths that already exist. Pillis, he's got his scanner out, and now he's starting to get floor banged. There was some information on him. He goes down to low HP, but once again, how is he allowed to get away with this? He's still alive. He finds himself in a prone position. There might be a player or a teammate potentially coming to back him up, and Pillis still wins the fight. He's 1 HP. You need to hit a bullet. But he finds the headshot again, and with the rate of fire on the P90, that's exactly what he needs. And here comes a few bullet holes, and he gets another. Pillis is running all over this team. You need to kill this guy. He is 1 HP. You have live information. At some point, you have to win the fight.
I brought it up as an idea of what other operators could solve the problem. I think the issue is now just bringing duplicates. It feels like they're losing too much. They need more, not even versatility. If you're going for one-man ace being trusted as the only person hard breaching and your entire plan revolves around that, stop it. Find something else, because right now their adaptability just isn't enough to challenge Neptunen. They got that one round, but they've been punished now for 2 rounds back to back. This is the final chance for them to get a 4-2 split. Don't get me wrong, that's fair, especially for a Chalet defense and attack. If it's a 4-2, you want it in your favor, but if Neptunen gets a 5-1, they can do so much freedom, so much trial and error testing, and punish so much with it. One of the things I do like to see is Neptunen's actually been the one that's changed their strategy a lot more often, whether it's just about rotates, whether it's about operational selection, even just Pillis choosing to be like, you know what, I'm going to bring Solace, and I'm actually going to focus on fire. I'm going to focus on gunplay. I'm not going to keep going with the same spawn because unless I absolutely have to, which he is getting away with, don't get me wrong. Default cameras do need to go out faster. A lot more intel has to be used, and that's just what has to become. 2 bars going for the spawn peak as well. If he gets this as well, I'm going to crash out.
He's going for it. Jumping out, doesn't find anybody over on that side of the map, but it's Pillis. You know, he's going to try again elsewhere. He doesn't find that first jump out, but you know, he's rotating around somewhere. He's trying to find somebody over on that library side, as it looks like Meisters, for the most part, is going to be approaching from that side of the map. And this time it looks like Hash into the building relatively quickly, but he has to worry about a player, I think Pillis now, who finds himself inside a basement. So once again, it's Pillis. You've got Hash over toward that blue staircase, and you've got Pillis down below him. So if Pillis can find the right timing, he can once again punish and shut down the round. You just need to isolate this player. You need to make sure he's gone. He's too much of too much of an unknown variable. You can't be leaving this guy running around. He's feeling himself. He's up 9-3. And at the moment, he's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Nepomuk on the opening engagements. And there we go. That's what you need. Hash. He pushes up. He finds the aggression from Pillis. He very aggressively goes up blue stairs, tries to see if he can get that Ash off of the information from the Clash that was feeding it to him. And he gets punished. That's the player down. Now you have an advantage. Now you can slow it down. And you can make sure you don't die outside the building. And as I say that, Rexy takes down Skies directly outside the building. And so we're back into a 4v4. That's the ace down. Those two morales are going to waste a decent bit more time. And if there's any sort of impacts to speak of, they might be able to get rid of those Selma charges. And that is going to make it very difficult for them to execute. Bulldog, he finds another one. Does find Neymar. And Appy is punching a player down below. Vinci finds another. And there we go. That's what you need. Now it's only down to the smoke. He finds himself in a 1v4. Bulldog is there for the trade. Meisters find another one of their rounds. This is heavily, heavily favored toward whoever can get the opening pick.
And agree more on the fact that as a 4-2 split for this rotation is exactly what Meister needed. I'm being honest, now we get to see how they come back. Rexy, fair play to him when it came to the camera work, fair play to him when it came to a lot of smart intel gathering and giving comms. Biggest problem, Bills used to be baited. Ash was prepped and ready for the fight. Burned on it because he knew Clash wasn't a real threat until she put down that shield, which is a lot slower now. With Denari and Grim gone, though, it looks like they're going to be answering with, hey, you've been using passive intel. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to no more passive intel and no more quick trap setups. That's going to be quite interesting since that's what Nepomuk used quite aggressively in the last round.
And here you can see kind of the reflection in playstyles. Nepomuk like using these operators, and they don't want their opponents to have access to these operators, and that's kind of thing that a lot of teams go for. It's something that they know how to play with well. It's not something they want to play against because they understand the potential. The problem here is if this isn't Meister's playstyle, these could be wasted bans. It's very much possible that Meisters weren't going to play either of these operators to begin with. That's always something you got to keep in mind. I think bans, you got to focus not on what you don't want to play against, but also just what your opponents might be good with. You need to take some power away from them. But I mean, with Nepomuk, with how they've played so far, I think they're heavily just relying on gunplay. And like you mentioned, on that passive information gathering. And so I think they're just going to bring some roam clear. You can see it. Pillis is still sticking on that Deimos. And they're probably just going to try and clear these Meisters players out one by one. The question is, does Meisters do something as aggressive as Nepomuk did? Is this going to be a game where both halves are going to be very aggressive, where both teams are going to try and deny space? Or are we going to see some more standard siege where, Nepomuk takes some map control, Meisters try to delay time? Because if we're doing that, I think Nepomuk have a very good chance to once again disrupt the pacing. If Meisters want to slow play this, there's a chance Nepomuk can just try to find even what just looks like a gap. It might not even be a gap, but if it looks like a gap and Nepomuk go for it, with enough manpower, you can make one.
Well, you're right about that, but one thing that...
Oh, there's the run out.
I was going to say, I was expecting it. I was like, is it going to happen? Is Deimos going to be able to catch this person on the run out after they've tried the attempt? Which is very likely. He's the only one in the building for now, but it's Pillis. That's one of the big points of it. If this person can get away with so much free real estate, with so little intel, it could be huge. And as Harsh has found as well, we have to go for a quick rotate to see who they can go for the pinch. Here's the biggest problem. Can Jaeger find the Zofia? Oh, Warden loses his life.
Drone has slipped past two players. That's allowed to feed so much information to the Sophia, who's now allowed to go for a swing. And Skies goes out wide, does some damage, and then gets cut down. So the Sophia is allowed to just enter the building, able to find one kill. And Appy is up in an aggressive position as well. He has an idea of a player potentially going up the staircase. The problem is, in the meantime, his other teammate has been isolated. So now he's the only one left over here. There might be an expectation that he's here now. And yep, you can see it. The Deimos is looking the right way. Pillis is expecting this fight to come out. And this is going to force Appy to back off. There was a potential for him to maybe shoot somebody in the back, to maybe go for a flank, but he overstays his welcome. He doesn't help his teammates enough, and there's nobody else around to back up Hash. And so, once again, they get picked off one by one. They're not playing together enough, and Nepinen is winning the important gunfights. And we're not shooting drones. We're missing these drones. This is so much free information for Nepinen.
It was a Twitch drone as well, so that's a lot of utility burned, gone. But now this Deimos being the biggest threat. The nades do come out, and Frost has to try to leave Ghost for the shots, but she's not going to get away from it without taking a few shots damage. He does get into the next adjacent room, but
yeah,
that Vendetta is so strong and so dominating. But now it's a 2v5. A clutch can come out, but flashbangs are first. Everyone's jumping in. You're looking for any sort of cover or bait. They've taken over one side of the site, and you're missing your shots, Bulldog, so you're getting bid out. And now
look at that.
Yep.
Nepinen, they're all together. They're all
1v4.
Like Appy is in a 1v5, and you can see everybody on Nepinen come alive at the same time. Everybody's suddenly swarming all over Solar, swarming into that side of the bomb site, into bathroom as well. You could see everybody on the map. Just that whole half lit up with blue silhouettes on our screen. Everybody on Nepinen is playing together. They understand their win condition. Now it's just take map control, push forward. You know where this last guy has to be. He has to be somewhere on the other half of the site, either in Piano or toward that other bomb site, somewhere deep, maybe playing toward half wall. And so they all move together. They just push as one cohesive unit forward. They play aggressive, but they also know how to play close together aggressively. They're just all pushing from the same side. And that's working out exceptionally well for them as they push themselves up to a very important round lead. 3 rounds ahead now, 5-2. 1 more for a match point, 2 more to take the game. And Meisters is this is already looking pretty dire for them. Once again, we're in BO1. This is a single elim. If you lose the next 2 rounds, it's done for you in this first qual. You have to come back for the next one.
I'm happy to say that this one does not have a donut in it, but it does have some good intel for these teams. Whether you're taking it as a reflective, hey, this was an attempt from Meister to learn about today. Yes, they got unlucky fighting a team like Nepinen, but it's good experience. There's so much more to gather from this. I do like to see the spawn pick come out, but you've lost the fight. I was about to praise him. I was literally about to praise him. I seen him take the first 2 shots, landing perfectly, and then nothing else. That's so unfortunate.
There's the difference. Once again, I feel like Appy wasn't doing anything different than Nepinen was, other than the fact that he didn't find the kill. And I think that's not down to how he jumped out. That's not down to what decision he made. It's just down to not hitting the shot. And I think that's a big difference maker for these 2 teams at the moment. Once again, this is not to discredit Meisters. The 2 rounds that we've seen out of them have been them just strategically taking map control, finding an opening pick, and from there snowballing immediately into a victory. And there's nothing that Nepinen could do about it. As soon as Meisters have a man advantage, it's a complete washout. The problem is they're not winning some of these gunfights. Nepinen is beating them on gunfights that absolutely should not favor them. And that's where you got to give credit to Nepinen. They're winning the fights. They're playing better mechanically, and at the moment, that's enough to carry them through a lot of these rounds because it's just the very slight it tips the scales in their favor.
Couldn't agree more, but Phyllis having so much free real estate, half of the map already being controlled by the attackers, means that Nepinen can just walk in freely. We'll have to crouch through that door, but as the pre-fires do come out, almost having a great chance to take out Rexy, there's a big amount of intel that's just not being gathered or used upon right now. They know where they're coming from. Vigil is below. He has free real estate down there. He could go for the flank. Just waiting for anyone to push through. But as Rexy gets taken out, so does Bulldog. A quick trade, though. Fight is being pushed upon. It's not over yet as Neymar gets another one. Takes out Skies. All down to this. And as that Gone 6 comes out, destroys the shield, Ash goes down and is quickly executed. Comes a 2v2. Neymar not having the same HP as Vin, but it's close. It is going to be a situation of, do you push in? Do you go for the plant and try to turtle it? Or do you try to punish? Yes, they do. But Neymar gets taken out and shut down. It's up to Monty hiding behind the site. He's got his pistol out. He doesn't have his shield out. So it's just up to the gun skill. He's down 1, but he's not confirmed the kill. He just needs to land 1 more shot. It's literally 1 bullet's all he needs. And that's it.
Doesn't get the plant down. Will now try to attempt it again at a second opportunity. Hash starting to push forward. Falls off of it, and here comes the swing, and he's allowed to get away with it. Neponin. It is a 2v1 against a Monty. It is a player with a pistol and a shield on his back. You just have to swing him together, get that kill. But there's individual fights going on. You're not able to connect the shots. It's just down to a gunfight. It's down to several gunfights that don't go right for Meisters in this round. There was opportunities for them to win this because, again, they were doing a rather default setup and it was working for them. They had everybody on the attacking side slowly walk into them because there's no other way to approach the side. They couldn't really pick it apart from the backside or from down below. There was an opportunity. They just had to go through the breach. And that cost them a lot of players and a lot of manpower. The problem is Neponin is allowed to win gunfights they shouldn't. I feel like I'm repeating myself here. This is just down to gunfights. Neponin is allowed to win things they're not supposed to, and that leaves them now on match point.
Couldn't agree more. Especially with what we're seeing now, it's a massive decline, in my opinion, of like, they had such rapid advancement. They kept getting better and better. Yes, certain mistakes were being made, but that sprinting against the Monty when you're in a 1v1, you know you have less than 1 HP, and you know he's only got a pistol. Even if you're trying to be sneaky with it, trying to get close, force to stop with the plant, and then carry on. Even if you continued the plant, it wouldn't have been more or less of a risk. And that drone was spotted.
Please.
Didn't we need to waste a full mag on that, mate?
Pull down your mouse.
I think it's on controller.
This is mean, but like pull down your mouse. This is like the third time I've seen someone almost not get a drone because they're full autoing a drone. Like you aim at the drone and you click on it. You don't have to full auto it with your entire magazine. And if you do, pull down the mouse. There's recoil in this game. This is what Neponin is fighting against, and that's why they're winning these engagements. There's players on Meisters that are not choosing how to engage with gunfights properly. I think that's what it comes down to. It's just you got to focus on where you want to take your fights, how you want to take them, and pulling down your mouse. That's what it's down to. And Neponin is simply doing that better because they put their crosshair on the enemy and they click.
You say pull down and click, and we finally get to see it. But here's the biggest problem. We're seeing the side of Phyllis be able to walk in, first floor dining room.
There
already.
We go. See, he's capable of it. Bulldog, you can do this.
That is true, but big problems do need to have bigger solutions. One such thing being a very simple point. As you can see, they've walked in. Free real estate, they've got so much room. Now all the utilities can be burned. Ash getting taken out from below, taking a good chunk of damage. This Ash, as long as she can get the peak, she might actually be able to get the punish here. Nope, Bulldog gets shut down, and here comes the pinch. Ash gets taken out. Namor goes down. Skies gets a quick refrag, but Blood finds Skies. So it's a 4v2 with defenders with not a lot of utility, but Atpi's got the brains and the gun skill and is lucky enough to take out Phyllis. So it's a 3v2, just equalizing and saving those 1v1s.
All right, Phyllis overstays is welcome. Appy there to punish. Good response out of Meisters. The problem is this Monty is feeding a lot of information over, but Appy, actually, he punishes. There's that headshot. The fire rate out of the SMG-12. Good to connect with that headshot. Important player to take out. The Monty gets way too aggressive. Claude is there with the trade, though, and that leaves Vinci all alone. Still a C4 in pocket to play with. And that Vector is a killer gun. Once again, you just got to find the headshots. There's an opportunity to do something. With that fire rate, the C4 connects. It's one player, but no! The mirror window is gone. Claude connects right through it. And that's immediately the match point converted. There's no opportunity. It was close this round. There was a fight back starting to come out of the side of Meisters, but Neponin, I mean, across the board, once again, just a huge difference mechanically to their opponents. They walk away with this victory. And they'll find some opponents who might match up against them better in the following round.
I'm hoping so. I do have two things I want to talk about. The return to sender trade when it came out from a smoke for a C4. That's a pretty good trade in my opinion. But something that we do got to point out. Players did really well. Got to be expecting a few small alteration and changes as we're going forward into the next match because of what we've seen so far. One, the skill level is going to keep increasing. That also means we're going to see longer, yet better, and feistier matches come out. Two things I want to say. One, please be prepared for spawn peaks, and if you can get away with it, punish it, go for it. expect the best from what you're playing against, and understand, hey, changing up the tempo isn't always a bad thing. They actually got really good strength out of it when it came to slowing down the playstyle, taking it all the way to that 30 seconds. Normally, I don't recommend it, but they were able to punish Sneppinen for that on several occasions. So, let's hope they can do well more in the next round. I do believe either we'll get our host back in here or we'll go for a lovely break as we head to match 3. just with the second. Smith is there to finish it off. Clash has been turned back. It's down to the quite as well.
Welcome back to the Voltage Series qualifiers. We are live for our third matchup of the day. We'll be having MDS versus John Terry. And if we can pull up the map bands here, we'll be going to a map that both my Star Dragon and Reaper here, my good friends on the broadcast, really like. We'll be going over to Labs for the second time today, actually.
Yay. Let me tell you something. No. Why? But can't we have something else? I want one new map every game. Fine, I'll take the break we had on Chalet as a gift. But now as we continue on to what's probably going to be a day of 12 Night Havens in a row, you like to see it a little bit because it's just Clubhouse but with a shiny piece of paint on it. So, I mean this in the best way. I can't wait to see it. I love seeing John Terry play before, so I don't think too much has changed recently. Do you guys have any information I should know about?
I don't know if I can give you much on the players. I'm just looking forward to seeing Labs again. We're back to Labs. And I'm hoping that, as we progress into the bracket once again, we've had two blow-ups on the coverage here, two blowouts rather. Two games that were rather one-sided because, again, early days in the bracket, you're going to get matchups that are just going to filter out a lot of the teams. We're going to have Some of them were prominent suspects, having some games to warm up, having a few games to just get into the groove of things before we got the later matchups, before we got all the survivors continuously getting matched up against each other. So now that we find ourselves, a couple rounds deep, MDS, they're coming hot off a game where they beat Penta. I'm not sure if I remember who John Terry beat, but we find ourselves a little deeper in the bracket. Maybe we can get some closer games. Maybe we can get some back and forth. I want to see both teams really have a shot at maybe winning this instead of it being a clear-cut picture after like 3 rounds. Yeah, okay. It looks like it's going to be this team. I want some back and forth. I want it to look like MDS is going to take it, and then out of nowhere, John Terry is going to bring all the big guns out, is going to start playing lights out Siege. That's what I want to see.
I just spite they're going to turn off the monitor this match. They're going to be like, oh, what are we looking at?
Well, as I told you in the pre-show here, interesting things and comebacks is what I live for personally inside of Siege, and I do hope we'll get an interesting game. Well, that's it. All I have to say actually here. I'll let you gentlemen take it away as we head into the labs. Enjoy, have a good game. We'll see you after the game.
See you in a bit. Well, as we head back to the lovely, overly hot island map of Night Haven Labs, don't get me wrong, it's still one of my favorites. It's just a bit too hot for me. We need that AC fixed right away, and we need to see what these players have planned. Hopefully, something a bit more interesting. Hopefully, a bit more of a direct push, some nice strongholds, RAM being used to the perfect executions. Because if not, I'm going to be surprised. As Mira and Monty both banned, Monty's the surprising one for that, because as I can tell you directly, John Terry is known for using shields.
Yeah, we did see one Monty ban come out in the earlier game on Chalet. I think it was Nepinen who didn't want to go up against that operator, and the rest of this, very bog standard. We see a Kaid Ace. We've seen a lot of this today. And once again, this time around, the Mira, again, coming out earlier, not being allowed to stay in rotation for a couple rounds before getting banned out. Instead, we're going to get rid of her directly. We're going to leave the Bandit open. And this time around, also, once again, a sign of maybe moving deeper in the bracket. Bandit's open. And it's immediately getting picked up by MDS. They do want to bring it out. It's an operator that can get you a lot of value. It can make it so tedious to open up these walls. It means you have to take vertical control. And it means you have to spend more time on it. And they're going to make John Terry waste some time.
I actually do have a weird question for you. Now that Zofia has been buffed and she's got a lot more lethality when it comes to the underground takes, weird question. Do you see Zofia being a lot more lethal to the underground play than compared to somebody like a Deimos?
If you have better information, I think Zofia is an operator that there's a lot more moving parts to it. She's a little bit more difficult to use. It's more complex than Deimos. But with Deimos, you can get a track, and you can somewhat consistently, if the opponent doesn't move right away, if they're not playing it smart, if they don't know how to play around the Deimos effectively, you might be able to get a pick. But with Zofia, if you have the right information, if you have the yellow ping, that's boom, boom, and the player's dead. And there's no counterplay. So Zofia is just... she becomes a much more powerful operator, but a little more difficult to use. That's the trade-off. You got to get it right. With Deimos, there's a bit more leeway. You hit a couple bullets, you don't immediately kill the person, they reposition, you get another try. With Zofia, it's you use those and then they're gone. And I think that's the huge difference that sets them apart. And we can see, both Deimos and Zofia coming out. There's a lot of focus, I assume, that's going to be brought onto a verticality for the side of John Terry. And I'm hoping that they maybe get some value out of both of them.
Well, I'm going to hold you to that, as Deimos has 4 of the defenders tracked now, meaning that intel, free real estate, the ability just to push in and frag out of your mind if you go below, all very viable, all very strategic sets can be started. Main focus is going to be this Bandit. If he can survive long enough just counter pick and play, they can leave the entire left-hand side of this map, sorry, the entire west side of this map completely open. They don't have to worry about it. But as the jump into electrical does come out, Darko's going to take a lot of damage, but he's going to survive. That means it's high risk, high reward time, whether or not Fenrir is going to choose to pick this angle or just wait for the play.
Dodges that C4 exceptionally well. Does still take some damage, but being alive is the most important thing. Clears out the FNAT. Allows everything to be cleared out. Now a return is going to give the information over. All right, this wall is closed as well. They're probably going to try and go for a bandit trick here. We did hear an MP7 earlier. It was a different person's MP7, and it looks like there's another C4 coming out from Hazen. He's going to try and see if he can connect that at the right time, and it will come out correctly. This one will not miss, and that's the great opportunity of redundancy. That's why you bring multiple C4s, because now you've used 2, you've done damage, you've killed another, and Roth still has another one to use later on if he gets a chance. The shotgun, the super shorty coming out of Hazen as well, cuts down whatever was left of Sarko, so maybe him getting tagged out by that C4 ends up mattering in some way. And Roth is down below, will throw a C4 out as well. This is going to force the player to back off, will allow Roth to maybe go for a cross. So again, the utility is coming out with purpose for every single engagement. Even if you're not throwing it to connect the kill, you're throwing it to cross. And there we go. Roth, he finds the double down below, cuts down everybody on the side of John Terry. And it looked like it was going all right. It looked like Terry was taking some map control, and then it just all fell apart. MBS, great util usage.
That sort of moment where you're expecting certain changes, but I wasn't expecting a perfect turtle strat. Literally, how I'd like to call it, flawless, yes. Certain mistakes, such as before hitting the door frame, but it still worked as the deterrent. It was enough as that, oh, this person's running away, they've just wasted some utility, they're probably going to go back to site. And that distraction was enough to absolutely punish 2 players of John Terry, which, don't get me wrong, MDS do have a lot to do. Making Your Destiny was the old roster for MYD, but these players are showing what it should have been, and I love to see it. John Terry, though, does have a few things they can fix up. They already know this. 0 kills across the board. Not for the lack of attempting, but because of giant glaring gaps in strategy. In the case of, hey, Sarko got into electrical. He needed to hold it, make sure his team were able to clear in, and hopefully go for the direct push. C4s, you know, as a bandit, so he can always bring a C4. You always had to be prepared for that, especially when there's enough people to actually watch and hopefully go for the shots. There's a lot of things that should be done. But that's all in hindsight. Going into this round, we are going to basement, which I love, especially for an attack. When you have Thermite, you've got their Kevi, so that means impact, EMPs, and just going crazy with as much utility as you can. I'm a bit more concerned about the spawn peak that might come out, though.
We'll see if there's some early aggression out of MDS coming hot off of that Chalet game. I don't blame you. We've been seeing a lot of that. But I think MDS is going to kind of play it close to their chest. They're playing over toward first floor a lot. They're waiting for Sarko to approach inward to maybe get some tracks down with that gadget in the hands of Snake with that tracker. Have to wait and see. Heavy, he's up above, got the opportunity to maybe do some of the verticality with those ram boogies. And I mean, you can see he's entering from top floor. There might be one of the rams used all the way on top floor before moving down to first. This is going to create some very, very long angles. Sarko doesn't have the right utility. Will have to manually break this castle barricade, so that's a little bit of time wasted. MDS, good util usage again. Even just placing down castle barricades is costing their opponents a bit of time. Here comes the swing, takes a lot of damage, does deal some back to Sarko, and will choose to back off. Both players allowed to, fight another day. And with that first engagement out of the way, a minute and 30 off the board. And Roth, once again, he's been able to find a huge double in the previous round. And this time around, he's the one to open things up. And MDS, once again, off to a good start. Still no kills out of Terry. And that's the first one. Not another flawless round. Suspendo is going to get one. Puts it back into a 4v4. And this is the attackers showing signs of life. This is the attackers coming into the game as well. Now, some keep it barriers to try and block back up what was open up on the vertical angles. And it looks like Suspendo might be stuck. I'm not sure, but Sarko is pushing down in the meantime. And Text is also set up to maybe go for a crossfire there, return up above as well. Just trying to create as many angles as possible. Roth, he finds another. Here comes the vertical play. There's a lot of damage that return takes, actually, as Roth is just running away while getting tracked. He doesn't want to be part of any of this. Suspendo now moving in, seeing if he can go for a plant. But here comes the first C4. We'll have to back off. Does avoid that C4 perfectly well. The problem is now they have no more verticality. They have no vertical control. Text has to do all of the coverage alone, and I think they might have to go deep. There's another hack going on. Sami is getting called, and they're just getting chipped away at health here. They know where both of these last two attackers are, so it has to be a Hail Mary play out of these two. They have to move in. They've got 20 seconds, and now Suspendo, he vaults through, does get cut down. The smoke isn't wide enough to cover that angle as well. and MDS, they know where their opponents are. They cut them down as well. Better round out of John Terry, but still not enough, as MDS is doing really well in their defenses.
I'm not going to say that was as smooth. If Mute wasn't able to go for that rotate upstairs, that could have went wrong for them. But John Terry still showing us a good bit of fight. That 2-0 scoreline not looking too nice for us as we hope. But again, we could see a lovely 6-0 defense, 6-0 defense back-to-back. We just have to wait and see, because that's this sort of map. It takes a lot more utility, a lot more rafters holding, and a lot more, I'm going to say, coordination between teammates just to get through with anything. Here's the thing I've also got to think about quite a bit. This map is just cut off into sections, whether you're counting off as floors and layers, you're counting it off as, hey, how much real estate do we want to give up in that 3-minute mark? How much real estate do you want to give up in the 2, down to the 1? And it feels like MDS is just doing that on their own. They're literally getting pushed at certain points and then deciding, you know what? We've sectioned this off already. You don't have to focus on it too much. Let's just keep our players alive. Keep rotating back and retreating. But that also is a big risk that we have seen with these players. Let's see if Spawn Peak's going to occur, or if this, I'm hoping Bandit stays alive to get that wall saved and closed.
Yeah, and another thing is MDS are not just playing around the segments of the map, but around the connecting pieces of it. They understand that there are a few small rooms, like, for instance, E-Box over there, or like we saw on the first floor with the staircase that leads down into basement. They know how to segment off individual connecting pieces, and they have control of that. They will get challenged there, and they will, on their own time and on their own pacing, and when they decide to, they will give up control of that just to take it back from somewhere else later. And I think they've been doing a really good job of that. They understand how to control the map, how to control the flow of the map, and John Terry is having a hard time breaching through that and able to find any picks to maybe dismantle MDS. They're staying very composed. And I think that's troublesome for Terry, because they're not finding any really big gaps. There are gaps, but they're difficult to exploit because MDS is playing it close to their chest. So you can see it. Here comes a bit of a swing. Aki knows to back off. It was only a shoulder that could really be seen. So now Aki has the information that there's a player. He can play close with the shotgun now. He can readjust. There's teammates that are playing somewhere deep behind him. They might have an opportunity to try and help with this as well. Roth uses the utility, catches that C4, and now Aki can aggress. Now Aki can retake that spot. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. He retakes a position that he gave up previously. He finds himself in there, and he gives it up on his own time. Here comes a cross. There's a player backstabbing. Aki finds him, helps his teammate. Tex goes down as well. Suspendo now has to try and push forward from Electrical. He finds the first, a bit of an aggression. Don't expect that many players on this side of the map. Heavy might be recoverable, but no, he will get cut down as well. And MDS, once again, it's perfect precision. It is scalpel precision map control.
What is it called? Siege timing. Thank you. My brain just, it's fixing itself, but it's also confused with how that all occurred. One, it was a split push. Looking at it, how it was supposed to be built was coming back and collapsing in. They got a lot of utility and made a lot of open points, knowing that top floor control is essential. And now that Bandit and Thermite are now gone, yeah, it's going to become a bit more difficult for the side of the attackers, in my opinion, because of the fact that, yes, Ace and Thermite gone, Kai and Bandit gone. Bandit was a key linchpin that gave MDS a lot of rounds, but he was always being taken out early, or at least wasn't always using his ability to trick. In this case, the wall was destroyed upstairs. It was very quick and clean for these players to push. Now, they're focusing on, when wall gets opened, we do this, and we're going to execute and punish for it. Something John Terry, I'm hoping, has an answer to this question of, how do they solve this problem? How many more players are going to have to eat their donuts? Because still Herbie, Return, and Sarko have to get their foot back in this game.
Yep, it's still early days. Again, it's 3 confident rounds out of MDS. We had a flawless. So there's a round where nobody on the side of Terry was able to contribute. So we've effectively played 2 rounds where Terry have been trying to get kills. So it's early days. It's not too important to look at the individual kills, because I mean, everybody is negative. That's what you have to look at. Nobody is positive here. There's not a standout player who's like finding a solo multi-kill and somehow the team is still throwing the round away. It's not like there's a standout performance. The entire team is running up against the wall. The wall is called MDS. The wall is called Roth specifically, who has been having a lot of impact every single round. He finds a C4 kill, he finds multi-kills, he knows how to use his util, and again, Aki's playing like a ping pong ball. You can't catch the guy. It's so impossible. It's absolutely impossible to try and pin this guy down anywhere. At least in that previous round. So we just need to see John Terry bringing out something. Maybe put one of the MDS players into a spot of bother. Maybe just cut somebody down early. But again, Ruff, he goes for a peek outside. He goes for a bit of a challenge, but he doesn't commit to it. He's just going for info. There's a bit of an information peak, doesn't overstay his welcome, immediately goes back. And MDS have been doing a lot of that. Again, all on their own conditions, on their own terms. They're not taking any fights against their will. As I say that, Sarko does find the opening pick onto the Azami. That is the Kiba Architect going down on that Rafters control, and there's some aggressive play coming out. Text is pushing forward, taking that Rafters control. Now maybe establishing a crossfire. Here comes that C4. Very well placed. Will do a decent bit of damage. Thanks to that shield, Text still alive. Here comes a bit of a swing. Sarko not able to find that either. And finally, we can see Terry. They've got some map control. They've got some fight in them. Aizen, though, finds the trade. Back into a 4v4. Now Hebi is there. He finds himself on the board now, finally. Aki, he finds one. Again, he's going back and forth. Roth with the shotgun. It's 6-0 for him in the round. Another C4 to come out. These C4s are relentless. Text, he cannot dodge them all. He cannot tank them all. There is too many to deal with, and now Hebi is all alone.
Here's the thing. I can believe in him as much as possible, but the Sophia has the utility. Yes, not the life expectancy for it, apparently, as Aki does choose to go for the swing. I'm going to say, it's an unfortunate moment when both players understand the strength of the drop shot and using that Kiba barrier to their fullest advantage. It's just unfortunate. It's a 4-0 situation. We've got 2 more rounds. John Terry needs that 4-2 split, because if MDS is this strong when it comes to this precision, they're really good when it comes to that execution of it. I'm just hoping John Terry, because it's not going to be a good shout when MDS start on their attack. Flash is being brought with a full amount of utility range. Mute being brought to keep those walls somewhat closed for a while. Main focus, though. How do you fix? Is this an operator problem, or is this an internet problem, apparently?
I'm wondering which one. As you've mentioned, there was players with donuts on the board, but now Sarko, Hebi, they've both come alive in the previous round. It's only Return now who has yet to find the board, but again, it's the team across the board, right? The player with the most kills is Suspendo, and he has 2. There's been 4 rounds, and the top frag on the side of John Terry is below everyone except Anarchizer. And I think Anarchizer has had like 3 gunfights. And that's basically it. So MDS is doing a good job of controlling the pace, is not allowing anybody on John Terry to pop off, anybody to get any more than 1 kill at a time. And it's that strict positioning that Terry somehow have to break through. The problem is Aki is still here. Aki just is feeling himself as well at the moment, and he takes down Text. That's the sledge off the board. That's some of your util gone. That's a lot of your soft destruction gone. You now need to rely on that RAM. There is some redundancy brought. We are seeing good operator lineups, but how do you do this? Oh, there's a Kiba barrier. Aki was not expecting Sarko to be this close. Now, this is the kind of gap that you're looking for. Suddenly, MDS is caught out in a spot where they're not expecting you. And so you can see that they can bleed. And if it bleeds, you can kill it. So Terry, they have an opportunity now. They find themselves back into even ground. They know potentially where this clash is going to be coming from. She should be very loudly announcing herself. And the castle is coming up behind her to follow up on that as well. Now there's a lot of destruction going on the first floor. And they're just going to try and see if they can slow down the pace, if they can maybe do some damage. And you can see Sarko is just waiting for people to push. He has a feeling.
It is something you have to worry about, especially in the moment where it's Zofia, it's Snake, and so much more. Sarko gets taken a beautiful kill, but now we have the problem of Cass has to try to retreat. That UMP is not going to be a strong enough weapon to keep you alive, sadly. A 2v4 quickly rushing down into sight now. Hopefully the claps can come out as it is a 2v4, but with 2 players still on site, a lot of utility and a lot of fire to be burned, E4's impacts, and so much more still left on the table. I'm hoping MDS can hold out for this, but John Terry finally using it their brains are being used. They're finally finding massive gaps and they're making their own space. Big issues are still coming through though. That was the impact finally used, looking for the Rams to make sure that they can hold the pressure for it. But in 40 seconds, things are going to have to get electric as Roth does get taken out by the hole he made, and that's unfortunate.
Sarko finds himself a very important double inside of this round. He goes down to very low HP, will get cut down by the mute. This does leave the mute in a 1v3. Plant is starting to come down as well. It comes out deep inside of the other side, so the C4 will connect with nothing. It actually gets stuck on the ceiling as well. Doesn't find the player up above either, and now there's a big crossfire happening. There we go. That's kind of what we wanted to see out of the attack. And there's Terry just reading correctly into a round, reading correctly into the play, isolating where Aki is, and from there taking an important piece of map control, taking one of those connector rooms, taking that staircase over toward cargo. That is exactly the map control that they needed. And you could see that MDS did not want to lose it. They wanted the control back, and they were willing to commit 2 players to it. The Clash gets isolated, the Clash gets taken down by the Zofia, and from there, the Castle's just isolated. The Castle can try to go for a gunfight. Maybe if he finds a headshot, he could still turn that around, but it's a difficult fight to take. And it's just Terry setting themselves up for success. And they don't overcommit immediately. They take that control, they kill both of these players, and then they slow it down again. They have vertical control. They know what their win condition is. They know they need to get inside a site and plant. They know that one player is all the way deep inside of sight, so they don't want to overstay. They want to make sure they can clear Roth out because they have all these vertical angles. Roth has way too much to worry about, and from there they're converted into a good round. So they're not playing too anxious. They're not playing too antsy. They're still understanding what their win conditions are and how they can play this properly. Even now that they finally found themselves in a condition where they can win. In a condition where they do get some map control and get to dictate how the round goes. And I like to see that because now we've seen it out of both teams. I want to see some more out of that from Terry because as you mentioned, Drago, we want to get that 4-2 split. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to claw that game back on the other half.
And agree more. A big function though I'm kind of seeing now. But that one, John Terry actually had a lot more intel. Maybe it is an intel issue again, but I don't think so. I think this one might just be the fact that John Terry are they're trying to predict, and that's a big issue. They're not being as flexible as they should. They're not expecting the unexpected and trying to punish it. And as you can see, with that giant hole down below, they can now catch up with the intel. They're seeing, hey, we might actually have a player already in basement. Be prepared for a gunfight. Or the Solace. He was the one that opened it, but he wasn't there paying attention to the entire time. And that's one of the main focuses you got to remember with this game. Intel, punish what you can. And if Sarko and Aki meet, I'm not sure who's going to win that fight.
Aki loves these rooms. He's sitting on cargo stairs again. It's like, this is his domain. This is where he likes hanging out. This is where Aki spends most of his time. And you can see that he's a player that's focused on playing these power positions, and he's doing so far, like he's been doing that very, very well. The question is, how long can he waste time here? How much can he get active? Is he going to get challenged or ignored by Zarko? Zarko has kind of been tasked with doing some of the roam clearing. Heavy will come in to help from the other side as well now. You can see that they're both coming in for a pinch, but they have to worry about Roth as well, who also finds himself sitting over on that first floor here. And Anarchizer's here to back that up as well. So you can see, the chess piece is starting to fall into place. You can see everybody start setting up. And at some point, we're going to start seeing these chess pieces take one another. We're going to start seeing some utility trades. And the question is, who comes out on top on that? Sarko gets the first. There's a trade from Aki. So once again, Aki in these positions is able to find some value, takes down the Zofia. In the meantime, Sarko does find the first on the roam clear. Now they have to deal with Roth as well. They've managed to scare the player off into basement, so now they're hunting down Aki. The question is, can you find this player in a reasonable time frame and without exposing yourself to Roth? Once again, Aki is kind of running in a direction where he can maybe get some help, but actually Sarko, he finds Azen. That's a player through verticality. That's a player completely uninvolved with the play downstairs who now gets cut down, and there we go. Good crossfire text. Hunting down Heavy there with the crossfire. They find that player. Now it's 30 seconds, but it is a 4v2. It is a huge advantage for Terry. They just need to make sure that they're pushing together. They're not getting caught out by these vertical angles. They've already killed one from here. They should be expecting another. Roth is able to find the first, should be able to connect with the second, and now it's starting to fall apart again. Roth, 8-1. He's so huge in these rounds. Now they're trying to hunt the player upstairs with like 8 seconds on the clock, and Roth is just unkillable. It's another multi-kill from Roth, and no, it will be a 5-1 half, and it will be MDS taking a dominant lead on this map.
And as we get that round switch, please understand that nobody was expecting that. Nobody, especially not the players of MDS, because they had it as a 4-2. They thought, okay, we may end up losing this round. Let's just try to bring the aggression, and we keep site clear as best we can and really go for the retake. But they've seen it, they tracked it, and they shot it. And in this case, we have Snake and Kide being taken off the board because they understand the strength of Snake, and they cannot let that slide. They used it on their case a lot. Bandit and Deimos gone as well. Target bans, making sure no electrification, but also no hunting. And I completely agree with that. If it wasn't for the factor of Mira's been allowed through, Kubrow is still here, Smoke, Thorn, and so much more. I'm now more concerned because we're attacking second floor. Will we get to see a lot of 6-picks coming out from side of MDS? I think so.
Another thing I'm worried about is John Terry finding themselves on the half switch now on defense. They understand that roam clearing is very important on this map. They were trying to do their best of it on their attacking half with mixed results because, again, MDS not even just playing around roams, but also playing around power positions. Incredibly difficult to clear, even if you know they're there. And so roam clearing doesn't help you if it's just information gathering. You also need to actually find a way to flush them out. It doesn't matter if that's with utility or if that's with setting up a gunfight that's unfavorable for your opponent. There's some way that you got to clear out that player. And so Terry is banking on the fact that, they want to take a lot of the roam clear out of the game. Now, the question is, the Monty was left open. Roth briefly picked into it, decided to go over to the Blitz because I think MDS were trying to just do the usual Monty play. They were just going to go for some map control, but I think they decided maybe we can pick up the pace. Maybe we can do this a bit quicker. There's a Blitz and a Glass in play. This is looking like this might be execute focused. This might be just a play together. So I think that there's a plan in mind. And the question is, can Terry disrupt that, or can they somehow counterplay with utility at the right moment? Because otherwise, they might find themselves dumbfounded the moment MDS try to go for an execute. So they have to be really careful about this now. They've chosen to get rid of the roam clearers, and MDS's counter to that is we're not going to roam clear. We're just going to hit site really damn hard.
Well, you said getting hit. I was going to say, you said letting this get hit really damn hard. We lose 2 players, Ram and also Tubra, but Sarko's the one who ends up getting taken out. Lucky for them, they are able to breach the wall in some fashion. So, not completely open, but it is enough. It's enough to give them some sort of leeway. Biggest problem I can see right now is, will Mira be able to catch the Nomad as she tries to swing this door to give some free real estate?
They're really worried about the splits pushing in, and now Aki is able to just walk into rafters, able to find the first, somebody overstepping, doesn't quite find the headshot, and the blitz is rotated around. Lightning fast, Roth has gone the other way. Immediately there's a smoke to push him back again. That smoke babe coming out at the right time. Heavy using his utility to just buy some time to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed on site. There's some more yellow pings coming in. There's good information on the side of Heavy, on the side of Terry. And now it looks like Return is going to push forward to try and see if he can take that fight. But no, 2 players go down. Roth is able to shoot one in the back. Heavy now all alone finds that first player prone. Doesn't find the headshot. Aki just goes down low to the floor. And MDS find themselves another round. This is how you attack. They bring some aggression. They say, who cares about the roam clear? We're just going to go for sight. And it was the right play. They find the perfect counter. If you ban all the operators to roam clear, I mean, just go sight. Just go sight.
There's a term. It's made by a company who likes to make the same game 6 times. It just works, I believe. I think that's their motto. And at the moment, MDS is living by that rule. 1 round did not go right for them, and they said somebody get the hammer and we're hitting this nail in extra hard. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Fendo so prepared for the Nomad, but when going for the swing, could not land the shots. Instead of anybody choosing, hey, we're going to use the smoke canisters to make our own makeshift barrier, and we're just going to reinforce the wall, force them to waste another piece of utility, they decided no. I'm actually kind of concerned because of the fact of how this team has been setting up. John Terry have given themselves a good chance at a comeback, and I need to see them make the most out of it. And the problem is, we still got one more set of bans to go. If they end up falling too hard on a single operator, and then they could just end up losing it. So let's see what they can do as we get MDS locked in with Buck, Thermite, Nomad, Blackbeard, and Monty. And for John Terry, we have Suspendo on Mira. We've got Legion, Denari. We have Thorn and Smoke. Operators set, spawn peaks are prepped as well, not only going through. And we're going to see breach charges finally get opened.
All right. And Roth, this time around, started on the Blitz, ended up picking into the Monty instead. So we're doing some back and forth, keeping me guessing in the prep phase, so I can't talk about him. But now I got the opportunity to. Oh, Suspendo. He immediately goes for a C4 pick. That mirror window opened up. They thought it was just to make the breach a little more awkward, but no, it was there for that one C4 in the pocket of Suspendo. That's Anarchizer down before he can do anything. And that is all of the walls closed. It is closed walls day, and today we're not allowed to do anything except just with that one con wall open. That's basically the only thing that Anarchizer was able to open up before he got taken down. So now there's that mirror window. It's still a sightline. It's still something you have to worry about in IT, but there's another kill from Text. And down below now taking some verticality, going for that roam clear. It's working out. Not really in the favor of the attackers. Now Text will get taken down eventually as there's a late refrag coming out from the Nomad. And Roth finds himself already on Rafters again. They love taking that Rafters control. They love going aggressively. And now here comes a swing. Doesn't expect that Sarko is able to go wider than the enemy expected, and that leaves it all down to Roth. He's 10-1. He's been doing good, but now on the shield, I mean, he finds himself all alone. This is going to be difficult. He finds the first bash, tries to go for ADS, but there's enough players of Terry to back it up. And we're going to go at least one more. We're going to have a few more defensive rounds. This is almost looking like we might potentially have a chance at a game.
Well, it's never over until Gridlock starts
You
singing.
gotta get 7,
and Mozzie
otherwise
plays
you're
a
not
spider.
winning.
No. It's never over till Gridlock starts singing and Mozzie starts playing with his spiders. Right now, I've not seen either of those operators, so John Terry's still in the fight. They're not wanting... Never mind. I see Gridlock. If this continues on, I could see it ending here, but we'll just have to wait and see as we go down to basement, which, again, a site we do love for the factor of, hey, Animus is a great place to hold if you try and hold solo, but it's also the perfect plant spot if you can't get into B wall and try to make your way through triple. Certain points do have to come out into factors. 1. Are we going to see Ace Hard Breach? Yes. Instead of Thermite, they're going to choose to be a bit more passive with it, and we get to see Denari and Thorn Traps working in tandem, which it does work quite great for it.
Bit of a callback to what we saw in the Chalet bans on the previous matchup. We saw both of these operators get banned out for this exact reason. It's a lot of passive intel gathering. It's very annoying to deal with, and it's there to slow people down. It's at the moment, I think Thorn and Denari have kind of become more effective versions of slowing down players than something like, say, the Legion Ella combo. It feels very reminiscent of Blood Orchid back when Legion and Ella came out together, and it just kind of completely changed how you play the game because you had all these pesky little things you had to deal with. And I think Thorn and Denari kind of feel inspired by that combo and wanted to give their own spin on it. With the slowing abilities that they have on their gadgets and just the pesky damage. You gotta really be careful with this utility. You gotta clear it out. And speaking of clearing out, you gotta clear Return out of his position because he's able to find a kill onto the Gridlock. Roth goes down to 1 HP already. And this is not shaping up to be a good start from MDS. And actually, Suspendo will make it worse. He will finish off whatever was left of Roth. So that is the shield operator going down again. Roth, he was really good on defense, but now he's been put onto the shield operator and he hasn't found enough value since. So now Terry find themselves in a better position, does give a gunfight over to Anarchizer, almost takes him down, but he's the one to find the headshot first. Tex goes down, does give 1 kill back onto the Ace that's still stuck outside with no more Selmas to speak of and no way into the building. So this is only a sightline. So he needs his teammates to get in and potentially move these players out of their spots. He has to get active, or he has to wait for his team, rather, to get active and do something. And actually, he gets taken down from up above. It looks like Terry is going to make this a couple more rounds. We're seeing a much more defender-sided, a much more composed Nighthaven come out of both of these teams, as now Terry is finding their form. closest
Very
game so far of today.
Finally woken up. That's true. At least the ones on stream. They've finally woken up. They've got their coffee, and now they're here to punish it. But here's the ban issue. Which one of those integral operators we mentioned is going to be the one to get removed? Honestly, I could see a Blitz or a Monty, but I could also happily see Blackbeard or Shield. Let's see if Warden and Blitz are both gone, which I'm surprised a bit more about Warden. I wouldn't call him impactful, but he was very strong.
Well, if the Blitz
especially
was
in
still
hands of
up, the
players.
Warden, I think, would have a bit of a different role. I think that might be part of it. With the Blitz gone, it makes the glass less viable. You can still play around the Monty if you want to, but with no access to Blitz, I think it's the right call to get rid of Blitz because that Warden ban was going to come in. I think it's a good read on what MDS wanted to do. So Terry, not necessarily doing this wrong. I really like this. Good counterplay.
Fair play. You explained it. I understood it. I'm not going to say I agree with it. I would have said there's one more operator that definitely had to go much earlier than that, especially for the side of the defense, but I can understand it. I can live with it. I'm just maybe one of those people who likes to target
The answer is
ban
Pulse.
return a bit more.
Clearly.
No. The answer was target ban return and say no. No, do not let him play solos. Do not let him continue to pass go, make 200, and punish this team again. But for now, we are going to have to see what they can get away with as we are locked back in with Dokebi, Thermite, Habana. We've got Striker and Twitch, meaning that this is definitely a frag-heavy team. Then we also have the two British boys of Smoke, Mute, and then we've got Solus. We have a lovely Pulse and Legion. And as Thermite blows up this wall, things are getting heated.
All right, we'll open up that garage breach basically for free. I mean, there's not any electrification left. Mute Jammer's not in a place to do anything about it either. And even if I think they're cleared pretty quickly by the shock drone, which has been finding a decent bit of value, getting rid of some of those default cams, does have an opportunity to clear out some of those fusion mines. That's an opportunity for them to get rid of that. As now Roth, I mean, once again, you know, gathering more information inside of the site this early on, maybe trying to look for some more utility to get rid of, doesn't find anything. Now Sarko finds himself close to the breach. It will open. Gotta make sure you don't accidentally die to that. Will not sits in the corner. Question is, do they expect him? There's a player prone up onto the roof. And that crosshair is trained way above where Sarko is playing. So if there's a swing from Sarko, this could catch Anarchizer completely off guard. The question is, how patient is Sarko? Or rather, how impatient is he going to be? Here comes a drone. It's a bit of a fake. Here comes the backup. Like Sarko doesn't really want to commit to this. At the moment, he's just playing aggressively because he hasn't been droned out. Aki, in the meantime, down below, Hibby is able to find that opening. And another two players go down on the side of MDS. It's all falling apart immediately. We're looking at Sarko. We're focusing on when he's going to swing. Now he finally goes for it. And everybody else in MDS is dead.
I just want to point this out. To anybody wondering what happened downstairs, Hex decided, you know what? I'm going to frag out with Pulse like Mr. Worldwide. He wrote a new album and just, yep, no, you were right. He decided, somebody shine my dome. I'm going to do this myself. C4's out the window to stop the player from being able to take out Sarko. Sarko was caught by the drone that was sitting outside. It did spot his gun. That's why they call it and refrag was about to come out. But even during the great temptation, I guess, somebody's coming towards the window. He gets the read, Pulse ties the C4 him, swing for the opponent, confirm the kills, and then frag out of his mind looking for the last one. I'm going to say it. You love to see it when a person like Tex decides, you know what? I don't have to be the playmaker. I just have to stop anybody else from being able to do it. And that worked so well. I do mean this is one other point to Herbie. Great patience, great gun skill. And we're just going to have to see what they can do. I keep seeing the gridlock come out, but the no confirmation makes me think that they don't know the rule. They need to bring gridlock or Mozzie at this point and declare victory.
Once again, I'm seeing a lot of shifting around happening. I don't know if they're expecting it to be a different bomb site or if there was just a change of plans because of the setup that they saw. But they were trying to go for the glass play again. But now that they no longer have access to Blitz relatively quickly, they reconsider and they just say, okay, let's go over, switch to Adokabi, Hibana, and Monty. And so for a second, I thought Roth, maybe give him a gun, maybe see if he can recreate what he did on the defensive half. But no, we're just sticking him back on Monty. And at this point, because it's not working, I'm starting to question if that's the right decision. Because he might be capable on this operator, but so far I haven't seen him put into a situation where he's able to fully utilize it. MDS is not allowed to take enough space for this Monty to start doing some heavy information gathering and to do a lot of the pressuring that you can usually do with a shield. You can get players out of very important positions by just walking forward at the right moment. But for that, you got to make sure that the rest of your team is set up in the right places. And so far, I haven't seen that. And I'm wondering if MDS would be better off with 5 guns. But for now, they're just going to try and use Roth again and to push into connector. They're going to use Anarchizer to open up these walls. He has to be careful not to get caught up by aggressive swings because John Terry know that their win condition sometimes is maybe just getting an early pick, disrupting the play, and not allowing MDS to go for whatever they want to set up on attack.
Agree more. And as they can see, there's a player hiding behind that mirror window. They're going to choose to open it, create that pressure, and Sarko's going to get a pick, but it's quickly refragged. Sarko goes down. That means Aki is going to be the most influential player in this lobby again. So we're going to have to see how much influence can they actually do. You don't have to be a content creator to be an influencer. You just got to lead the pack and shut these players down. 4v4, a minute and 20 left. That's not looking too hot for these guys. I'm trying to think of what they can do to fix this, but their answer is swing or be swung and shut down in a mighty fashion. As you can see, the quick execution.
Oh, there it is.
Text goes down, and that means things are going to get hot and sweaty as the smoke canister comes out. Hibana has to leave.
A lot of damage with that gas babe coming out. And there we go. I love to see it. Roth finally finding some value, pushes a player out of a pivotal position, knocks him right into the gun of his teammate. And Aki is there for the refrag again. Aki is so good. This is his room. You're not allowed to do anything in connector when Aki is present. Suspendo will shut that down, though. And that does leave Dokkaebi in the 1v2. Suspendo, he's set up in a position. And the question is he able to swing together with return on that frag? Now, he should know where that last player is. He should have an idea where both of them are. Here comes the first phone call. There is that bulletproof cam they have to get rid of. Here comes the push in. There's a player on top of the desk, not aiming high enough. Return finds the body shots necessary. And we're keeping this going. This is suddenly turning into a very, very close game. We could even be looking at overtime as it's only one more round.
Couldn't agree more. Something everyone has to remember is gamers don't look up. That statement is becoming more and more true. As we are one round away from match point, and we've been sitting at match point for the longest time, I'm going to say MDS need to waken up and liven up. I can't believe you jinxed it earlier. It had to be you.
Had to be me. I'm very good at this.
Yes, you are. You're a caster curse, a jinx. You're a witch at this point. But it does tell me.
I swear Roth was like 10-1, by the way.
Yes. He was. He's been dying
again.
around.
I'm starting to question that because he did so well in the defensive half, and I get that what we're looking at so far is clearly a fairly defender-sided match. No matter how this next round goes, most of the rounds have been won on defense, and for good reason because of how both of these teams are playing. They're playing defense in depth. They understand their win conditions, and it's easier to win with the 6-man on your side. It's been very difficult to get any sort of plans going because of the amount of utility to deny it. The question I'm wondering is maybe if you can get Roth into a position where he can get a double kill himself instead of having to enable others to frag out like Aki together on the Monty, maybe you can go a bit quicker about it. Maybe you can be a bit more chaotic, a bit faster. And I think that's what it comes down to. It's pacing. You got to be quicker on this. MDS have to kind of throw out a Hail Mary here because Terry's been building momentum. They've been winning a couple of rounds back to back because they've had to. And you can see this continue now. Aki goes down again. Sarko is the one able to find the opening pick, and MDS just have to throw something aggressive at the defenders. Otherwise, we're very likely going to overtime. You need to bring out something that the enemy's not going to expect. You play more of the same, we're going to be here until the scoreline says 6-7.
You say that again, boy. And I'll take you back as we should have on that first round. As we do get to see the drone trying to make its way through. Maybe uses bait until it gets taken out here. One thing, though, that's very important is the fact that Souls can see that is a Twitch drone. She knows where Twitch is because she's joining outside. It's just about giving the right call out for the team to hopefully try to refrag that or place a C4 below and punish it. There's a lot of things you can do when you play as Solus if you know the game well enough. I'm hoping they do, because there's a lot of free real estate about to come out.
Gridlock now pushing down. There's a lot of that utility there, and oh, it's the Thorn Trap. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's what I was saying. You know, on that staircase, there's a lot of that utility being placed down, and the Denari, together with the Thorn Trap, is able to take down that player, and that's not what you want to see. I said you have to go quick, you have to go passive, and it almost happens a second time. Eisen, you just watched your teammate die to this. You gotta be careful. Heavy, he finds another. Anarchizer goes down. Eisen goes down. Doesn't expect another player to be following up yet back behind him. The problem is Roth is not able to find the connection, and Roth has gone cold. John Terry with a flawless round. It started with a flawless from MDS, and regulation ends with a flawless from John Terry. We go to overtime. We need more rounds, Drago. More rounds.
Not sure how I feel about this. They had such great potential at the start of it, and then suddenly it all collapses. No, it must be part of the strategy. They wanted us to go to the overtime. They planned this out, because look at that. It's one round traded either side, meaning that, yes, MDS had this experience to do the attack. It's just John Terry used that one round as a gift to punish it again and again, plan the strategy out, and do this. Don't forget, Night Haven Labs is a map that, yes, the entire game is built around being defender-sided, but this is a map that's equal at all levels of play. So I'm actually kind of surprised that we're going through this as a problem for this team. But that does make me question two quick things, and I think everyone else is about to agree. One, why did we not see Rolf bring out the gun earlier?
It's what I'm wondering about. And again, the only reason I'm asking this is because it hasn't been working for MDS. Like, if it was, I wouldn't question it. Obviously, it just comes down to how they're using it. And I know that they probably felt confident in Roth switching onto that shield operator because they have a plan. They have something that they want to play around. Either Roth wants to be on the operator, or they understand that they can isolate a win condition using that operator because they're good at util usage. We saw that on the defensive half, and we saw that come through sometimes on their attack, especially in that first round when they still had the momentum coming off the first half. But now they've all but cooled off. Here comes the C4. Speaking of that utility, there's been a lot of those kills. There's been a lot of those finding some impact. This time around, though, Heavy is not able to connect. It does some pre-firing, will be forced back, and that wall will be open without without much delay from the side of the defenders to speak of, as once again, both electrifications are off the board. There is no bandit, there's no Kaid, there's nothing to deal with this. And MDS, they find themselves in the 7th consecutive round over on attack, and they just need to do something different. They need to do something that Terry is not going to expect because they've acclimated to you. They kind of know how you're playing now. You need to bring out something that they're not going to expect, and you need to be aggressive and quick about it. It's all down to pacing now. Get ahead of your opponents. You got to be quicker. And there we go. That's the first pick. There's a player outside, Sarko. He over-rotates. He gets too aggressive. He wants to maybe flank Aki, and there's a player outside waiting for him. That's the start that MDS need. Now you need to find the second. Clear that player out of top floor. Boom.
Keep going. Keep going. You're writing the script as it's happening.
I'm reading it. Anarchizer, he gets a third. That's the kind of picks that you need. John Terry started just kind of getting aggressive all over the map and getting individually punished. MDS is holding the right angles. They know where to expect their opponents, and it's working out for them. Double kill for Aurora in the round. Text is able to find one more back. He finds himself in a 1v3. A lot to do, and there's some Bs coming out, forcing him back, and isolate your win condition here. MDS, they understand. They have the diffuser in the hands of Roth. Roth is going to try and go for that plant. He plants in a position that's a little unorthodox, which should be able to help with both the post plant for the verticality, as well as denying Text any chance at getting back into this round. He's down to 1 HP. All it takes is one more bullet. He's trying to make some angles with that super shorty. Those Aurora gates are really slowing him down as well. Those are opening so slowly as that timer ticks and ticks away. He's got about 20 seconds until he has to start defusing. And with 3 kills defined, there's nothing to do. MDS, they show us something different. There is that sign of life. And after the 7th consecutive round, they find what they wanted in regulation and put themselves again onto match point.
This time, match point defense, something that they really required. They've had a stronger defense the entire time, but as Monty, Ace, Thermite, Mira, and Kaid and Bandit are now removed from play again, we're gonna have to see what John Terry can do. Can they, pull back, force them into that overtime, and take the win? We see that if they go to defense on the right side, they can win handedly. Only question is, Valkyrie, Asami, Fenrir, Wamai, and Warden are picked. We are a command center, second floor. Let's see how these guys choose to hold this, because again, I mean this in the nicest way. When over 5 players in the lobby spread between both teams are in double digits, that is a great match, and we'd love to see it.
A lot of consistency coming out of every single player, and that's again even what we saw going back to the first half. It was consistency out of everyone. It wasn't that somebody was falling behind, or the reason Terry was losing rounds was because somebody was just not showing up. It was just that they were struggling as a whole team. And as soon as that half switch came, John Terry started succeeding as a team. And that's really, really important to see out of both of these teams. There's nobody who's running away with it. I mean, again, in first half, Rolf is the player that I want to highlight. But for the second half, I mean, it's difficult to say who on John Terry has been finding the most impact. I think Return has had some phenomenal plays, but Sarko is the one who's able to find big opening doubles. Now they've got their backs against the walls again. Sarko, he's been doing good on the Snake, on the attacking half. He's kind of been the salvage man. He's been the one finding the kills whenever nobody else has had an opportunity to find an opener. This is the one that you're looking at to maybe open things up. And together with Text, who finds himself back up on that Blackbeard, kind of playing a shield hybrid, doesn't really want to commit to the Blitz. Blitz would be open for them. They've banded against their opponents, but it looks like they want to bring a bit more firepower. They want to choose to bring somebody who actually does still have a primary weapon. In return, he's holding on the outside of that breach, and Sarko is set up again in kind of a corner, waiting for a swing from somebody, waiting for some aggression. And will MDS have learned from the first half? At the moment, they're playing kind of slow, and it's working for them. But with only a minute off the board, there's already everything breached, and John Terry is all over the map. And this starts becoming difficult for the side of MDS to read. Roth almost misses the player underneath his holographic sight, but he connects the headshot onto Zarko. And that's the start that MDS need. It's 2 players dead. Text goes down. Sarko goes down. It's only down to the last 3. Return tries to go for a swing. Aki takes him down. It's his room. It's still his room. You cannot dispatch Aki out of this connector. And now Hebi will have to announce his presence with that barbed wire. It does work out for him. Roth does go down ultimately. But there's a lot of fight back to still happen for Suspendo and for Hebi to try and salvage this round. There's some Bs, and there is still those Sophia impacts that have a chance to find some impact. But
it's insane what we're getting away with.
The info.
You do. It's the fact that it's Sophie has so much utility still in the pocket. The Bs are there. It's a 4v2, and now Aki gets last one on Suspendo. All coming down to a 4v1. So much needs to come out from this. MDS have locked in. They've given themselves the round. But Hebi, that's it. Sophia, using her concussions, all she has left. She's got the gun in her pocket, but there's too much utility. It's too much to worry about. And they know where she's coming from. She's made enough auto cues. She just has to try to isolate these angles, take the 1v1, destroy the C4, gets one on the Valkyrie, sees the Asami, chooses to overspray though, which is dangerous. That red pipe has not been detonated, so they're going to have to try and find something. There's 2 people. You've got a burden of choice now, and you've not got too much utility. You could clear the space, but as she goes for the cross, finds the Fenrir, but he's going to be the one to finish on the job with a quick trade.
He finds him
That's
too.
a GG. That is so unfortunate, but such a good match. 8-6. MDS finally clawed back in the final 2 rounds, but that is insane. We love to see it. Hold on. I need to go ask our host, because he was the one that mentioned this before, that he wanted to see something different, and I want to give a fair play to the 3 players of Roth, Aki, and Elliot's for this insane matchup, and we love to see it.
Well, that surely was a map. It got so hot that I had to take off my hoodie as well. As you said, that is exactly what I'd like to see. There's some tighter rounds and an insane comeback from the side of John Terry. They were down 5-1 when they went onto their own defense, and then managed to claw it back all the way to defense, all the way to the overtime. I mean, and that's my question to you guys. Actually, I wanna hear from both of you. Is what is the most important part of that comeback? Like, what does a team need to come back from a round deficit of more than 4 rounds? Is it the strategy? Is it mental? Is it just titanium huevos to like keep on going when you're facing down almost certain defeat?
Once advance on my part, tilt so hard you stand right side up. That's literally what we're seeing from them. They got so upset when it came down to that 6-1, and then they locked in. Don't get me wrong. Yes, it was strategy. Yes, there's a lot of things that could not be done, but both of these teams were stronger on defense. It's just the fact that when they lost that first defensive round, they knew they had no more saving grace. They had to empty the tank, and we got to see it. I'm just a bit sad. But for now, I'm not looking forward to any other teams they have to face in the next qualifier. They're going to be coming hard and fast from the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to mounting a comeback like this, it is just taking it 1 round at a time. You gotta somehow be able to ignore the pressure of the scoreline. You gotta understand that it's 1 round at a time, and actually the pressure is on the other team, right? Because when you see a lot of these comebacks, you start to question MDS. You start looking at MDS. How have they not managed to close it out? They were so dominant in the first half. They get themselves up onto match point very early. And the question is from there, why is the conversion not happening? And I think that can sometimes be nerves. That can sometimes be just getting a little shaky when you're up on match point, when you're this close to winning. It was a blowout until it wasn't. And I think that it does also partially come down to MTS. Again, not to take away from John Terry's incredible comeback. They just took it 1 round at a time. They found their confidence. They understand that they can win this. And honestly, 5 rounds is not that many. You can get 5 rounds. It's very easy to chain together 5 rounds. If you understand that you can win 1, you can win 5. And they understood that perfectly. They mounted that comeback. In overtime, MDS, they regained that confidence. They lost kind of that pressure from the match point. They were able to reset really quickly, and I think that's what they needed. They just needed another attempt. They needed another try to just go for an all reset round so they could forget about the scoreline, and I think that's what ultimately helped them. You gotta ignore the scoreline. You gotta somehow ignore that pressure.
I couldn't have said it better myself. However, this is that match done. What an electrifying game. However, we'll be taking a small break before our next match here. Don't you go anywhere, because we'll be right back with some more excellent siege here in the Voltage Qualifiers.
Jaeger in the second. Dismisses it out and finish off. Clash is being turned back to the operator. Jaeger gets down in the gunfight as well.
Welcome everyone back to the Voltage Series Season 7 Qualifiers. On a sunny Saturday, we'll be heading to match number 4 next, and we'll be having Souls Heart EU versus Good Intentions, a matchup you don't want to miss since both of these teams are quite well known, quite renowned in their own way, and it should be a very nice matchup. Star Dragon Reappearance, welcome back to the show. It's been nice having it's nice having you here. And what do you guys think of the matchup here?
Well, we're getting to the deep end of the bracket. We've got some a lot of players that we're starting to recognize. A lot of these teams. Souls Heart has gone and crushed the first couple of matches, then gone up against their academy, and now they're here. Good Intentions, another team. You're gonna know it. Creeds, Bimsy. These players have been in T1. These players have been in T2. There's a lot of the players that you're starting to see that are gonna start looking very familiar. And I'm hoping that once again, just like we saw in the previous match, we're going to have some grit. We're going to have some players who are capable of, after losing a couple rounds, just get back up and fight back, put some of their own rounds on the board. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Couldn't agree more. I was literally about to say, these are players that we know we have a history with them here in Voltage, but you also have a history with them in general. One of those things being the fact that, hey, we need to see them go the distance. I need to see how the rematch and how the fights continue on, because think about it this way: winner of this match gets to go and join the likes of Evangelist, Derby Sports, Legion, Deja Vu, and so many more. Don't forget, you still have the Spanish Inquisition and Blind Owls continuing their own fight now. So many good matches to come, and we're about to hit the quarterfinals. So be excited, be expecting. What map are we heading to, though? Do you know, host?
Well, we are heading to Lair, as we could have the production pull up the map video here. Map that we haven't seen yet today. A very interesting map, a slightly newer map into the pool, and I for one, I'm very excited to see it. But gentlemen, Star Dragon Reappearance, I'll let you guys take it away. I'll let you guys take us into Lair. Have fun, enjoy the game, and I'll be seeing you afterwards.
Thank you very much, my friend. Now the question does need to be asked. What do you think of Lair yourself, Reverend? Because Lair for me is a map that I like because it's one that brought Tachanka back into the meta for certain sites, and it's one that brings so much, I'm saying, adaptability.
Yeah, I think it's very different to Nighthaven in the way that it came out and how it stuck around, because while Nighthaven was a map that everybody picked up, everybody wanted to play, and it kind of became a new classic almost immediately, Lair is a map that took a moment to get into the rotation. Something that I remember very distinctly from the European League from EML back in the day was Secret were the first ones who really wanted to go with this map, and they were good at it. And everybody else was very hesitant on going to the map because they didn't know if they needed more time. They weren't really sure in their scrims. It was a big map. And the meta shifted on it like 3 times before anybody played it in actual competitive matches, in actual play days. And I think that just shows that this map, unlike Nighthaven, which goes very heavily into fundamentals, this map is a lot more complex, a lot more intricate. It's a lot more about knowing the map than it is about understanding the basics. Of course, you always need basics, right? You always need to be able to shoot your opponent. You always need to understand the most basic aspects of team communication and whatnot. But I think that this map adds a layer of complexity. It works a little different because you don't just need to be good at the game, you also need to be good at this map specifically. It has a lot to offer, but you got to use your tools right.
Couldn't agree more, but let's head into it. We got a beautiful view of the Cairo space, which, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that we got this when Danos came in, especially with all of his mask and everything put up behind it. It's just one thing you got to think of. One specific point: welcome back to Deimos' home. This lab, the smart base, everything here, and the fact that he does have humidifiers going off in every room. Tally, please implement that in Nighthaven Labs for us. 2 things that are going to have to make a lot more points. Who's getting banned? We see a Monty and Bandit ban immediately. Bandit needs a buff.
Oh man, Bandit, Monty, those were my mains like 8 years ago.
Wow.
They're sniping me, but we're a little late. All right. The other band's coming out. It's going to be Mira again. Just no love for Mira today. Just Mira and electrification. It's been all Mira, all electrification all day. We've had one Chalet game where there was some trap operators banned for a bit. And other than that, we're just not allowed to see these operators. Meanwhile, on the other side, Monty, we have seen that banned out before. Operator, very useful on this map. There's a lot of space that you can take. There's a lot of openings and a lot of places you can push out your opponents. So I understand why you get rid of that. And Snake, once again, it's the roam clear. People seem to be choosing him as the primary target when it comes to roam clear bans. Apparently, they seem to have more struggles with Snake than they do with something like a Demos.
Couldn't agree more. A wee bit more concerned though now about one simple matter. The fact that Tachanka is being brought, we have... I'm gonna say it, I love to see him here, especially with all of the insane parts we're about to see. We do have to be compared to one thing. Why no Clash? Clash on the top floor with Tachanka is normally a steadfast, smart decision by most people, especially on a map like Lair where you've got those choke points that can be held just by her. And again, Asami being kept on the board for now, she may end up getting taken off later because of how strong she can be, especially on this map. It's just about picking who is the more destructive evil to go through. As you can see, no spawn picks actually coming up from this team either.
And again, Azami, the other architect, the one that you're going to be talking about in the same breath as Mira when it comes to how you transform the map. And so it makes sense that Azami gets picked up here as the immediate answer to that Mira ban. It's a little less effective. You can just shoot down the Akiba barriers as opposed to having to shatter the glass of the mirror or find an angle to blow up the canister from inside. But it is still tedious to deal with, and the longer the Azami is alive, the more those Kiba barriers become a problem because she can put up more and more of them. You have to burn through every single one. That costs time, that costs resources, and that exposes you potentially to danger because while you're shooting that Kiba barrier, there's enemy players that you might not be shooting at. So there's that opportunity as well. Speaking of shooting at enemy players, APAC did go down very, very quickly. The opening pick came from Bimsy very early into the round. Since then, kind of slowed down Good Intentions. They immediately want to take that man advantage. And from here, they've just decided they want to wait, slowly take map control, and just encroach on the enemy as Bimsy is able to find a double. He gets a second one with that SMG-12, and now BMS has to get active down below. Will take a lot of damage, won't find the kill onto the player outside, and Fire has lost his phone.
This keeps happening way too often. It needs to be slowed down as the shots quickly come through. It's Optus Valkyrie. At this point, using this as an impromptu tactic time might be a good shout. Run outside, run the whole way to their spawn, and just hide if you can. Because the plant's down, 4 people,
Great time
Lion being one, Dokebi's here, it just take the 30 seconds. Dokebi hunted her, never mind. It was not
You're
letting
not
that
safe
time go.
anywhere.
Nope. Pretty sure that's against the Geneva suggestion, but if these guys don't mind ticking off a few check boxes, I'm okay with seeing it.
Bit of banter coming out. That's also an advantage of getting later into the bracket. You got some players that know each other. There's a bit of history. There's a bit of a mutual understanding of what you can and can't say. So we might have them maybe lining up the chat a little bit. So if you're interested in that, keep an eye on it. We'll occasionally be chuckling at it. But for the most part, I mean, focusing on the game itself, Good Intentions, they had a great opener. Bimsy has just had an absolute screamer of a round. I mean, 4-0, right? 4 kills for him, 1 for Creeds. Leaves him with the rest of the team, man.
I normally agree, but this time I think, hey, do it all yourself. If you don't trust your teammates, frag out. Siege is the one game, one esports, I mean, where one player physically can carry. If you can get 30 headshots, 25 headshots, as many headshots as you need in a round, and frag out of your mind for the entire game, go for it. People love to see it. Just do it respectfully, do it in a smart manner, and do not get banned, and do not cheat. Understand that. Don't do it. If you're good, you've got the skills, go for it. I can say I can frag out of my mind on some days, and then other days my brain is empty and rotten. But for now, as we are getting to see some quick breaches coming through, it looks like they're planning on forcing the screen stairs push and hopefully punishing the Asami holding it.
Right, first 30 seconds off the clock, and we see Soul's Heart just kind of setting up together, playing extended next to the site. playing around some of these opened up barricades. BMS also up above. And Good Intentions just using some really long, very strange, tight angles, wanting to see if maybe not a kill, but maybe some damage. Maybe they can get some information. Where is the player? Where can we hold them? Make sure that nobody over-aggresses, extends outward where you don't want them to be, to allow a player like Creeds, for instance, to just walk forward, take some space, get top floor map control, as there's drone work being done, as the player is following those drones. And you know exactly where Epic is, right? He's sitting on the staircase. You know he's here, so you should be able to take the rest of top floor and then worry about him after the fact, because Bimsy is sitting here and he knows exactly if there's a cross coming through. There's no way that Epic could sneak by this without the Flores player knowing, right? So it's good setups out of Good Intentions. They know where to put their players, and this is what I mean about not just knowing the fundamentals of the game, but knowing this map specifically. So these are the kinds of angles you need to have prepped. And they've got full top floor control. And for the moment, they're kind of just ignoring the smoke player upstairs. They see the double reinforcement. They have to assume that it's not clear. But, I mean, for the moment, they don't have to deal with him. BMS is just sitting up there and not able to contribute to top floor as verticality comes out. And these players inside of sight are potentially getting put into kind of a tight spot. Bimsy now rotating around. Once again, you know, outside player has to do a lot of work trying to cut off a bunch of different angles. Verticality now coming live, and here you can see the first engagement, some damage being traded back and forth. Here comes some more bullets, fire. You got to be careful where you stand. Those Kiba barriers saving his life, allowing him to cross. He sees the player outside, but Bimsy is just unstoppable at the minute. He finds himself up with 2 kills inside of this round as well. Another fight, another win for Bimsy. Here comes the run out. Bimsy with a triple in the round. BMS is all alone. A plant coming down for a moment from Creeds, decides maybe to stick it in a different position. And with 20 seconds, BMS has the world up against him. He does find Bimsy. He won't go without deaths. 7-1 is as high as he'll go before catching the first bullet to his head. But now it's just undoable. BMS is back in this room. I said they didn't deal with it. They still haven't. He's still here. They don't need to. It's not a power position. You don't even need to clear it.
It's the kind of problem that they have. Now the flank does come out. BMS looking for that clutch factor, but it's not going to be enough when rock and roll is waiting for you, and you've been steamrolled. We do get a quick timeout, which is kind of surprising, but it looks like maybe it's just a bit of a plan. They just need a conversation. Soul Hearts need to believe in themselves, have a talk with their coach, and understand. But don't forget, this works both ways. Both teams can actually start thinking about what the next strategy is going into the next round. Though be careful when you use it. If you use it too early, you don't have another one until the second half. Oh, sorry,
I'd rather them use it early than not use it at all. This is the first timeout we've seen like on stream so far. I'm sure there are other teams who have actually used their timeouts, but this is the first time we actually see it. And this is another sign of getting deeper into the bracket, right? As we see it finishing up. It's like you have a timeout, use it. The first 2 rounds didn't go your way. You're on the half where you're expected to be winning more rounds. Soulsheart need a quick fix now. They need something to solve the issue of not being able to find these rounds. And so I like just immediately putting a stop to the tempo that Good Intentions have. They've built some momentum. You immediately break that. You just give yourself a moment to breathe, a moment to reset, a moment to say, okay, what do we want to do differently? What is going wrong? Why are we not winning? I'd rather that than them not use it at all, or use it on match point, where I'm always like, when you're down 6-1, this is not the time for a timeout. You needed it earlier. You need to break up any sort of momentum your opponent builds, and I like it.
Couldn't agree more. Especially what we're seeing from this team. Soul's Heart did need the break, yes. That impromptu one they could have had would have been much better instead of using that. But completely understand. Can't let this get too deep into it, but you do have to think about it and try and figure out ways to improve upon it. Something I do want to kind of ask you, just because of how we're seeing it happen, it does feel that it's more of maybe that the opponent's gotten in their head a bit because of the fact these teams do know each other, they have a history, and as you can see, they're not afraid to start talking smack to each other. Maybe that's why they're struggling a bit more on the confidence aspect of it.
I'm hoping that Soul's Heart here are resilient enough to just to just dismiss whatever Good Intentions is going for with the mind games that they're playing in chat, and that they have the resilience to just kind of focus on themselves. I do think that mostly the timeout was taken to just do a reset and fix some of their own issues. And if you're thinking too much about the opponent, that's also a way to lose. You got to play your own game. You gotta play it at your own pace, and you got to be the one in control. And I think that's why they took that timeout. They wanted to make sure that they're talking about their game, and I think that's really important. However, Fire does go down first again. He's been having a lot of trouble getting put into bad positions, especially from up high from verticality. And this time around, he does go down to rock and roll, which does leave them without a few of those Kiba barriers, not coming up in time, which leaves Soul's Heart again at a disadvantage. The question is, are they able to salvage anything out of this, or is Good Intentions going to roll over them again? I'm very worried for Bimsy just getting another multi-kill. He's already had a good start to this game, and now with the timeout maybe breaking his momentum, let's see if he's still got it.
Couldn't agree more, as that Ying Candela does go into the bathrooms. Hopefully gonna catch maybe Kite on the tail end of it, but doesn't look like it will. But now that is a piece of utility that needs to be saved until close to the site. Nobody's been able to push in yet from the side of Good Intentions, but they're getting closer every time, and that Skybridge push does come out with Simon going down to Pozo. Looking a bit more worse from Wares. It's not over yet. The site, the read is all correct. Just the timing. Bimsy's there to get APAC, and that's going to be a huge pick. Comes down to 2v4. Smoke still had canisters, but it's not going to be enough as Creed catches BMS. Simon catches a refrag with a cap can, but rock and roll shuts down Call It, and that's all it's going to be for this round. I'm a wee bit more surprised on what we're seeing. It's not so much as breach sharded. It's not so much as punishment. It's just that they're getting unlucky.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. They even managed to find one of the picks with the Capcan trap, but ultimately it doesn't matter because the remainder of the players are dead. There's a lot of map control that they're losing out on early, and Good Intentions is just finding these gunfights, is finding these engagements. And I mean, this time, Bimsy wasn't even involved in the play. There's still a lot of kills coming out from the side of Good Intentions. They're able to put up numbers. And at the moment, that's looking very good for them. They're playing confidently on attack. And again, they understand how to play this map. And I'm wondering if maybe this was kind of, to a certain extent, a victory in the map bans. I think that might be part of it. I think Soul's Heart maybe wanted to go to a different map. I don't know who had last ban, who decided to go here, but I feel like the map veto certainly didn't go the way of Soul's Heart, judging just from these 3 rounds, because Good Intentions, they know every angle and every corner.
Well, here's the thing. Soul Heart is normally quite good on layer. It's just unfortunate this time they're against a strong team who seems to be just as competent, if not more so. Maybe it is the side. Maybe they're both strong attacking favorite sides when it comes to layer. Or, as I said before, they're just so stuck in each other's head. We're going to have to wait to see this match continue as a 4v5, which is possible. They do have, I believe it's 15 minutes of technical time to try and fix their player up. But if not, it's either continue on as a 4v5 or forfeit, which against a team like Good Intention is not really what Soul's Heart want. And Soul's Heart did just beat their academy, so they don't really have the pride to let this go yet. There's a lot they still have to fight through with this. I'm kind of hoping that we're going to carry on with the match now, and we just punish this team as best they can and go for the victory. We're going to have to see how this continues.
Chat immediately lights up the moment the game gets paused. Everybody chiming in. Love to see it. But yeah, it looks like a quick tech issue. We should be able to resume in just a moment. Just trying to get that other player back in to make sure that we can continue with everybody available. You don't want to be playing 4v5 if you don't have to. So just as we're waiting for that to start, we had 3 seconds left on that ban. What's going to come out? We're going to see it now.
Kebby and Kite. Kebby's a bit more surprising in that. I guess that's more of a preemptive ban, since yes, she was strong at the anti-roam game for the side of Good Intentions, but I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I get the idea, but I am wondering two quick things. One, Mozzie, Echo, Fenrir, and Mutant Smoke are now being brought. Does that mean their intention is for Soul's Heart to increase the run potential? Because Mutant Mozzie combo works fantastic well, especially with a Echo to hopefully escort maybe the Mute, but it all means something's up in the air. I'm wondering what they've got planned now because they've used their extended time that they've got from that player DC.
Certainly, this is a target ban toward Bimsy to a certain extent. We've seen a lot of broken phones on the side of Soul's Heart in the first couple of rounds. I think they just don't want to have to deal with it anymore. And meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, the Kite ban is somewhat expected. I mean, we're going right back to it's a double heart breach. Did he just shoot that drone?
Yep.
Oh, come on, man. We have a Mozzie. You should know this. Pay attention. Look at your
No.
screen.
Kill all the
Come
drones in the
on.
first 5 minutes.
Turn on the monitor. You can see the pest. If you look really closely and if you use your ears, you can actually see and hear the pest when it takes over a drone.
Oh no, yeah.
A little tip for
We need to
any
kill it.
teammates ever in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
Traumatized is what I'm hearing, but that's the most important focus is the fact that there's still a Twitch drone. He's going to be able to get through so much utility because of the fact that they know there is a Mozzie. They're going to use the regular drones to jump through, kill it with a Twitch drone, and carry on. Bit more of a problem when Mozzie's only got one spider left in his pocket, but I still believe Soul Heart is here to come back with his APAC bringing Mozzie means that he's here to play with the spiders and here to shut down as much intel as he can. Only thing is, will he get the right operators? Ace opens up the far wall looking into Toxic. He's going to have to see who he can find walking around site because here's the thing. The defense has 4 people on site and 1 person roaming above, meaning that the roam potential isn't there.
All right, we got the shotgun in the hands of the Echo for the potential close angles. And once again, you know, the mute smoke combo. There's going to be a lot of shotguns in play here. This is good for close range engagements, even the SMG 11. A very powerful weapon on the close to mid range, very high fire rate, very easy to get some headshots on. And now here comes the swing. Simone just kind of swinging wide. Bimsy is, despite being forced onto a different operator, just with that DMR in the hands of Hibana, is able to find that kill. Creeds is allowed to just walk into sight, finds one. Kusik finds another, and Fire goes down as well. No kills for him to be found in this round either. Colette all alone does injure the first, and he's kind of getting stopped from being able to confirm the other kill. There's the soft wall. There's your first. Here comes the C4. Doesn't quite go down the hatch. A little short. It was a little closer. Maybe it could have gone down. Maybe could have found some effect. But it's going to be a post plant. It's so impossible for Colette here. He's all alone, and he gets killed by a smoke. No, no, you can't do that to him, man. Kusik, that's mean.
Well, clearly you can. If you are the one running the show, you punish it as best as you can. Only problem I've got right now is thinking about how do they fix this all, because they've set this. They've set up the entire promise and premise of this match. Good intentions now have to decide whether or not they'll be able to fix their mistakes, because they've got 2 more rounds. Do they go to 6-0 or do we go to 4-2? Do they allow Soul's Heart to get that pumping in their chest, to get that blood flowing, or will Good Intentions show their true intentions and be the bad guys that need to win? Be that despicable person they are. I keep forgetting this Minions movie out. Be ready and understand that they are wanting to be the bad guy, but do they have to be the bad guy?
Well, depends on if they're stealing the moon or not, no?
It does, but you know, Wreck-It Ralph was able to do it. Zangief's words, you are a bad guy, but you do not have to be bad guy. But generally, I'm more thinking about the fact that Deimos is being brought. They're bringing the master
Speaking
of his
of
own
bad guys.
house here. Exactly. And we're now in the situation where you're holding that top floor. That top floor control is essential to the site. I'm still expecting a Thermite push, maybe a rush shot to come out to hopefully clear the Valkyrie off of sight. But that is a lot of risk and reward because there's no electrification, but there's also no mute on the side of Soul's Heart. So they've set this first stone. They've hopefully divided attention enough let's see what they can do with it.
Cannot get over that smoke grenade kill. That is just so mean. It has to be like, as much as you can tune it out and as much as you can just ignore them talking in the chat and whatnot, that has to be somewhat of a tilter for Soulsheart. I don't think that you can just move past that. And Fire is down to 1 HP again. It's about to happen a second time, I swear. He's so low, he could die to another smoke grenade just being chucked his direction. It wouldn't be the first on Soulsheart to die to something as comedic as that. But in the meantime, despite him going to such low HP and BMS taking a lot of damage as well, Rock and Roll is actually the first one to fall. It's an opening kill for Soulsheart. That's new. That's the first time I think that we've seen that in this half. The problem is Kusik is there to respond, and the player on the doorway is not ready for the refrag. Simone elsewhere is able to find Bimsy. That's an important frag to get. The problem is they're there with the refrags, and Creeds doesn't just find one, he finds two. The refrags on Soulsheart are too disconnected. APAC does find one onto Kusik. Late trade. There's a second player behind that. A lot of damage exchanged on both sides. Poser the one to come out worse for wear. He gets headshot. It's only down to Creeds. He finds himself up 6-0. He hasn't died yet. 2 assists on top of that as well. But he's all alone. He'll have to make it 8-0 if he wants to win this round. He's going to try and sneak in from this breach over here. Does he expect the player to come in? There was a drone spotting out APAC, and it looks like he will go back. Doesn't want to deal with that. Doesn't want to expose himself if not necessary. They should know that Diffuser is down as well here inside of our 6 room, which does leave Creeds with these stun grenades, and he knows that nobody's close on sight. He sees that those don't go off instantly. Third one coming in. Well, my magnet, I think, is the one that's catching that. Now Creeds moves forward. The question is there any opportunity for him to isolate these fights? He has to take 2 1v1s, but he won't even win the first as APAC cuts him down. And that's Soulsheart finally finding a round on the board, and it came off of an opening kill. You underestimate the value of those. Those are so important.
I mean this in the best way. I'm so happy Soulsheart put 1 foot on the board, especially in such a detrimental position. They got that first kill. No, after the smoke grenade, it was needed. The only problem I have is the fact that they were still man down for a lot of those fights. They got equalization. They got equalized, and then they were able to get punished twice. Luckily for them, APAC rose to the occasion, getting the triple kill in the round. Try to fight back. Fire just has to do the same now. They can take it 4-2. Only problem is, you can only get so far with that sort of ideals. So, well, as the ideology gets hopefully stronger, let's see what these players have planned.
All right, I'm wondering how this second half is going to shape up, but before I get ahead of myself, again, what's important here is how do we come out of the first half? Is it Soulsheart that claws back a couple, gets themselves a bit of momentum going into the second half, maybe even finds an attack? Suddenly we're looking at a very close game. It looked very strong from Good Intentions to start with, but that was a lot of very important kills. That was winning the right gunfights. That was enabling yourself by putting yourself in the right spots. And Soulsheart is eventually catching on to that. What Soulsheart now need to do is just be quicker on the conversion. You need to be a little faster. You need to move a bit quicker. And you need to understand where your refrag potential is. Play closer to your teammates. Understand where your teammates are going to get shot from so that you can help them. And if not help them, at the very least, avenge them. This is very important. And I don't think Soulsheart can rely on APAC just finding the kills that he did in the previous round. They can't rely on anyone doing that consistently. You just need to play more as a single cohesive unit. The moment Fire pushing forward, trying to deal with some of these drones. An important aspect as well of Good Intentions has been good drone work. They've been sending drones ahead and players behind it. It's also something you need to make sure you don't allow them to gain too much information. Because if they do, they know where your gaps are, they know how far you are apart, and at that point they can start moving into punish.
And to go more, I'm actually more concerned more and more that I see this happening for this team. Because a minute's gone. You haven't been able to clear too much of site utility. You've been able to drone a little bit, but you haven't gotten too close to site yet. Fire and Rock and Roll still basically at each other's necks with that crosshair placement. But APAC waiting for anything Bumsy tries to send up this staircase, so he can't clear as much as he wants to.
Yeah, APAC at the moment just sitting toward that staircase, trying to play for as much control as possible, using these smoke babes to slow it down, but the Ying jumped in the bathroom window, is able to go through over to that staircase. and finds the opener. Rock and Roll finds another immediately as well. BMS on a longer angle gets cut down, but Fire now, there we go. He comes alive at just the right time. Up until now, this was his first 2 kills inside of the matchup, and it comes at the perfect moment as he's able to equalize, able to completely shut down the play from Good Intentions. Now they find themselves back into a 3v3. The problem is Creeds finds Simone completely out of position and flashed to hell because of those Candelas. Colette goes down to such low HP as well, trying to fight the same player. Kusik finds another, and Creeds with that secondary, just unstoppable. It doesn't matter which player you highlight on this team, anybody can step up and get those kills for you.
Couldn't agree more. And especially with what we're seeing from these two teams, I'm actually kind of worried about what Good Intentions have planned for the rest of the opponents throughout this tournament, because 2 of them already looking to go double digits. Yes, that's bullying your friends you already know. That is a very common thing. If I meet any of my friends in a rank game, I'm sweating as hard as I physically can. But I know they're doing the same, so I know I've got to step up. As Kai and Monty are gone again, I'm expecting to be Bandit, probably an ace now, but we will just have to wait.
I'm seeing Mira again.
All right, let's see.
Could be wrong.
Bandit and Grim.
Nope,
I was
you were
right.
right.
You were wrong. I'm sorry, mate. But that is
You
good
win some, you
news
lose some.
for this team. Grim being gone, meaning that passive utility is off the board because of the fact his bees give off so much intel while also being able to punish so many of these players. I am a bit more worried because Kusik is bringing the expensive Valkyrie skin, rocking it properly with that overlay. That also means we got to be prepared for all of this.
Well, you win some, you lose some. Don't gamble, but also Soul's Heart is technically only 30 headshots away from winning this game. Fun statistic for you. It's always a close game. You just gotta win like how many is it? Like 23 blackjacks in a row to be a billionaire. Never stop believing.
Wait, I didn't even know that's true. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm gonna have to go to the casino map and find out. But genuinely, this is something you all got to think about ahead of time. Bumsy is planning a run out strat. This is going to be either the greatest send or a massive sale because he is one of the most impactful players on the side of Good Intentions. Let's just see if he can get away with this versus a Blackbeard. And the answer is no. He's got safely around. He's not even going to go for the outside run out. He's not the only one who's attempting it, though, actually. Valkyrie is still waiting at the door, hoping to go for one himself.
Right, I had to fact check myself. You start with $1, it's 30. You need 30 in a row, which is just the same amount as Soul's Heart need headshots. So it all lines up perfectly.
They traded out one headshot already, so 29 now. Let's just see how many more times they can get away with this. Kusek losing half his HP, not a great trade. I'm not sure how I feel. Would you rather trade BMS? Pozo goes down, great shots. I was going to say, would you rather trade a Souls for a Blackbeard, but this answer seems to be Soul's Heart's being more comfortable trading on.
Yeah, I mean, the Blackbeard might be going down, but the 2-for-1 trade here is certainly what you're looking for. And I mean, taking down Bimsy at any cost is most likely worth it for Soul's Heart at the minute. They want to slow his roll. The next person to step up for the side of Good Intentions is Creeds. This is the next person that you want to slam the brakes on. Want to make sure that he doesn't run away with this game all by himself, that you keep this kind of a close affair. I mean, we've already seen a game of 2 halves in the previous matchup really go the distance into overtime before MDS was able to gather their strengths in OT and close it out 8-6. So anything is possible. These halftime score lines don't necessarily mean anything until we've seen how the other side can perform. And at the moment, I mean, Good Intentions, you know, they're worse for wear, but they're still holding up on this defensive side. They're making good use of the Kiba barriers. Rock and Roll is able to throw out that last kunai. And that leaves Soul's Heart with about a minute to try and clear both that out, clear him out of his position, and see if they can maybe go for a plant attempt as they're slowly pushing forward. Simone still has 2 exothermics in pocket. Question is he able to safely use any of them? Because it takes a while.
Well, I'm thinking that they do. They must have something planned because of the fact that it's a 3v3. It's risk-reward time. 30 seconds left. You have to go for the push. Smoke canister does go out. That Toxic Babe is in position. And that means they're gonna have to try and either wait it, but not knowing how many he's left. He only has one more left, so that can do another 10 seconds. If they don't push in the moment that it's clear and hopefully find an entry frag, they're gonna be locked out for a lot longer. And as the shots come out, Rock and Roll get one, but it gets one another.
He's so flashed.
And that pistol.
Oh my god, how does he do it?
Creed's cover. It's just hip fire. No, it was all Creed. Creed downed the guy and just happened to be covered. That's so unfortunate, but such a good game. We love to see it, but what is this? A 1-6 curse. I'm blaming you for this. This has to be you today.
It's always me. I'm surprised we haven't gone to Nighthaven Labs 4 times yet. We still got time.
We were close. We are definitely close to going for it again.
I think that path got interrupted by the forfeit we had. It was going to be Labs all day, but we got put on a different cycle as we had to switch out to that Chalet match. And from there, I think we had the opportunity to get some map variety. So, I mean, I don't mind it. I'm very much okay with us getting some variety in, especially now looking at more complex maps like Lair, seeing how the teams play on it. And again, I mean, I feel like Good Intentions is just bringing out a different caliber of play. And Souls Hard, we're slow to start, found a little bit of form, but it could be too little too late. It's very scrappy. And at the moment, you know, we've had this before. Again, it's a game of 2 halves. There's a very much a chance that Souls Hard can battle back into this, but all it takes is one slip up. The reason match point is so important for Good Intentions is because they just have to get it right once. They have to get lucky once, and they've got 5 more tries to do it. All it takes is somebody to line up, somebody to find a kill that they weren't even expecting to find with a random pre-fire, and boom, you have a round wide open, and all the pressure back on Souls Hard.
Completely true. Couldn't agree more. Only thing is, are we actually going to see that? Are we going to see these players rise to the occasion and punish? Because we get to see the pre-fire come out, and it looks like we're going to see the attempt for it, maybe. Ella's looking for a sign, but Snake's already in upstairs. He's got full roam. He does not know about the Thorn, because since he's not using his gadget to actually hunt, he's just looking for an entry point, which is what he has found. There's way too many defenders roaming right now to be able to let this slide. The Thorn go back to first floor, as well as for the people being on that first floor. While basement is clear with just one person in sight. But that one person is a Denari, so he's got a lot of free real estate to use. And as you can see, the shots are coming out for pre-fires, but the drone and intel, not going to be enough.
Just trying to work through that. Here comes the soft breach out of the sledge, and it's a good setup. Simone is able to find that punish onto Rock and Roll. Just really playing around that sledgehammer really well. One person opens up the wall, the other one is ready for that swing, ready for the player to come in. The problem is Bimsy finds Colette kind of not really being able to decide if he wants to have his gun out or not. That's the wrong timing for that player to be caught out. Now Kusik takes a decent bit of damage. Here comes a trade. The problem is Creed's is so damn scary. He finds himself on double digits. He's 11-1, and he's turning this game single-handedly into a show of force for both Bimsy and Creeds. Creeds has taken up the mantle as soon as Bimsy stopped putting up the big performances. Creeds started putting up the numbers, and now APEC and BMS are the ones who have to salvage. It is a 2v3. They've got about a minute to go. There's still some drone work being done by BMS. He has to clear parts of the first floor. Good Intentions have completely abandoned that, so this is just time being wasted out of due diligence that Soulsheart has to give this team, because Good Intentions could be anywhere. And this is the scary part. It's a good team. You have to give them that respect. You need to spend that time droning. But it just does mean that you have like maybe 20 good seconds to try and go for an execute. Here comes a yellow ping onto the site downstairs. They have a rough idea of which room one of the players might be in, some verticality to put some pressure onto the player inside of sight. And BMS will have to push forward. APEC close to the hatch. He's the one with diffuser. Rotating around now over to the staircase, but BMS is the one who will have to find the opener. He needs to find some sort of entry, or they need to find a condition where they can plant, which is going to be so tough at a man disadvantage. Creeds finds the first. It's a double. Here comes the second chance. Creeds will not be able to find 13 in the round. The problem is all of these smokes work against APEC, and that is GG's. It is another blowout. We only have one close game so far, and it'll stay that way for a little bit longer.
I'm genuinely concerned for tomorrow. Think about it. There's 3 days of qualifiers to go, and we've now about to take off the first one. We've seen this blowout after blowout. That means that the next 2 days are going to get absolutely hemorrhaged by it. Don't get me wrong. We love to see it. We love to see so many good matches. I'm just kind of shocked, though. I'm wondering how this is coming up. We still have match 5 to go. To my lovely host, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, as you said it, what a blowout indeed. A 7-1 victory for the side of Good Intentions against Soulcard. That's a sorry score for some of our production team who might have wished it had gone the other way. But nonetheless, a good try from Soul's Heart, but Good Intentions were just better on the day. A 5-1 lead on their attacking half, I do believe, as well. So just a very, very dominating scoreline overall. Good game, though. Congratulations to the winners, and we'll be heading into Game 5 coming up shortly here. We'll be going on a bit of a break here, and then after that, Game 5, don't go anywhere, we'll be back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Voltage Series Season 7 Qualifiers today. We'll be going on to our 5th match shortly here. The day is getting darker. It's getting darker as we near the evening here, but we still have some very good siege for us. The next map being Derv Esports versus Honved. Some familiar faces on these teams, and I'll be excited to hear my caster Star Drago and Reaper. And what do you guys think of the matchup here in terms of the teams?
Well, in my case, I'm going to say Lenovo Legion, or Honda, as you've been calling them, have been a pick by us before. Just they didn't get to continue because they made their opponents so afraid they forfeited early. So whether or not Derv Esports are going to be going through the same after this entire, I'm gonna say underdog level historic rise they've had through the first qualifier, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Genuinely, I may not know all of the players from both teams, but from a quick Twitter search and Google search, they've got some good qualifiers under their belt already. So maybe this is the second rise of Geek I'm looking at. So I'd be excited for it. What about you, Reaper?
I'm looking forward to it. Philo's a name I recognize, and other than that, Derv, newly constituted, but definitely a team who packs a bit of a punch. Be going back to Lair, and hopefully this time we'll be playing a Lenovo Legion for real. Because last time they manipulated their opponent's Moss just so they could win for free.
Allegedly. But anyway,
Allegedly.
Let's see the map ban. Let's see where we're heading to, because you said it was Lair. If that's true, I'm gonna... let's crash out, boys. Time to go. I'm good. We'll see you all in the next one. Now that we know we're going to Lair, that also means we gotta get to the bans. I'm guessing Monty and Bandit. What do you guys say?
Well, Monty and Bandit would be Monty and Kaid would be the standard here, but I'm just a humble host here, and I'll let you guys discuss the experts here discuss the bans, as I'll be giving you guys the desk here. I'll be giving you guys the voice. Enjoy the game. It's another Lair, but I'm sure it'll be different to the last one that we played. I'm sure it'll be a nice match that we get to see, and enjoy.
Let's see if we can go the distance or if this will be a quick one. Reaper, anything you want to say before we jump right into the match?
Let's not see any more smoke grenade kills.
But flashbang. I'll trade you a flashbang.
Flashbang.
Let's see what we can have.
It's time for a flashbang kill. We're due one. All right. Well, in terms of the bans, I mean, we've been seeing default all day, right? I really don't expect anything crazy to come out of it. There could be the occasional, I think, variety on attack, but defense has been so bog standard all day. I don't know if Derv wants to make this interesting for us.
I think I'm gonna have to beg them to do so, because whatever operator's being
We've seen
banned
both
out
of
here
those.
this time.
Give us something new. Come on, let's reinvent
No,
the
but
wheel here.
at least it's the first time. Kaid and Snake being banned
Let's
off
ban
first.
Caveira.
No, leave Kavira alone. I need to see something interesting today. They mustn't ban it. There we go. No electrification, but no hunting dogs again either. So that means Lenovo Legion are kind of handicapped actually in this one. I'm going to wait and see how Tachanka gets brought this time. If not, it's going to be a smoke, as we have Tachanka, Echo, Asami, Denari, and Goyo being brought. We'll just have to see what they can do in the master bedroom. Or master office, sorry.
All right.
Too hot.
We're able
Way
to
too hot with
see.
Tachanka.
We'll be able to see the usual setup. We've seen this in the previous matchup as well. Very standard. You want to be bringing the Tachanka and the Echo because Tachanka can just waste a decent bit more time. So long as you can get that angle, it's so much more effective to deny the usual default plant spots. Smoke is a little nicer because it's a little easier to throw them. It's out a little quicker. The range is a little bigger. You don't have to be as precise. But Tachanka can waste time for a minute and a half, and Smoke can waste for like 30 seconds. So there's a huge difference between those two. It just means that the attackers have to move fast. They have to break things, and a lot of the times that means they're breaking their own shin. Because they're trying to move too quickly, they stumble over themselves. They make a mistake somewhere along the way. This is exactly what this defense is aimed at doing, and it's so effective that you basically see it every time we move up to top floor. Unless there's some cheeky Tachanka bans coming out, and unless there's something interesting in the ban phase, more often than not, you're going to see a lineup like this. It's not surprising to see, but I'm hoping that there's an interesting take from the side of Lenovo Legion to try and counter this, because that's the interesting aspect. How do you deal with it? That's where you can always come up with new answers, always come up with interesting ideas. How do you want to deal with this Tachanka? How do you want to deal with Aspirin sitting inside of this room in operational and just putting Kiba barriers all around him and just deciding, this is my room now?
Well, first option is shoot Aspirin in the back, which it looks like they've taken that to heart and done exactly that. Second one is make sure that they can't quickly rotate. Gotta punish as much as you can. Tachanka's fire is only there as a deterrent. When you have a Blackbeard, you can actually kind of give callouts and go for those direct pushes, which are great standing to hopefully, you know, create an opening. Create that fear factor. Make sure to punish these opponents when they're not playing how you want them to play. You want to be able to control the structure and punish them. And as just Dom actually end up getting hurt by his own teammate, but it was there as a deterrent, I guess. And that's what the plan was. They've got a minute and a half left. Everyone's still alive. A few gentle scars being made, but we'll have to see what they can actually do about this.
There's so much fire burning everywhere, from the canisters placed around the map to the Goyo canisters, as well the Vulcans, as well as the very active, very thorough use of the Shumika launcher that's coming out from Philo. So a lot of fire all around just to deny a bit of space and a bit of time. That does mean that there's not going to be a lot left from that fire for Philo to use to try and plant deny. But I feel like Spider might have some help in that regard. He's still got the yokai drones up. He still has the potential to deny there. Thing is, now there's a smoke coming out, and we can see exactly why. There is a Glaz who's trying to move around that smoke grenade at a good time, but Philo is the one to find the opening. Kill Tachanka with the first one. Venom's immediately with the trade. Philo goes out a bit too wide. Doesn't expect the player to be directly in the breach facing him. And there's a yellow ping onto the second player, Zom. They know exactly where he is. What he has to do is he has to buy time, and he has to make sure he doesn't swing too early. Spider goes down to dangerously low HP. He has to stay alive to sit on that cam potentially. And now it's a 2v3. It's only down to Zom and Spider. He goes down. Spider all alone. He has the chance to win this off of denying the plant, but he's got so many players that are going to be looking at him, and they're going to use the Kibas against him. And with that, Legion, you know, they get themselves into the building, they find a good execute, and they have enough time to make sure that that Echo is under too much pressure to do anything about it. I think you're still muted.
Of course I am. I was finding myself and I got confused. I got lost in the sauce. But what I wanted to say is I'm actually really happy to see what we're seeing from the side of Dervo, or as they also known as Lenovo Legion, because they have a history. They have some really strong players. They're looking for what could possibly be a really good opening for them, but they're risking the right amount. They're not going, hey, we should dive straight in, go for an aggressive push, and go for the 30-second hold and try to plant. They're remembering that they've got multiple win conditions for the match and trying to be as adaptable to that as possible. Like, we're going upstairs now. Second round in, a site that most people do tend to use just because of the fact that it's safe, it's secure, and it's defender favored. Instead, we're saying, hey, 3 people go site setup, 2 people prepare to roam, and just get there to punish. But we have Glaz, Monty, Capitao, Ace, and we have a lovely Gridlock. So it looks like Lenovo Legion is planning to shut this down. But Derby Esports are never without a good chance of going for the victory. So we've got Smoke, Denari, Asami, Mira, and Warden. And I'm actually kind of surprised because there's still 2 keeper barriers in the pocket of the Asami.
Looks like there hasn't been any used yet. Maybe Aspirin's waiting for an opportunity to just deny space somewhere, understand where your opponent is coming from so that those are used effectively. Just waiting for Lenovo Legion to just announce their presence. Just wait for them to come around, and you can see the first one gets used, immediately gets taken care of, and the second one might be there to follow. So they know that Joker is outside there. They know that they have to worry about this Glaz again, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Glaz ban is something we could see down the line. For now, they have to deal with it. They have to deal with the Monty on top of that as well. Venom is sitting on that. And he should be able to build a little bit of space, as now they're trying to burn the player out of the corner there on that staircase, and Aspirin will go down There's a nade and some fire to follow up with that as well, really making sure he has to move from that position. Joker finds the second. Still outside, is able to find a pick onto the Mira. That's Terra going down. And that's a very good start out of Legion once again. They've gotten themselves not just 2, but 3 kills now as Glock goes for a double. As you've mentioned it, Gridlock seems to be, seems to be the right pick at the moment for Legion.
As I always say, it's never over till Gridlock starts singing. And with Gridlock here, 3 kills are coming
really
out, triple
is.
kills. Just 1 away from a 4K, or maybe even enough to stop the plant. But Philo's still looking for it. Trying to hide for anything. Keeping that top floor control is in his best interest. The only problem is he knows there's a whale of a good time coming, hunting him down, waiting for the angle. Pre-fires do start to come out, but as Monty is here, the mountain, and what I'm going to say, the absolute track stinger is going to shoot him in the back. That's unfortunate. It reminds me of the Eminem song, to be honest with you. Venom's coming for him. One thing you got to remember is the fact that these teams have to look for an opening. Novo made theirs instead. Now, as we go downstairs, Servo is seeming less and less confident by the minute.
Well, Derv, not looking too hot in the beginning here. And once again, it comes down to just a difference of matchup, because we've seen, Lenovo Legion, they've had an all right time through the bracket. They've not really been struggling. These are players that these are players that have been around the block. They've got the experience. They've got the grit. They understand how to win BO1s. They're a fast-paced team that goes into every game with a lot of momentum just right off the bat. And Derv is a team that has managed to fight a bunch of middle of the pack teams and able to come out on top in a lot of in some of the tougher engagements. The question is, are they able to hold up here? They've had some tougher fights. They've had some closer games. And the question is, are they able to use that to maybe hold on in this match a little longer? Because we're only 2 rounds in, right? Derv need to find some sort of adaptation. They need to understand how their opponent is playing, and sometimes that takes a couple rounds. In a BO1, you don't have that many opportunities, but I'm willing to give them 2.
Fair enough. I'm happy to let them take it. Only thing I'm worried about is their adaptability overall. As we've seen, there's still 3 donuts on the team for Derv to be eaten, but Lenovo's only got 1 themselves. It's not the fact that everyone's being impactful, it's just that the right people are. They're finding the right gaps, but also shutting down the right players. One thing I'm going to say, the fact that Barrels and Electrical have been completely given up for free without too much of contestant makes me worried, especially with Aspen holding on to the staircase, about to lose his shield, and the shield stays up. That's perfect for him then.
I don't know if that's just on our side. I feel like that should have gotten rid of the shield, but Aspirin has cleared the position for a little while anyway. No, the shield is definitely still up. Venoms does not seem to be able to walk past it. They know exactly where that player is. Aspirin will have to move around that as well. Now Zom is there playing on the opposite corner to try and see if maybe they can catch some of the attackers off guard. Maybe even play around a crossfire a little bit, but Aspirin's the first one to fall. Joker finds him. That's not the start you want to have. Now you've lost a bit of the backbone, a bit of the support that Zom kind of needed to try and get some help here from that Blackbeard push. And this forces him to go back further. This forces him to worry about angles behind him. And this is just going to pressure him out. He's just going to play above. He's going to play potentially for diffuser denial. And Philo, in the meantime, is able to find 1. And Venoms is trying to go for a shield stab, but it looks like Zorn gets ahead of the curve there and is actually able to reverse that onto him, which leaves us back into a 3v3.
Good start, but with only a minute left on the clock, they've got a lot of pressure they have to make up for. And as Zorn goes down, Glock is here, using everything in his namesake to try and punish it. But Terra's running, gets downed actually, and that's an intense situation. His Spider was helping to try to cover from below and lost the plot. Jacker Pack finishes it, and that's kind of the situation when you don't have clear communication between both teammates and one planning to go for the swing gets down in the fight. You now have to try to go for the retake solo, and it's so unfortunate. As we do see Derv Esports calling their timeout. In a 3-0, I think that's the right move, and I do agree with you previously, because only 4 rounds left. If this becomes a 7-0, it would be disastrous.
I mean, again, it's the quarterfinals now. We're starting to see teams use every resource they have available. We're starting to see the timeouts. This is the second time on layer now, where an early lead from the attackers actually is the thing that immediately prompts one of those timeouts to be taken. I don't hate it. I really like this being a quick timeout, especially now chaining that into the next operator ban phase after 3 rounds. It means you get a timeout, then you get the operator ban, so you can talk about both that and how you want to change your approach on defense. Um, and it just kind of slows the momentum that Lenovo Legion is slowly building up because they've won 3 rounds in a row, and you need to break that momentum. You need to break that cycle for them. They're finding themselves into a form, and you don't want them taking the 6. So you need to get the next round right now, break that momentum, and from there you can maybe claw some of the rounds back. And I mean, then it's fair game again. It's open range.
And agree more, but I'm not going to completely hold it over Derv Esports' head at the moment because there's 2 reasons. One, this is layer. A lot of teams do find it better at being a attacker favored map, but it doesn't make life that easy. We both know it doesn't. Now, Spider, Aspirin, and Terra have not woken up yet, or maybe they're gassed out. Because again, remember, they've played 5 rounds so far already. Sorry, 4 rounds so far. This is their 5th. And that means their backs against the walls, the tanks are almost empty. There's a reason a lot of people need breaks. There's a reason a lot of teams try to stop a lot of people saying like, hey, let's play back-to-back matches again and again and again. Some teams don't have the stamina for it. Some teams do. One of the most important factors is why we don't have unlimited overtime anymore. It was so detrimental to not only players' health, but to the fact that, hey, if you have a team that's so good on one side and they force it just over overtime, unlimited was so terrifying. It was back and forth for so long.
Yeah, and I mean, you're never gonna have unlimited overtime in a single elim bracket for a qualifier. That's just way too overkill. At some point, you need to understand when the game is over, and this is another thing of these BO1s, right? There is a limited amount of time to get things right and wrong. If you make a couple of mistakes in positions where you can't afford to make them, at that point it's just over, and you need to come back for the next qualifier. It's the small mistakes that you need to work on. And so it's a high pressure environment. There's a lot of tempo. You're not allowed to be making a lot of these mistakes. And this is ultimately what ends up causing some of the mistakes later on into the series, which, we're getting later in the day. A lot of these players have been playing for a long time. And if they're taking this seriously, then they probably have their AC in their room turned off because that would be masking some of the sound. You need to hear those footsteps. And that means that room is getting heated up by now.
Couldn't agree more. And as Zone takes out Joker, that's going to be a problem. The fact that it's a 5v4 is a terrifying situation to be in. But also, I'm just going to say it, this team has been able to use everything against them. They've set up clash, they've set up stall tactics, they've made sure if you're coming through, you're only coming through a small hole. And that's exactly what they're getting away with. As Clash does take a little bit of damage, but Philo is there as backup to finish off Joker and finish off Wolves. That's a great start. Only thing you got to think about, minute 20, they have to try to push down this hall when there's a clash, and there's also no direct way in. One player's jumped into the bathroom, didn't actually hit the Denari, so I think Dodo is going to be able to go through that without too much worry, which this could be a serious problem for the side of Derv here.
It gets in there, doesn't really find any value from it, just decides to hop back out. Bathroom kind of being locked out from all the Denaris that are not just on the window itself, but in front on the doorway as well. And here comes the crossfire. It does dispatch of the clash nicely. That's Glock finding a very important kill here to just to pinch onto Aspirin. And I think Aspirin just overstaying the welcome. Wanted to gain a lot of information, wanted to make sure that player on that part of the approach was slowed as long as possible, but you got to worry about the hole in the wall behind you. And now Venom's standing inside of a smoke grenade. He has the opportunity to maybe use that thermal scope on Glass. He will push through, but once again, the Denari is waiting on the other side with that gadget still up, and so there's only one way to go. They're funneling them all through the same hallway, through the same part of the site, and Venoms has to go deep. He has to run all the way deep, and while sprinting, he gets cut down. Zorn with the double, Terra with one. It's a great timeout. It's a beautiful conversion, and Derv, they get their first round on the board.
I'm not so sure what I have to say. Just let's go. The comeback from Derv, the triple kill was necessary and it helped flush them up. We love to see it, but that does mean questions have to be answered. One of those things being, was it the fact that they adapted? Was it the fact that some of the players finally woke up and chose, hey, no, we will fight? No, the answer was Terror getting one kill, giving Zom the exact amount of leeway he needed to pop off. One thing I'm going to say, though, Milo and Zom trying to carry everything on their backs. I'm sure this is not because Aspirin and Spider and Terror just all did that previously. It's just taking the workload and spreading it evenly. The intel that they're getting is perfect. The smart plays that they're doing is essential. And as you can see, drones being taken out early is exactly what is needed for this team.
That's again where you got to step away from the scoreboard for a bit to look at what Aspirin's been doing in that previous round. He was active for so long on that clash. Yeah, he did get caught out, but that was with 30 seconds left after wasting the entire round staring two people down and constantly electrocuting them and just making sure that they don't get to take any steps forward. And so he did his job. All Zom needed to do was just kill people that were sprinting at him, which is not that difficult to do because while they're sprinting, they can't really shoot back. That's difficult for them to do. So Zom is allowed to clean up those kills. They put themselves in a position. They set Zom up for success. And, you know, all the pins are set up. He knocks them down. So Dirt find themselves a very important round after the timeout. Once again, they've broken that momentum for Lenovo Legion now completely. And Legion will have to rebalance. They'll need to find a different approach because whatever they just didn't end up working. So either you got to move faster, play a bit more loose, or you just got to find a different approach. Maybe enter from a different part of the building. Just play a bit of a different game because the way it's going at the moment, Derv is happy to just be wasting time playing it slow and setting up for that late round to find more success for them. And you can see they're banking on it with all of the canisters, with the Vulcans being set up.
Couldn't agree more. And the fact that these players are actually fighting back. This is what we wanted to see. They're rising to the occasion. They're finding their second wind, which is exactly what we wanted. One thing I'm a bit more concerned about, though, is the strategy depth. That's something that I'm surprisingly seeing. This feels a bit more like, hey, this is a team that's used to scrimming versus a team of hopefuls going back, trying to find the gaps in this armor, and they're kind of getting away with it. It is just, hey, Diamond versus Plat, or in this case, Champion versus Champion.
Oh my god, Terra. Terra finds the one corner. And I think Azure just missed that smoke. I don't think that was meant to go against the reinforcement. I'm pretty sure that was meant to go deep so that Monty could walk in. But there's also fire denying Venom from trying to step inside, and now Venom will have to use one of his own smoke grenades. This might telegraph the play. This might tell them that, Venom is throwing it right there in that corner. That means he's probably going to go into this corner. So maybe you can throw some more fire that way. There's more blocking the entrance, and eventually you just have to step through it. You just have to accept it. You're going to take damage. Here comes the plant. Here comes the first. Dodo finds one. Aspirin with a kill elsewhere. Joker finds another, though, and the problem is now it's a post-plant. Lenovo, they isolate their win condition. Legion is able to understand how they can win this, and they take control everywhere on the map, and they immediately shut down any momentum Derv was trying to build. So we're back up to 4-1.
You'd love to see it, and they still have so much utility left. Here's the thing. That means we're in for a fight. Derv cannot let the gas pedal off. They've rattled them enough where they're able to fight and find gaps. That also means you can't hide in a corner and turtle it. Sorry, Mira. But it does mean that there's a chance. I am still sad that the Twitch Wolves doesn't have the same background as everybody else, just for, like, simplicity. But I am happy to see what they're able to get away with. 3 things I love to see: uniformity, disasters, and chaos. Because this team, it feels right, but it feels wrong at the same time. They're trying to make things work without communication, and then they're communicating so much that they have to die to be able to give the call out. Spider being the last one who's to eat his donut. But I believe when that happens, this is when we're going to see the full match, and we're going to go the distance. But do we get to see it before the 3 rounds are up? This is our final round before the switch. What are you expecting from next round for the bands?
Oh, well, I was going to say let's not get ahead of ourselves because it's probably going to be more of the same, judging by how a lot of the games have went. We've seen a lot of the most standard bans come out. We're expecting electricity to come out, especially on a map like Lair. There's a few walls that you just need to get open. And most of the teams don't want to deal with this. And once again, you could see, you know, Mira is finally available, but it's on a map that's not very Mira favored for most of the bomb sites. So instead, they take out the other architect. Not unsurprising to see that. Some people prefer Mira over Azami. And in this case, you can see Derv, they probably did prefer playing with the Azami. We saw her in the first half. Now that she's banned out, not going to see her anymore. I think there'll be more of that. But for now, we got to focus on the last round of this first half because Derv still have a lot to play for. They need to find the second round. They need to get themselves a 2-4 split, and that is not a good start to do it because Azur gets the opener onto Philo. However, there is that Thorn Trap out of Spider to find a kill back onto Dodo. Dodo just not managing to get out of harm's way in time, and that delayed Razor Bloom is able to find the first. Spider, he's now got a kill to his name, not through a gunfight directly, but there's a gunfight approaching his way, but the wide swing is too far away. Glock immediately finds the headshot. Spider doesn't have a chance to even pull the trigger on his shotgun. And that now once again leaves Derv on the back foot. They managed to get one with a gadget. I don't think they'll get as lucky again to find another kill without having to go out and seek it for themselves. So this means with 1:30, you've got Terra, you've got Zom, and you've got Aspirin, and they're the last ones alive, and they got to do this. So everybody's on site. There's no vertical control. If you want to retake verticality, you have to step up that staircase pretty soon. Otherwise, you're getting locked into the site.
Couldn't agree more. And especially with the 3v4, that means with only a minute left, it's going to have to get a lot more heated. You cannot slow down with this. You've got to put the pedal to the metal and try to push through. Aspirin and Terra, everybody now has a kill, so that means the confidence should be back up for the team, which is exactly what's needed. But there's still too much utility on the board for you, Lenovo, to just go for a drop. Everyone here has a fantastic gun on the side of Turbo. SMG-11, you've got Ella's Scorpio, and then you also have the Vector in hand. This pre-fire and the spray rate is exactly what's needed to go for those kills. Confirm, equalize 3-3, but the HP and the advantage of Lenovo. 30 seconds left. They have to push into sight, and they're trying to destroy as much as they can to even try to get close. Problem being, you physically can't drop hatch without having to risk your life or a gunfight on until that you don't know. You can't confirm anything just yet. Ella gets pre-fired, but she doesn't.
Oh,
she
not deep
survives
enough.
and runs out. Too close of an
Aspirin
angle.
able to get away with his life. He sticks himself deep enough into that corner, and he's allowed to punish Azur off of that. Now the plant is coming down, and Joker will have to drop down to cover it. He gets the first, he gets the crossfire. It's a double from Joker, and he finds all three. That's unreal. You're not allowed to do that. How does he defuse that crossfire? That's impossible.
You love to see it, but it's something where it's gonna get heated before it can get better. And it's the fact that we're 2 rounds away. 1 timeout left, but it's just not allowed. You cannot get away with that. You wanted a flashbang. You got your disrespect, just in a different manner. And we love to see it. Let's see how the bans come through. That is Kai and Monty.
Unreal play out of Joker to put that up to a 5-1 split. And from here, Lenovo Legion find themselves on the defensive half. We've seen how this map can go in the previous matchup. And I think that Lenovo Legion, I mean, they're the big household name here. They're the juggernaut. Derv are definitely the underdog team. And with the double electrification ban, with the ace ban, it's looking like we're going to do more standard bans, which is going to leave everything open for the defenders to play around on wasting time. It's the usual. You've got your Clash, you've got your Tachanka, everything being brought out. No Echo to speak of, but we have Ella and Wamai. I think just choosing better guns ultimately is the choice here. We want operators who've maybe got a primary with a decent fire rate, with some decent damage. And that's mostly what they're going to stick around to, especially with Wamai on that C4. Joker also on the mute bringing a C4 as well. So it's a lot of utility to plant an eye. It's a lot of utility to do damage. And I'm losing my voice after that Joker play. Because my goodness, it's 180 into another 180. At the moment, Spider, it looks like he might stick the play on Blitz. We'll see if he decides to stay on that all the way. And switch into Zofia and Amaru coming through for the side of Derv. So Zofia difficult to tell, but especially with the third charge, she becomes a lot stronger from down below, and I think it might be brought out to try and deal with the clash. I think there might have been some information gathering in prep phase. They might have countered it out. And the Amaru, I'm really curious to see where that Amaru is going to go into the building. I don't know if this is going to be a fast play into sight, or if this is just a way to get to the roof quickly. Honestly, anything goes. There is a shotgun in play, and it looks like Aspirin is bringing out that shotgun to open up something. I think it might have been a barricade. Doesn't look like it's going to be a fast play, though. Oh, he's going down below. All right. Aspirin. He finds himself downstairs with an opportunity maybe to go up the hatch in the mid-round before kind of being pre-ripped a couple times by Azur. And again, they try to shoot it out, but Philo actually gets caught by that, and Glock is able to find another. It's a good start from Lenovo Legion. Now they try to push in. Glock is able to find another. They're getting completely cut down. This might even be a flawless Terra. He's the last one left. If he wants to avoid match point against him, he has to find every single member on the enemy team, and he's going up against a clash that's actively pushing him, a smoke that's throwing a bit. Oh no, wait, it's a mute throwing a C4 at him. And yeah, no, Terra is getting the heck out of dodge, and he's got 1:20 to do something, but more than likely looking to be somewhat of a timeout, just going around, knows he doesn't have access to diffuser either. They're still chasing him down on the first floor, and he might have an opportunity to go around them, but he will have to make sound if he wants to open up that barricade. He pre-fires for a bit, chooses to think better of it, and again, he has a minute of time left. They're really down in the dumps now. They've got one opportunity to try and salvage this, and Terra is just using this as an extended timeout to see if they can talk through some things for the next round, because after this, no more second chances.
Couldn't agree more. And the fact that we're getting to this point where it's a 1v5, you've got the defenders collapsing in on you, really just trying to stay alive for as long as you can, or isolate the ones, but that's not going to be possible, especially against that. They get a first flawless round, and Tachanka finishes off the Zofia with the final kill. You do love to see it, but it's so difficult to come back, especially when your morals, your mental, everything is being exhausted to the last string pull. As it is a 1-6 situation, though, there's still a chance for a comeback. It just means survive 3 rounds, get to that ban phase, and make the ultimate comeback. We've seen it happen once before. I believe we can see it again.
Well, it's going to be a tough uphill battle. We're downhill. We're going to basement. It could be a downhill battle if they take from top floor down. And now with both architects in play, it looks like for basement, Lenovo Legion is going to bring out both of them. There's Mira, there's Azami. This is going to make the site very horrible to try and approach from any angle other than from directly up above. And I think that's what they're banking on. They're making the site untakeable from the sides. You have to take verticality, and that's going to cost you a lot of time. And the question is there verticality being brought out? I can't see what the secondary gadgets are yet, but for the moment, I'm seeing no RAM. I'm not seeing a buck. I'm not seeing a sledge. And there's the repick. There it is. Aspirin, they gain the information. They understand that it's downstairs. And Aspirin immediately repicks into the RAM with the boogies to try and open up the floorboards. Again, Terra is on that gridlock. Gridlock, kind of a popular operator in this matchup. And I think that has to do with how big the map is. And how little time and intel you really have to devote to a flank watch. I think you just need to trust that the track stingers will do enough for you there. Immediate nade usage, gonna just try and throw that through one of the drone holes to see if you can maybe connect onto some utility. Now some drone work coming out. Joker getting aggressive out on that breach. Quick jiggle peek, gets some information, understands where that player is, thinks better of it.
Couldn't agree more. But the fact that they brought gridlock tells me that they're not wanting to let this end just yet. You know, with Dokebi being first taken out by Dodo here, that's rough. They might not have any say in the situation. Dodo losing a lot more HP though from that missile hallway attack, but that's the problem. It's when you get into the situation where you don't know where people are and you're trying to make the most out of the decision, you're putting your life at risk every single time. Luckily for us, or unluckily not for us, you've got to try to make the push different. You've got to try to find the gap, find any sort of way into adjacent rooms and punish it. If Capita can hopefully bait these players forward, we might be able to see a pick, and it does. Asami goes down for the
Oh.
exchange, though. That's not how you want it to go. Capita gets finished off as well by Dodo, giving him the triple kill. 1 HP in a dream. He really has everything in his pocket. 2 kills away from an ace, and a situation where he's got the time, he's on defense, he knows where he's got the fuser. It's just about staying alive long enough to use that ability.
Derv has got to be careful what they wish for, because they wanted to bait the players on the defender side forward, and the defenders did bite, but I think they bit off the entire hook. I don't think that there was any reeling in to be done from that bait that was being cast out, because there was too many players that overwhelmed the defenses, and now Dodo, he's got the quad. You were saying he has a chance at the ace, and with the player not looking at him, there's an opportunity, but no, Azur steals it away from him. There won't be an ace. It'll just have to be the 4K. That'll make do. I think they're happy enough taking this match very quickly, because now they have a chance to maybe rest just a little bit before going right into the semifinals of this qual.
Couldn't agree more. It is intense when it gets to this position, but as we are now hitting that halfway point, well, more than halfway, we're hitting those moments where we've just got to decide, are you ready for victory? Or are you ready to lose it all? You've made so much progress, so fair play to everyone who's in the tournament, everyone here at Voltage Series. And now I must ask our host, what do you think?
What do I think? Well, I do think there's been a little bit of a theme to this this qualifier here today. We've only had one game go to overtime. A lot of very decisive matches, if I were to say. A lot of 2-7s, 1-7, 7-3, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong on that, but still decisive matches. Were we expecting this this matchup between the Derv Esports and Lenovo Legion Hanved to go this way?
I personally think so, because Derv was just kind of an underdog coming into this. We knew that Lenovo Legion is as a strong contender going into this qualifier. They're a team that we expect to maybe see in the semis, in the grand finals of the first qual. We're expecting them to qualify early. By the time they get around to qual 2, they should have racked up so many points that we should probably see them. They have the consistency, they have the team, they have the experience to put all of that together. And I think Derv kind of came out of left field and honestly had a good run in this qual. And I hope to see them back in the next one, because what they've put up so far, we didn't catch their best side on stream today, but maybe we'll get another opportunity.
just to get the second one, but Smith is there to finish it off. Clash is being turned back. It's down by 12. second before Smith is there and finished off. Crash is being turned back to the rear. Jaeger gets down with the gunfire as well from the tree.
Welcome back to the Voltage Series Season 7 first qualifier. We'll have our penultimate matchup here in a second. Thank you all for waiting here for us. I know it's been a bit of a break, but that's completely fine. We'll be heading into the Spanish Inquisition versus Good Intentions here in a moment. But first, I'd still like to talk about Operation Voknon, the upcoming Tier 2 EML Challenger Circuit secondary tournament with a bit of a cash prize, $2,500. That's a big deal. Some R6 credits, and of course, there's coveted Tier 2 points. There's a Nordic qualifier on August 22nd and an separate EU MENA qualifier on August 23rd. So if you're from the Nordics, if you're Finnish, you're from Denmark, you're from Norway, you're from Sweden, you're from Iceland, there's a separate qualifier for you guys to try to get your foot in the game. And for everybody else that wants to participate, that's the EU MENA qualifier for you guys. So a little bit more seats into the Nordics. But now that that's out of the way, we'll be talking about our next matchup here, of course, being the Spanish Inquisition versus Good Intentions here. We're going to border, actually. We haven't seen today yet, which is quite nice here. And as I looked at the stats from Meisterschaft, the tournament I was a part of here a little bit ago, the Spanish are quite formidable on border, actually taking a map off of Maestro Esca. So very interesting enough. Star Drago, Ripperins, what do you guys think of this matchup?
Well, I love it when we get to go to a place that's small, the chunk is good, and we get to fight to our heart's content. Border being, again, one of the original maps OGs back from Desert Storm. I can't remember the actual name of the season, but we all loved it when it came out.
That's a different thing.
No, I was good. I was thinking, I was like, wait, no, that's not right. It's not Desert Storm. And I can't remember what the name of the season was, but Dust Storm, sorry.
Dustline?
Couple letters. Dustline, thank you.
I think
Again, it's when Blackbeard and Valkyrie was added, and those are still two of the strongest Valkyries for that map, so I'm really excited to see us go here. Good Intentions. I'm not sure how to feel about the fact that the Spanish Inquisition had good intentions to begin with, and then they crusaded and started pirating, and that just means we're in for a proper fight. What about you, Reference?
Border, very aggressive map. I'm looking forward to both of these teams basically fighting each other non-stop. It's a map where you cannot take any space inside without the defenders challenging you, because if the defenders give you one room, they kind of lose. It's the defenders have to contest you basically 24/7. They need to contest you as you're approaching the building. They need to contest you on the doorway, and they have to get some sort of value before you enter the building. And if you enter the building, it's probably 2 minutes in. So let's move into that map. Looking forward to it.
Let's move in. Gentlemen, you guys have the floor. Have fun. We'll be seeing each other after the game again here. Enjoy.
Bye-bye. And Border, a map that I love, hate, and has been spawn peaked on more times than I can count. Also the only map where I got my favorite ace because they all ran straight through the main entrance trying to go for a rush, and they got shot in middle stairs. This is one of the maps where, if you don't know it, I'd be surprised. One of the favorites for multiple reasons. One of them being, Snake's always banned because the map's so small, his gadget covers basically everything.
It's like he pulls out his gadget. It's like, yep, there's an enemy there.
Yep,
That's the
5
map.
enemies. Yep. Perfect.
Yep, they're right there. What do you mean? But yeah, expected bans, the first curveball of today out of all of the defender bans that we've seen. Oh, well, my ban. We're going to get rid of somebody who can catch utility. So this is going to make potentially Jaeger more important if Spanish Inquisition choose to pick it up, which they don't, which means it's going to be very easy for some of these flashes to come in, for some of these utility pieces just being set up in the right place. And I wonder what Good Intentions is going to do with that.
I think this was more to stop people from trying to Jaeger MMI trick that half wall at the back, because I understand Armory Lockers is a bit of a pain when you have to try and go for an outside push. Unless you're always going for the rush strat and you're going to go for the same one, you're kind of stuck trying to go for split, or at least take the 90 and go for it deep through the site and making sure to clear the entire first floor towards break room. But that's not always going to be the case, especially with teams like this. But we'll just have to wait and see. Spanish Inquisition versus Good Intention means whoever wins this never truly had good intentions. One of the factors I want to quickly go over is their operator lineup. What do you think?
All right, let me get a look.
You've got...
I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. This is what I would expect for this map. I think what's most important is the guns that are being brought out. You can see on the side of Spanish Inquisition, there's a lot of high firepower guns, both close range and in the form of the slug shotguns. You can see Bimsy is coming out as well. To be able to find some early impact.
My main focus was about the fact that we've got enough DMRs and firepower to take over the entire building, because of the fact not only did we have Tubrow with the actual, I'm just going to call it the best weapon ever, the DMR that hits like a dump truck. And then you've got the Vendetta as well being brought for the set of intentions, as well as all the DMRs, Zofia's weapons. This is a full focused, full fighting force where you get to see Mute get taken down by Ace, leaving it as a 3v5. They haven't even made it into the building solidly, except for Habana, and she's already on half HP. C4 goes out, catches the Deimos, takes him out, and then there's the Striker run out, getting 2 picks of his own before going down. But Zofia gives a quick cleanup. It's a 1v3 now, all of this Tubrow. A one-shot headshot is very unfortunate, but it's a beautiful little tap. We love to see it.
All right. Like I said, you need to challenge outside. It kind of backfires for Spanish Inquisition here in this first round. But this is going to kind of set the pace. It's going to come down to winning some of the gunfights as well. But ultimately, you need to just deny that space. That's what it comes down to. That's just mostly what Border looks like. And now it appears we're going down to ventilation and workshops. With top floor secured, you can kind of play a very similar kind of defensive hold. Inquisition can just try the same thing again, but with an additional layer of depth. So they allow themselves 1 or 2 more faults, which should hopefully mean that they can pick and choose their fights a little differently. They still will have to challenge outside a lot, just because, once again, the size of the map does not allow you to let the enemy take too much control of any part of the map. But it does have that fallback option in the mid-round, and I think that might be what Spanish Inquisition need.
Couldn't agree more, but that does make a question have to be asked. What is your favorite site on this map? Because right now all the spawn peaks being set up, all of the dangerous plays, and what looks like a lot of baits to hopefully force the break room push might be right or wrong, but I'm not entirely sure yet.
I'll have to wait and see. First couple seconds into the round, it looks like Onfalls is going to play over toward that break room. And he's got some backup playing over toward East Stairs once again. Again, Eastairs, you kind of have to contest it. You can't allow the attackers to just kind of walk in. You have to make sure that they have to be worried here on this balcony. They have to pay attention, and that ends up kind of draining you in the round as well. It just kind of comes down to that, because we're also getting later into the games. We're in the semifinals. These teams have been playing a lot of Siege today already. It's going to start coming down to just wearing down your opponent. I think later on into this border game, we could see some scrappy back and forths if both of these teams are not sufficiently rested up from the previous games, if they didn't have enough breaks in between, maybe.
I think you're right. That 5-minute break after that last match. Technically, Good Intentions coming into this warmed up and confident with their aim, but Spanish Inquisition had a good wee chance to rest. So Pozo is using that to his advantage, making sure to bait every shot and try to deter his opponent from thinking it's the same team they've played against previously, which is really smart. If you can make your opponent make the same mistakes they could have made against another opponent, or use the playstyle against them, it's a really strong move. As that Klug drone does get taken out, though, that's going to be a serious problem for this team. Hopefully Peter Parker or Mighty here can get this pinch and shut down the Brava a bit earlier. Something I do want to say. Luckily for them having souls, there's no chance of them going for the direct hop-in plant push, and Ella being close gets the quick pick onto Rock and Roll. That is ace off the board, meaning those hatches are staying closed.
Right. Some good return fire coming out of Parker and Fod. This is the kind of momentum swing that Spanish Inquisition need here in the mid round. And like I said, now's the opportunity. They still have control of top floor. This is not where the bomb site is, and Kusik at the moment is wasting a lot of time having to clear out office and trying to make sure that there's nobody hiding behind on this soft wall, nobody hiding behind anywhere deep inside of office, and there's not enough information gathering for the side of Good Intentions to be doing that. Now, with 20 seconds, I mean, he's the one with the diffuser in hand, so if he gets dropped here by the player still playing in this corner, namely Parker, I mean, this ends up potentially being a disaster, and actually it's going to be a crossfire. Kusik walks into the site. In the meantime, Creeds and Kusik, they've managed to back off, go downstairs, managed to back away from this, and will manage to force this into a post line. The question is, are you able to hold this? There's not a whole lot of rotations available, and Fod is on a triple kill, so it's all down to Creeds. He has to do everything. We saw how good he was in the previous map when we were watching them, but it's too much to do. There's everyone approaching from every single angle, and Parker will be able to pick that one up. Very good turnaround from Spanish Inquisition. Wasn't a hot start once again, but they've got some grit.
Couldn't agree more. It seems more in the case of these two teams are planning to take this slower than we thought, even though it is Border, which is known for its fast pace and aggressive playstyle rewarding. It feels like these two teams have decided, hey, we're going to slow this down. We're not going to make it too easy for our opponents to annoy with it. Keep a good stall pressure, keep a good head in it, which is exactly what's needed. We've seen what happens before when your opponent tilts, specifically when Good Intentions get under their opponent's skin and they can just steamroll for days. But now, though, we do have a castle with 3 kills. I'm hoping not Ford picking castle for the utility or because he has a strat. Because Mighty and Unfouls, whether that's Uber out or it's going to have to be, I'm going to say Kusik in this case as well, because he's still not got eaten his donut. This is the problem. You've got 2 really strong players, which we have seen previously, just not being able to get away with as much as they believe they should.
All right, and with that, I mean, confidence regained for Spanish Inquisition. We go back up to top floor. That's, kind of what I was mentioning as well. They can basically just do the same defense again. You have to challenge outside, and it looks like there's some adaptations coming in. I am a little distracted at the moment. I hope you'll forgive me, but in case you haven't mentioned it yet, the castle, I think, is the new adaptation that's going to become quite important for Spanish Inquisition this round. I think this is going to kind of change how some of the sightlines work, and it's a good replacement for that Azami, who was taken off the board right away, and Unfalls immediately finding some value out of that. He finds himself inside a break room, gets that opening pick, and now it's starting to not look all that bad for Spanish Inquisitions on the start here.
Couldn't agree more, and especially with Fod being their man of the match so far, MVP looking to make the most important plays, but something you do have to worry about is Two Brow now being hunted by Deimos, meaning that we've got all 5 operators on Deimos to be able to get hunted here. He's going to finally start getting some kills. We've seen what Kusa can properly do here. So it's just about finding the right entry point and hopefully causing a bit of havoc. Wee bit of a strange situation to come from, actually, is the fact that we have 2 DMRs again, both this time on the side of Goyo and Joe. So, on Striker, sorry. Which does mean things could be a bit more hectic. They might be planning to just hold off the rooms and then collapsing back, turtling on site. But with that range level, I'd be surprised if that's the plan.
I'll have to wait and see. Kuzik starting to go with a track onto Jawo. Does understand where he's playing. The problem is you kind of need East Control to deal with that. And Creeds is trying to get in on the action too, which is going to cause Jawo to kind of move around. And at the moment, they're trying to pinch him from like 3 different angles. Here comes the first fight. Doesn't quite find the connection, and that's very important. Unfalls elsewhere, thankfully, as well as Fod, able to find up some of those important kills, which only leaves Creeds and Bimsy left. You know, we saw them be really good on Lair. The question is, are they able to perform similarly on this map? Because at the moment, they've got 4 players on Inquisition left, and they have to deal with every single one of them, as now Hibana pellets are coming through on the soft wall just to try and create some sort of a sightline to try and breach through that wall on the long angles. And the DMR able to make a few more holes. The problem is, I don't think these Spanish Inquisition players want to peek you. I think they want to play time. They know that they've got 30 seconds on the clock, and they know that they got to play keep away here. Creeds does find the first, makes it a little more even, but Mighty now will punish. Bimsy goes down. It's only down to Creeds. He's found one. He has to find 3 more to convert it, and, well, he will find at least 1 more headshot, but the refrag is good. Spanish Inquisition set up in the right positions. They know how to play this map, and they're starting to find some momentum.
I'm actually really surprised with what we're seeing. Every round has been, I'm going to say, less of a stick of dynamite going off and more of like a boxing match. It's literally a back and forth situation of, can Good Intentions hold their own versus can Spanish Inquisition find enough of a gap or create one to punish their opponents in the final minute of the round, which, don't get me wrong, it is surprising when Kusik still hasn't eaten his donut yet. So maybe we are just waiting for round 6 and we'll see how it explodes from there.
Well, since you're talking about boxing gloves, when do you think or about boxing in general, when do you think the gloves are coming off? At what point do we just go hand to hand?
I think it will be round 7 after the next set of bans are done, because this set should solidify the side of Good Intentions and Spanish Inquisition for overtime. Maybe they're playing the long game. Otherwise, I'm not sure, because Pod's still back on the castle again, which means they have strategy. They're just playing to basic strats. They're not changing anything up, adapting to their opponent. This is, hey, this is our set plan stone. Maybe these guys do know each other, but if I remember correctly, our lovely host did say these guys have never met directly in a tournament in the past year. So maybe roster for roster, they don't know each other, but maybe player by player, they may be screamed or something. It's just more of a question of, this seems more like a ranked game, if I'm being honest.
Oh, that's just Border. That's definitely just Border's tricking you into thinking that these guys are just playing aggressive haywire kind of play style, because it's the map. It is how you play this. The reason it doesn't look much different from ranked is because people play like this on every map on ranked.
Maybe that's why I'm a bit confused. But as 30 seconds have now gone, we're seeing Ella look for the run out, but she's ran too far. Didn't get back in the building, got stuck on the edge of the door, and that means Dokevi could get the camera. Hopefully, though, Thorn might be able to get the refrag and destroy that phone.
Well, it looks like Unfalls is getting himself into position to try and go for some sort of counterplay. The problem is Creeds has picked up Fod elsewhere. Once again, it's not a good start for Inquisition. It's kind of been a back and forth. They've had some good openers and some very, very bad openers. And that's, again, it's what it comes down to on Border. The opening engagements decide how the round is going to swing. And from there, it comes down to how do you set up for success in the mid round. And that's also heavily down to the attackers. That's down to where do you want to approach from? How do the defenders read into you? At the moment, we still have Mighty in a pretty decent spot. He's sitting up here inside of Office. They will have to deal with this Mira one way or another. They either have to clear out at that window or just pick off the remaining teammates. Because at the moment, Everybody's walking out in front of it. Unfalls does go, rather, Unfalls gets a kill. It was Jawo that went down in the process. Unfalls still upstairs, so both of them holding from up above. This is a 2v4. This is a lot of players that they still need to deal with, but here comes the fire canister getting popped. Unfalls finds a kill, and Creeds goes down to low HP. That mirror window is doing wonders. Now Kusik has run deep into the site, should be able to plant on a different spot, but actually he gets forced off. There's a player already back on first floor. That Thorn doesn't find the headshot on the side of Kusik, so he has to switch to the secondary as well. Unfalls is running around, is able to get that. He got a triple in the round. It's all Unfalls all day. Now he finally gets cut down, and with that Kusik, this is like the 4th time he's attempted to plant, but he keeps getting forced off of it, and now he finally finds a safe plant spot. Mighty will be forced to drop down, and once again he fakes the plant. He has to come off of it. Kusik, he's not allowed to stick this. He has to go for the fight. He gets a little bit of a tag, switches back to the primary, allows Mighty a chance to reload. There's more pings coming in. There's the information. Mighty just has to play this perfectly. There's a bit of a flashbang, and Mighty will have to wait for that to fade. But the timer is ticking lower, and this is starting to play in favor of the Mira. Another plant attempt is coming through. And it's looking like...
Try this. It's
Oh,
so
come
close.
on.
He's going for the rush, maybe.
He's going to try and go it.
Shot.
He's
Very
going to
nine,
go
but
for
the
it, but
Mighty
Mighty gets
shotgun
it.
wins it. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Kusik's just not allowed to plant.
No, he had 3 separate attempts, but he kept giving
That's
it
why
up.
you don't fake. You don't fake. You should have stuck it the first time.
And as our lovely
fire.
producer says, he didn't know we had Tom and Jerry in the game here. And to be fair, I completely agree. Just completely agree. A game of cat and mouse, cops and robbers. I'm hoping that this mistake does not cost good intentions, because that's the first time the Spanish Inquisition has actually got the lead ahead now. They had the advantage on the side of good intentions from the start of that round, and now they've lost it. Let's see what they do now, though.
Right, we're back down to the bomb site that Spanish Inquisition won a couple of rounds ago. It unlocks once again. We're back down to events. And there's an opportunity to really rack up some rounds here. It'd be nice for them to maybe get a 4-2 or even a 5-1 split. That's what they're aiming at here. I think ideally good intentions. They do want to tie up that scoreline. 3-3 is the best they can do, but I think 3-3 is kind of the expected scoreline border. Is not necessarily a map that tilts heavily toward one side or the other, because again, it's a big frag fest. It comes down to are the defenders able to deny entry or not? And that also has to do with where do the attackers position themselves, who wins the gunfight. It's a very gunfight heavy map, and you just need to bring people who are mechanically inclined enough to try and go for some of these picks. And I'm wondering if Unfalls is the man for the job here on the side of Spanish Inquisition. He's had a really big round the previous time. And he might get another opportunity to do so, as at the moment he's actually getting tracked by Deimos. So he might have to be forced back, and somebody else might have to take up that mantle. We'll wait and see, as JWO once again finds himself in the same spot he's been in, and now there's some back and forth. There's some exchanges outside. That's, I think, almost over 30 meters of distance on that gunfight. We call it a small map, but these guys are finding ways to make these engagements as long as possible.
Couldn't agree more, but they have put themselves under a lot of risk and pressure, as we can see right now, with Peter Parker going down. Unfortunately, BMZ. I actually read that a different way, but no, BMZ's getting a second quick pick. He's like having to push through, but he actually gets the shot onto. Oh, that's so unfortunate. All because Striker had to check his cell phone before it detonated on him.
Oh, Unfalls, no.
It's the same
You gotta
problem.
be careful.
The AC-130, the exploding Samsung in the pocket, and then somebody hunting you down with a drone. Unfortunate, but it's not over yet. One man still standing, gets shut down in the corner of the closet, and that's unfortunate.
Right, that's another round for the attackers. Where once again, this is going to be a close game. I think that both of these teams are very capable of putting up rounds. And Spanish Inquisition, the fact that they've managed to win that clutch was very, very important over on Bathroom. It does mean it locks Bathroom away from them. They are deciding to go back up to a second floor. Not going downstairs for a third time. It has worked out once, didn't work out the second time. Don't really want to go for that coin flip. Instead, we're going for the other coin flip. This is also the site that they've won and lost. So Inquisition just taking a third chance at this top floor. And again, top floor is an indication of you want to play aggressively. you want to deal with the threats as actively as you can, because you're putting the bomb site as close to one of the most important strategic points of the map, which is CCTV. You need control of break room, you need control of CC, because it's the easiest way to get into the building, and it's very difficult to get into this building. So anywhere is good. As long as you can somehow find a way in, CC is usually the way that you want to make it into the building. And so Inquisition, they're just gonna try and parry the approaches from Good Intentions. We'll see how it pans out in this round. Once again, it heavily swings in favor of whoever is able to find opening picks, of whoever is able to maybe get one over on the other team earlier.
Couldn't agree more. Genuinely. Better than what I could have said ever. But that does make me ask one quick question. What's the chance of a rush shot? What's the chance of these guys deciding, you know what? We go in for the post plant, we clear out as much utility using as many ace charges, Habanas, everything we can, just try to rush for a plant. They're not bringing shields because Monty's banned and they don't trust themselves apparently with Blitz or Blackbeard, but they're still planning something. They call it had to have come. Deimos is ready for the 1v1. This time it's going to be an unfair fight since Deimos has the ability to see exactly where you are in real time.
Oh, C4 misses, as at the same time Kusik actually goes around to go for that play on the window. And now this should give the tip off to JWO. There's a player already inside the building. You have to be careful about that new balk. You have to be careful about those rafters. There's some more information coming in. There's some explosives being deployed. And now that fire is really putting him out of position. Rocket Roll able to finish off what was left of the sentry. And with that, I mean, opening frag goes in favor of Good Intentions. This is an important pickup to get. You get control of East Stairs. This is going to make life a lot more difficult for Fod, as he's the next one that's most likely getting targeted. You can see there's already a potential scan coming through very soon out of the side of the Deimos. And no, actually, target switching over to Parker, wanting to understand where that player is, as he also gets phone called at the same time. This is just trying to overwhelm his senses, but Parker's in a spot where he's somewhat safe, and it looks like on falls, once again, he gets a Razor Bloom kill. This is his second one in this game. Creeds, he perishes. It's the second player on Good Intentions in this half who has died to one of those.
So unfortunate, but that's what they wanted. They asked for this. That's what they're going to get from it. One thing they do have to worry about, though, is how do they challenge this? There's a lot of things they can do, but too many options, not enough decisions to be made already. It's a 4v4 with 40 seconds left on the clock. You're going to have to try to dig deep here, boys, because the site is closed. Still, that nade's going to go off. It's not going to be enough of the ability just to push straight through. There's too much intel. That mirror window's back up being as strong as it was last time. The jumping has to happen, but Kusik actually finds Fod, takes him out. And that means Fountain is a bit more clear. They're going to try to go for the angle for the deep push. But as Deimos is pushing up, and BMZ sees the recruit. He can't. The recruit finds the pick, shuts it down, and it comes down to a 1v2 with mirror below, C4 in hand, just having to wait and listen.
Oh, this might be perfect. Mighty, throw it. Here it comes. Will it connect? Yes, it will. Inquisition win on time. It's a 1v2 out of Mighty. He's just in the perfect spot. He plays it as quietly as possible, and it doesn't get shot out because they're not expecting it. It lands perfectly. And that's sometimes just how you gotta win it. You gotta waste enough time, and you gotta play for that objective. Inquisition, they get themselves a 4-2 split. They're gonna be happy with that one. I think this is an important round to win. This is a pivotal round. This is the second clutch out of Mighty as well. Just putting the team on his back at the moment. And with that, we have the half switch coming in. We have the Mira Monty ban coming out. No more Mira. Spanish Inquisition liked it. They don't want to play against it, though. And once again, Monty comes out as a ban. Understandable. Border, tiny map. If you can take any sort of space, Monty just immediately multiplies that by a factor of 10. And you can't lose that much space. So got to get rid of him. Understand that out of the side of Good Intentions. And then Wamai getting banned rather again. So free reign for utility. It's just going to be more util.
It is what has to happen sometimes. You're prepared or you're not. And with this team, you're seeing it. It's literally been back to back now. The gaps are being created. Spanish Inquisition, they were 2-2. Well, sorry, 2-1. And then they got up and they keep going up. But as you know, this is round 7. They have now switched. We have Mirror ban, Monty ban, Grim, and Wamai. Wamai just seems to be hated on border. Maybe there's something I'm not knowing, but I'd like to see it because round 1 did go to good intentions. Round 5 went to good intentions. Everything else has been to Spanish Inquisition. Let's make sure that this isn't the same.
All right. The usual rotation, please, Bimsy.
I do wonder
Once more.
something. Is it
Yeah.
an operator problem? Is it the fact that maybe they're not being aggressive enough? Would you prefer if they started spawn peeking? Because I think I would, with a boss G preferably.
Yeah, of course you would prefer that. Well, it comes down to measured aggression. It's how aggressive do you want to go? And at the moment, the measured aggression you can see here is Rock and Roll peeking his head outside and trying to kill somebody who's repelling in spawn. And I think it's the perfect measured aggression because this is going to force the spawn player to go off of that repel without getting anything. So just playing keep away here is the important thing because you've wasted 30 seconds and that player has not even approached the building yet. He's walked forward now. He's going to start droning now. And with that, you've effectively wasted kind of a minute, maybe a minute and a half of the of one of the enemy's time. Now the smoke babes are coming out early as well. Bimsy is going to use those to great effect outside. So long as Greeds stays alive, that means there should be no access point for them into break room. And they're just going to have to wait for those smoke babes to fade. And there's going to be more of those where that came from. The problem is Unfalls has run in and killed Creeds and immediately run back out. And Bimsy has no chance to try and trade any of that. In the meantime, Kusik does find FOD, so there's a bit of a trade back, and you lose an execute operator in the form of the Capital, which is not something you want to see lose early. But at the very least, you've mounted a lot of pressure onto Bimsy, as now Rock and Roll doesn't really know how he's able to support his teammate, as Jabo finds Kusik, and Bimsy goes down as well. This is a good approach from Inquisition, as now everything falls apart for the side of good intentions, and they lose a lot of map control. Rock and Roll is still hanging around here in CC, but he's kind of isolated from the rest of the play. He wasn't able to help his team.
It's one of those things where I'm hesitant watching them play like this because it's a 2v1 and he's still about to peek outside break door and go for the run out. But again, I get the idea. You want to challenge and go for it, but you don't have the man count where it's not worth it. Now, see, as I said, as Pozo's trying to fight his way back on the side, he gets killed, and now Rock and Roll goes down swinging as well to Joe. That's so unfortunate. But as we now enter this split, we've got only 2 rounds away from victory for us.
And I want to say this again, Unfalls and Mighty, just so important to the rounds that Spanish Inquisition is winning. Unfalls, with that opening pick onto Creeds, I said, you know, Bimsy, he's on there. He's got that smoke, babe. As long as that's up, and as long as Creeds doesn't die, there's no way for Inquisition into the map. Unfalls walks into the map, kills Creeds, walks right back out, does not care. Bimsy is not a factor in this play. Bimsy does not have even a remote chance to try and go for a trade on that operator. And from there, Inquisition is able to take all the map control that they need. They isolate their win condition. They saw exactly like I do in overhead view, where it's so much easier, that you need to get Creeds. You need to kill that guy, and from there, everything else unravels because Rock and Roll is too far away to do anything. They isolate that, and from there, everything just falls into place nicely. Spanish Inquisition are playing their chess pieces immaculately.
Not what I was expecting, but it is how the cookie crumbles. One thing I need to agree with you, or disagree, I guess, a little bit in this case. Yes, that it feels more about him walking straight in the side, executing the guy and coming back out. They at least got a kill for it, and that's one of the things I want to say is Rock and Roll stayed alive longer than most of his team in a number of rounds. I'm just wondering why have they not used their timeout yet? Why are we not seeing them go the distance with us and go for that punishment? Again, just have to wait and see, because as you can see, they've got a Blackbeard now. Deimos is still an operator that could be banned, but he's not being brought enough, and Blackbeard just pushes straight through and is ready to go challenge.
Right, forces the player to immediately back off. You can see Bimsy, he does not want any of the smoke, which is understandable, even though that is his operator's name. And you can see he goes for the reinforcement as well. This is going to allow him to play the close shotgun angle. He will be able to play a crossfire here with Kusik, which becomes very potent. So now there's a different angle for Bimsy to get cleared out. So maybe you need CC control. The problem is now you're playing more in depth, and you've got Rock and Roll still playing inside of CCTV, and that makes it so much more difficult to take any of this, because now you have like stacked pieces upon stacked pieces. The problem is Fod just walks right by that and kills Bimsy. I was trying to set up how there's a crossfire that you can't break, and rock and roll is not part of the play again. Fod is allowed to get away with that on 1 health. Kusik finds the head of Mighty just poking out from the side of the shield, I think. And that's an important frag to get back, as Spanish Inquisition were about to break this defense wide open, but this is going to give them some reprieve. Kusik is still able to play in this corner, and now he might be able to play further back, able to play around another one of his teammates. As, Fod's still down on very low HP. This HP advantage is going to be huge, but Kusik doesn't move from the nade. He's expecting a swing, and he guesses wrong, as Jawo is just banking on the fact that that nade will connect the way it does. It's perfect. Spanish Inquisition get themselves another access point. They get themselves another room cleared, and now Rock and Roll has rotated over together with Pozo, and Pozo finds one. A huge kill to get.
Well, it needed to be done. It's that sort of situation you're pushed into where you cannot make a difference if you don't try. 3v3, 40 seconds left. Good Intentions still have a great chance at taking this, especially with the defensive hold and all of the utility left. That C4 still in the pocket of Pozo could be all it needs. One simple problem, though, he's stuck staring at a different hatch. Well, maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the strat. Just sit there and wait for 30 seconds until they drop hatch.
Oh, there's a player behind that soft wall. If you find the right connection here, you could potentially take down Rock and Roll, but no, he actually backs off from the play. Doesn't want to be any part of that. And I think that's the right play. Good Intentions. They gotta waste time here. They gotta play for the time to slow down Pizza Parker. He drops into the site, tries to go for that plant. Here's the C4 from Pozo. Will he be able to get it in time? No, he's just running for it. That C4 is not going to connect in time, but no! Actually, they find the connection with a shot. Pizza Parker goes down to something else. There's a player who just connects with the back being exposed, and it's a win on time. Just catching the tiniest piece of him. Unbelievable.
Oh, and that's why people are going to say, if you picked Cav, what's her name? I remember her name. Never mind. The joke was going to be that if you pick somebody who's dummy thick, you're going to get shot in the dummy thick. Sledge. That's who I was thinking of. But anyway, one of the more important factors is those operators that could have solved this with the idea of intelligence, with the ability to roam, using multiple gadgets to gain more information, such as the Bravo drone for hacking cameras, or even Ayana. There's a lot of chances for that. I could see a comeback in a great way coming from Good Intentions right now. I'm just wondering what's to come. On the side of Spanish Inquisition, they're trying the best, but it's difficult. Rock and Roll, and hopefully when he wakes back up as well, we could have DMZ to hopefully push through this. But it all depends on when these guys decide to finally wake up again. A Snake is now being brought. I think Spanish Inquisition's planning to shut this out here, make it 6-3, and hopefully end the match, but we'll see. It's going to be close.
Once again, you can't underestimate the players on Good Intentions. Now that they find themselves on the defense, that 6-man, we've already seen him become very, very important. So it's also about playing the objective. It's not just about finding the kills, finding the way in. And Bimsy just through one tiny little hole in that barricade finds the frag onto Mighty. Mighty not able to contribute to this round. Despite having the shield up, despite being the Blackbeard, he still gets caught out by that C4. That is not how you want your attack to start. You've lost the most important part of your spearhead push over on east side, and now you have to try and deal with this differently. But Fod also finds a utility kill. I don't know what he's doing with these nades. Somebody investigate this man's grenades. Something is off with those, because he's been finding them way too consistently.
Yeah, I think he's just throwing them up through that middle skylight, or he just fucks it and waits for the bait. The problem is, though, now Snake has a lot more utility he can probably go and pick up.
Oh,
Valkyrie's not checking the corners or hallways. The default camera was just destroyed a second later, and you've got 2 dead teammates. That call out should have been immediate, but Rock and Roll gets another quick pick. They're refragged to a 3v3. A minute and a half left. It's a tight situation to be in. Dokebi's got a lot of force to try to fight through right now. And as Pozo takes out Fod, Good Intentions looking stronger actually on the defense, and I'm loving it.
Now finding themselves in a good opportunity to maybe take a bit of a breather. It looks like Rock and Roll about to get scanned by a Parker. Here comes a swing in, but Kusik is the one to come out on top. He's very low HP, but he will find the kill onto Unfalls. That leaves him with one or two more bullets that Parker may have to connect, but first of all, he's got to find him. Parker will recover the diffuser, and now there's an opportunity for him to drop down into the site. There's some wall bangs coming through onto the soft wall, and he's worried about somebody up above maybe, and I think there's a bulletproof that's actively spotting him. There's two players inside of a workshop that are trying to deal with him, and another player who will now come in from the other side, and a gas babe to boot, as well as some shots from the SMG-12. There's just nothing you can do here. Stuck in the corner, you'll get pinched out, and it's not match point yet. We're still keeping this close. It's a one-round game.
They're going to save that one round, and I know they're going to go the distance with it. Don't get me wrong. I do love it, but I can see how much they're struggling for it. I'm hoping to have a better answer to this, because right now we have one more ban phase. Does Spanish Inquisition finally clutch us out by banning the biggest menace of all, Smoke and Deimos? Or do we go the distance? Do we get to overtime? Or is this going to be a turnaround comeback and we get to see a 7-5?
Well, at the moment, it could be a 7-5 either way. There's a chance for both of those outcomes to be true.
That is true.
They'll have the chance for Spanish Inquisition to turn this around. They have a bit more leeway than their opponents. Once again, it's one round from match point. Good Intentions need to, if they want to at least guarantee overtime, find themselves on the better half to do it. So there's definitely a chance. But they go back to top floor. After winning downstairs previously and also winning on the tertiary bomb site, on the third bomb site of their choice, now decide to go back to, where it all began. Go back to top floor and see if they can maybe eke out a victory here, which would be very important for them. The problem is also the other two bomb sites are locked, so while this is technically their first pick, this is where they wanted to go first round, they did lose that. So their win rate on this bomb site is not looking too hot, and Rock and Roll will jump out again to place that barbed wire on the window. We've been seeing that a lot. There's some utility outside, and once again, this just goes to show how small border is. You need to run outside and place barbed wire there, because inside is too late. Inside is way too deep into the map. You can't be giving them that control, where usually you would put barbed wire on an access point somewhere within the map. Nope, you need it outside on border. That's how small this is.
Couldn't agree more. Just only question is, what can they do? The C4 is in hand.
Bimsy.
Blitz has just walked in. C4 goes out. Is it going to catch him? No, it didn't actually, but he is down quickly by the shot of Pozo. It's enough. Only question is, it's 2v4. One man down, but not out yet. And now it's a 1v4. He's going to have to try and clutch it up or go for the res. He's not going to get the chance, but he's going to get a first pick on a BMZ, and that's huge. Only problem is, C4's guns and so much more collapsed on him all at once.
Too much to do all at once. It was an attempt at a rush execute, and it does kind of backfire because there's no counterplay to the C4. I don't know if there was an attempt at a Thatcher. I think there might have been, but it doesn't come out quite with the right timing. That C4 does connect at the correct moment. And from there, I mean, it becomes difficult to recover the round with the blitz on the floor, with the diffuser no longer capable, and with all of the smokes fading, all of the util being expended. This was kind of a high-risk, high-reward play, and it didn't really pay off. The high-risk part is the one that stuck true for Spanish Inquisition, which now opens up the downstairs bomb site over on Benson Workshop, and it looks like Good Intentions will choose to go back there to try and continue their rotation. They've started getting some momentum now. Spanish Inquisition was up 5-2, but now a valiant effort for Good Intentions round after round, starting with a win on time, and then from there working their way up and finding some really good ways to isolate win conditions to get themselves back and rolling into a 5-5. We're going to see all 12 rounds of regulation at the very least, if not potentially overtime.
Couldn't agree more. But does mean things are going to get a lot more heated real quick, as we have one round to decide who's going to be leading us now. Good Intentions have set themselves up with a great chance at this. Only problem is, will the spawn peaks of Good Intentions be enough, or will Spanish Inquisition find the gaps and punish it? Blackbeard's ready to jump in. He's not going through the door this time, which is unfair for the Goyo, but he's already been triggered.
Imsy looking at that skylight, waiting for an opportunity of somebody maybe think for the most part, this is going to be about somebody either repelling, which would be a bold move, or mostly just trying to catch a drone early. And now you can see him shimmying across the floor because he wants to get away from the sightline without being exposed to it. A good way to do it. You've got a bit of cover here. He's kind of playing on that softball. Has to be careful he doesn't get caught up by Mighty. He was shooting roughly in that direction. At the moment, Spanish Inquisition just waiting for some sort of opportunity to arise, and they're getting closer and closer to a gunfight. Now the first contact. Jabo takes a lot of damage. Won't quite go down for that fight. So Bimsy allowing that player to get away will still leave it to a 5v5. Might have been an attacker that he would have liked to see dead, because at the moment, Jabo, he's back on a Twitch drone. And he's doing some more work on that. Bimsy, in the meantime, will make up for letting the first player get away by managing to not do that to the second. Bod goes down. Kusik finds Jabo, or what was left of him as well. And now Inquisition on the back foot heavily. They've recovered a 3v5 in the first half. Is this the turn for them to do it in the second, or will Good Intentions well and truly make this kind of a steamroll as they find themselves potentially a fourth round in a row here to go up to match point first and steal that opportunity away to close in regulation from Spanish Inquisition? Unfalls, he's got something to say about that. It's about a minute left in the round, and he finds an important frag back into the correct direction. Parker, the one with the diffuser in hand, trying to see if he can maybe backstab over for that Warden that still finds himself playing deep inside of Armory. Now that push through has to come through. That player is pinched. He's not looking the right way. Pozo, he takes a little bit of damage. He should know that Parker is coming up behind him because he's kind of worried about that. And it looks like he will get away. I think he dropped the hatch. And with that, Inquisition have no chance to isolate a player. This means they have to execute at a man disadvantage and somebody has to plant. This is so much to do with 20 seconds.
And with a C4 like that, that's going to be an even more destructive force to shut it out. And here's the problem. So close. You're going to have to try to force your way through, but Creed's finally been taken down. Ella's prone in front of you, which is even worse. So now it's all up to the Blackbird. He has to fight, kill, and probably plant, but it's not going to be enough with 6 seconds left. Got to look for everybody, and he's not going to find anyone. Good Intentions taking the round, taking the match point now. 1 round away from victory. And that means we're in for a serious fight. I was giving Unfail's man of the match, but now it has to go back to rock and roll. Whether it's just his risky play style working out great for him, like he's playing brain off bronze, or we go the distance and we see how this gets played out.
I mean, again, Unfalls, even with the round going to the side of their opponents, I think Spanish Inquisition have a very important player in the side of Unfalls. And I think he has to find impact because he's kind of the one that's been keeping this together. Parker is able to find the occasional impact play. Mighty's had 2 clutches. He's been pulling his weight, and this is where you start to see how shaky that advantage was for Spanish Inquisitions. Yes, they were up 5-2. Yes, it's now 5-6. But you got to look at how Spanish Inquisition even got to that 5-2 in the first place. And it was a lot of very close rounds. That Good Intentions, you could definitely not write them out of those. And that's what's important to consider. As now Good Intentions, they've done some slight adjustments, and it has worked wonders for them. As, again, they chained together 4 rounds in a row. They steal match point opportunity away from their opponents. They have a chance to close it right here, right now, go to the grand finals. Don't have to worry about any more border rounds. Don't have to worry about Spanish Inquisition. See those guys again in the next qualifier, but you got to close it. Otherwise, Spanish Inquisition, they will drag you all the way, and they love dragging things all the way out because at the moment, that's their only opportunity to win.
Sorry, I'm just gobsmacked, surprised, and watching Snake somehow slid his way through this. As we can see, Smoke and Deimos being banned means that everything's on the table. This is it. Either you win or we go to OT, and that's going to be a huge fight. I can see us doing it, but I'm more concerned now with the fact that we are going to Bathroom as the final site, which isn't easy for a defender to hold. You have to hold the entire second floor as well as any adjacent rooms, which that's just Siege in a nutshell. You've put yourself to the ultimate test of basics, but also test of skill. Big problems mean big solutions necessary. Jump-ins can happen, but with enough cameras and Valkyrie cams like this, you don't have to worry about that too much. Since Jokebi's, I call it a nerf in my opinion, she's not being brought as much as most people believe. And with Joe finding BMZ, that's a huge pick as well. Some utility off the board, but at least now Good Intentions have somebody on cameras at all times.
It's an important pick to find. We've seen that player just kind of hover around that rotation over on Office so many times, and this time around, Jay was able to find the connection. A few times before, you know, he's gotten in engagements, he's gotten away with his life, and he's kind of just backed off. This time around, he finds value, and that's so important because now you potentially have access to Office. Now you might be able to push forward. You might be able to take top for control. Might allow Pizza Parker to just run around the building and see if he can maybe spot out an opponent. Now everybody on Spanish Inquisition, you can see them congregating over on that side of the map. 2 players inside of bottom east, and the other 2 up above over on the top east on top of the staircase. You can see that Good Intentions have to be worried about a rotation, and rightfully so, because there is a player coming around. So I think good intuition, maybe some information gathering out of Pozo, will take a decent bit of damage from this engagement. Timer is ticking lower again, though, and this has been a problem for Inquisition in the past. It's do or die here. They gotta win this round, and though they do have the man advantage, that timer is ticking dangerously low. Not the 20-second execute meta, but it's looking like Spanish Inquisition want to do that anyway.
Feels like it, putting everything at risk, not even clearing sight, and now somebody has dropped. They've been spotted.
Oh, the timing! It's so important. Pizza Parker on falls. They both find a kill. It's the Deagle coming out at the wrong time for Creeds, and this should allow a plant to come down. Fadis just started planting it. Here comes the first. Rock and roll goes down. It's only down to Pozo. If he can deny the plant, that's everything. But no, Pizza Parker is there to cover. Mighty is there to cover. We are going to overtime. It's gonna be more rounds of border. We're not done just yet.
It is unfortunate, but that means we go to OT. Oh. This is what we always have to be concerned about. Snake, Monty, Nomad, Asami, Wamai, and Valkyrie have now been removed from play. But I'm not sure how to feel about this. Good Intention did so well throughout their defense. Their attack, though, was a bit more lackluster. Even compared to Spanish Inquisition, I'd give them a little bit more benefit. It has been a set of 4-2 splits back to back. So we're just going to have to see how it happens. I'm just trying to think of this. So we have Aruni, we have Sentry, we have Thorn, we have Mira, and we have Castle. All the operators you need to slow down a push and slow down any sort of execution. Only problem comes is the fact that the attackers are not very quick with the execution. They're very slow with it, but they're not expecting traps. They're spending their time droning. They're spending time outside and just looking for any sort of opening pick. In the case of Advanced Inquisitions, that was great for their attack. In the side of Good Intentions, they like to be having it a little bit faster than that. So I'm expecting things to get a bit more hairy on the side of Good Intent. Sorry, in the side of Advanced Inquisition now, because of the change in playstyle and because of the comfort we've seen from Good Intentions. But we'll have to wait and see. Do we see a spawn pick, or do we see things get a bit more, let's say, rickety?
Rickety split, if you will.
Well, that's what you'd like to
And
say.
speaking of split, it is a half switch going into overtime, so it won't be a 7th round in a row. It's completely going to break up that pattern. We saw that from the ban phase coming in. Snake is not available for Good Intentions, and the Mira has come back up. This might be the opportunity for Mighty to have his big rounds. We know that he can clutch on that operator. Question is he able to find impact maybe with that C4? Jabo is playing around the same spot that he usually is. He's getting tagged down to low HP. They just have his number on this spot. He's getting pinched to hell and back by Good Intentions. They just do not want him surviving in this spot, and he has to go back and forth. Here comes the swing in, and there's that first player. And once again, just like we've seen on Falls do, Rock and Roll is able to run in, get the kill, run out, and he won't get punished for it, as the player on the other side over on Customs is not able to find the trade in time. With that man disadvantage, they have taken East control, but it's considering how much time has been shaven off the clock, I think this might be a loss that's somewhat allowed for Spanish Inquisition. They just got to make sure they don't lose any more players individually. They have to play this together now, and they got to make sure that Parker, of all people, is the one to maybe find some impact, as he still sits around CC. And we've seen this before. If the CC player can't be part of the play, he just kind of gets isolated. He kind of can't contribute to the round. And there's a different player that goes down as well. Bod will get taken care of as well. This is going to leave it down to just 3 players on Spanish Inquisition. A minute to try and defend this. Unfalls. He unfurls Kusik. And there we go. There's an opportunity for him to try and strike back. It's the top frag who's still keeping Spanish Inquisition in this. He knows about the second player being outside on repel, and he has to be careful about that. And the thing is, they've dropped the diffuser. The problem is another player has been dropped. Parker finds one, but he will get traded. It's all up to Mighty. He's got to answer that phone to make sure it doesn't get broken, to make sure it doesn't ring in his pocket. And now he's got so many players to try and deal with. He tries to take the fight onto the first, tries to go wide for the pick onto the second, who now goes around and is just going to open up the wall. This is going to make it very uncomfortable for Mighty. He will have to push forward. Can he isolate this fight? No, he can't. He doesn't connect the headshot. There's a C4, but it lands on top. He doesn't quite connect it. And now it looks like it's all falling apart, but he's got 10 seconds. He can maybe play the clock, but he swings too wide. Bimsy finds it. Good intentions. They put themselves up onto match point yet again. And the first ones to do it. It's now 2 rounds or bust for their opponents. 2 rounds or good intentions will take it as Spanish Inquisition find themselves on the back foot again.
I mean this in the best way. This is where you have to correct every mistake you've had so far. Good intentions need to set the precedent. Mirror, Wamai, Smoke, Monty, Grim, and Deimos are removed from play. That just means we get a quick repeat of that first round now. From round 7, except for the operators, that's almost a pick for pick. It's going to be a situation where things get heated and intense. We go back to Armory Locker. Sorry, we go downstairs, my mistake. And that means more like round 9. So Good Intentions won this time last time. So let's see what they can do now. Snakes being brought here by the side of Spanish Inquisition. So they've got a lot of strength and a lot of utility in their pockets. So free real estate when it comes to any of utility usage, especially for intel gathering and gain. Pulse is going to have to try and work his best to try and make up for the gap with Valkyrie so that they can give as much active intel and hopefully give their teammates, such as Pozo, who's fragging out with 11, 5, and 1, and Rock and Roll 13 and 7, a lot of intel, a lot of strength, a lot of support so they can frag out. Creed has been playing well this match. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight.
Yep, we find ourselves in the closing stages of the semifinal. 2 rounds, maybe even just 1 to decide who makes it to the next round, who gets themselves those coveted points. And as we're in the late stages, every single one of these matches means so much. From the quarter to the semi, it's so many more points. And from the semi to the grand finals, it is an increase in points that is unbelievably huge. If you win this first qualifier, or at least make it to the finals in the first qualifier, that is so many points that are going to take pressure off of you for the other 2 quals. This is going to make it so much easier to make that top 14 spot, to make it potentially into Voltage Season 7. And it looks like Spanish Inquisition is banking that on an approach with a blitz. And at the moment, kind of getting beaten back, but at the very least doesn't lose the player to any of the utils. C4 did come out of Bimsy, doesn't connect with anything. There's still 2 more in the pocket. Creeds and Pozo might try to use it to deny the plant. And now 2 players have fallen back downstairs. They know they can fall back. And Pozo, he's trying to fight against the shield, but he's getting pinched. He finds one. He knocks the shield away again. Can he beat this Blitz player? No, there's more players alive on Spanish Inquisition. And while Mighty is down, everybody else on the side of Good Intentions falls. C4 might be able to get 2. No, it will only find 1. Creeds, a critically late C4, will only kill what was left of Mighty just after he got picked up. He was kind of out of the fight already. Now he's out of the fight for good. It's only down to Creeds and Kusik. No more C4 for the Pulse to play with. He's got a shotgun and he's got a Reaper to try and make him proud. And at the minute, Creeds, he's doing it. He cuts down Parker and Kusik is up above as well. Suddenly this turns into a 2v2. Fod, Unfalls, they're both low in HP. A couple bullets will do it on either side. Fod is the one with the fuser in hand. He's up above. Creeds should have information on this player up above if he chooses to pull out the scanner, and Kusik is playing deep upstairs. Might be able to hear the drop. Fod now going for that plant. There's no player close enough to try and deny this, but Fod is worried about up above. They find the first. They know the second player has to be up above. It is a solace. This is the perfect counter to a plant attempt. If Kusik plays this right, this becomes so critically unplayable. He finds the planter. He is able to knock him down. He will be able to confirm him, and he gets away before Unfalls has a chance. Now Unfalls, 1v1, 30 seconds. Will try to go for the plant. Has to step away from it. Here comes the shotgun play. Unfalls is just going to run upstairs. He does not care about the plant anymore, and it looks like Kusik is going to play time. Kusik is going to play keep away. He's just going to play around the corner. Now he sees the player. He's running around. It's 10 seconds, Unfalls. You got to go for this kill onto Kusik. You can't be going prone. You have to try and chase this player down. He doesn't know you're here. He's running away, Kusik. He's playing keep away. He doesn't know he's behind him. Spanish Inquisition. They stay alive.
I genuinely wonder if that's the same two players from before when it was last time Tom and Jerry ring around the rosies. Because what is this? How? Spanish Inquisition?
By heart.
They get it. Nobody expects them to keep chasing. Everyone expected them to give up. And they did not. And that's the thing. Do never give up. No chains in this world can bind you, not unless you let them. And gosh damn it. I'm going to say it now. Spanish Inquisition did not give up. They kept hunting and hunting. Good intentions, though. Yeah, ended up losing their chance. All you had to do was crouch, turn, or something to try and stop the play, stop the aggressive push.
That was a high intensity, late into a qualifier, high nerves 1v1. I don't blame either of these players for the decisions they made. And ultimately, it works out for Spanish Inquisition. It's just... It must be so gut-wrenching to lose that 1v1. It does. Once again, it doesn't matter the circumstances. It was just well played by Spanish Inquisition, but these are the kind of rounds that you need to win. This is the third clutch for Spanish Inquisition that they've won. This is why they're here. Otherwise, this wouldn't be the scoreline. We wouldn't still be here. And if they can drag it over the line using these kinds of rounds, that shows that they really, really have what it means to be a team that can perform even when they're not at their best. A team that can perform even when not everything is laid out properly right in front of them. Because of course you're going to win the easy conversion rounds. Of course you're going to win the round that is a 5v3. That's what any good team would do. But can you win the round where you're in a 1v3? Can you win the round where you need to win a clutch with 2 seconds on the clock? That's what separates the good from the great. And in this qualifier, I think we've seen Spanish Inquisition not crumble under this pressure yet.
No game more, but that is something you've got to think about going into this final round. Because you know what? It's 5-5. It's 7-7 on the scoreboard. It is literally no more mistakes. Deimos has 4 operators tracked, 1 left remaining. That last one is Solace. One very important factor to make. Oh, it's wall banged through a barricade because he gets called out and pinged. Unfurls gets downed in the engagement quickly. He could still get res by 2 bro, but that's a massive risk to Tubbs here. C4 goes out. That destroys the Claymore. Tobero choosing to put down some sort of confirmation and the phone detonation to confirm the kill. That's just putting hat in a hat as the players playing on the rappel, but actually having one player walk through the walkway, hoping to look for a pick, trying to split the tension right now. It is a serious situation these guys have put themselves in a 3v5.
Spanish Inquisition 3v5, mighty alive. This is a recipe for disaster for good intentions, so they gotta choose their next step very carefully. I know they're in the advantage. I know they've just kind of been consistently the better team in this matchup, but Spanish Inquisition have the clutch factor, and you gotta go against that. Bimsy finds one. Here comes the swing. Pizza, he finds the first one. Parker is able to find one, but can he find the second? Actually, no. Unfalls will get it with the gadget. Pizza Parker finds it with the pistol. It's Mighty in a 1v2. He's clutched multiple of them. Is he able to find another? He has an idea of where one of these players is. He should be toward east. He knows about that. Does he know where the second player is? Does he know they're both stacked up in the same spot? He thinks that that player might be outside toward east. That is where Bimsy was a moment ago. And now the first player pushes up. He could see the first one, but misses the timing, and Rock and Roll gets him. Good intentions. It'll not be another clutch to slip away from them. It'll be GG's, and they move themselves to the finals. Valiant effort from Spanish Inquisition, but not good enough.
I don't know how we went that far. I don't know how everything went so wrong, but so right. I'm happy that Spanish Inquisition didn't win because of the fact it took everything both these teams had, whether you call it luck, skill, anything else. It was insane. Parker, I need your opinion right now.
Well, I've been on the edge of my seat for the past match here. It was back and forth, just an insane match to watch. Honestly, it was very, very exciting, and so exciting in fact that I've lost my glasses somewhere. But enough about the past. Even though that match was that exciting, we are looking forward to the finals now, which Good Intentions have booked a spot into. I won't reveal what the other finals team is just yet, as I do believe do know the result of the other semifinal match. I'll keep that a surprise for later on. But don't go anywhere, as we still have that one final match today. A little bit later on, after this break here, it's going to be an exciting one. And if you're a Good Intentions fan, you're definitely going to want to see it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Voltage Series Season 7 Qualifiers, Grand Final of the Qualifiers Day 1. I'm here with Star Dragon and Reference, and I'm very excited for this next matchup, which will be the Good Intentions versus... please help me, Star Dragon. I forgot already one of the team's names.
G1.5.
Good Intentions,
G1.5.
G1.5.
Thank you. As a team, I'm not really that familiar with G1.5, but they've had a phenomenal performance here, getting all the way to the grand finals against Good Intentions, a team that is by no means to be taken lightly. We're heading to layer actually here, the second or third layer of this day. A map that apparently both teams really do enjoy, and I want to get your guys' opinion. Let's start with Reapers actually. What do you think of this matchup?
I'm looking forward to it. So I do recognize some of the players from G1.5. I think you will recognize some of them from Meisterschaft, or maybe if you were back around in the day from GSA even. That is some of the players from the good old DACH region league. And I mean, we just watched Good Intentions. We followed them quite a bit during this qualifier, and for good reason, because they kept winning and they kept showing up. So eventually we had to pick them a couple of times. And so this, I mean, I'm looking forward to these two teams playing because, again, this is about 25 points. This is going to be 100 or 75. And you want to win this because 25 points is making, making quarterfinals in another qualifier. So this is a lot of matches that you'd have to go through to get those necessary points in the next two quals. Maybe just put it away right now. Get 100 right now. Make sure you just place at some point in the other two, maybe get like top 16, top 32, get 15 points here, 10 points there. That should be good enough. But you need to win this one. And so I think both teams, again, they want that pressure off their back. I'm looking forward to both of them playing. I think both of these are going to be somewhat aggressive because both of them feel confident in their gunfighting capabilities. And also, we're late into this. People are going to start making mistakes. You have to play fast and aggressive. Otherwise, you're just going to start second guessing yourself.
What about you, Drago? Any predictions for this? Any feelings before we get into the match?
Here's the thing, I actually can't predict this one because it's red versus blue. If you look at the side of G1.5, they use the red logo. If you look at Good Intentions, they're using the blue. So I'm actually really excited to see how these guys stack up during the actual match. I'm just a little bit concerned on one point. The fact that we are going back to layer, I want to know how these teams handle their defense. We've seen good intentions attack and defense. It was decent enough, but it did have glaring flaws. If G1.5 shows us a perfect defense and they start defense, I could see this being a genuine another 7-1, 7-3, but it will all come down to how they actually play in the match. Because, as you said, exhaustion, tiredness, everything's about to hit like an absolute dump truck, and we're going to need to see it. So, we'll see you later, Hecker. See you in a bit.
Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, let's get this underway very quickly. The teams have started. We don't want to waste their time any longer. These two have been going forever, just like we have. I mean, we're starting to reach our limit. I think the teams are going to be in a similar position. They've had to move their mouse hands this whole time. I haven't had to do that. I'm allowed to keep my hands below my desk. I don't have to worry about that. But in the meantime, while we were still talking, we got the bans underway as well. So you can see at the top, we've got the Monty. We've got the Deimos taken care of, and it's going to be Bandit Mira. This is more of the same bans. It does mean Kite is open for a little bit, but as we can see on this map, not really a preferred pick because it's too easy to deal with. Bandit tricking is really the more viable option. And with that operator gone, it means, you know, P1.5, they're going to be okay with all of these walls getting opened up. They're just going to play time denial, using that Tachanka, using that smoke. It's the usual spiel. It's the usual play. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Couldn't agree more. Only thing I'm worried about is the fact of the lineups. This is very similar to what we've seen previously from Good Intentions, but it's the fact of G1.5. They're loving everything they can get away with. If you look at their setups, you have who am I? Tanka, Smoke, Thorn, and Fenrir. We've seen this exact lineup previously by another team that faced Good Intentions. So they already know how to deal with this. Let's see if they can actually execute it, though. That is going to be the same situation we've had before. Similar how when we watched the Spanish Inquisition play. This match is going to be intense, but not without good reason. Whether or not Thorn is going to be spawn picking, or whether or not Smoke's going to be prepared to swing. As you can see, K9 is here, ready to bite the hand that feeds him, losing a good chunk of HP, hoping to catch this glass, though.
Right, we've got a bit of damage done over onto the Warden within the first minute. But other than that, I think kind of getting away with this mostly unscathed G1.5. They're allowed to just hold their positions mostly. Still, a lot of the fire still left inside the Shumika launcher as well, together with 3 smoke babes. It looks like for a second, Solar was considering throwing the first one out already, because they want to stall out that approach. They want to make sure that that player from outside over on that broken barbed wire doesn't push in too early. And they have their attention split, but that's fine. That's exactly why you bring the Tachanka and the smoke. You have area denial in both directions of the site. And now you just have to make sure you keep control of bathroom, you keep control of that main staircase, because if you lose lobby control, this is going to end up really biting you. So Ecox is just going to be positioned there. He's going to try and hold that for as long as he possibly can. And Solar, you can see now, he's getting aggressed upon. He has to start throwing out these smoke babes. And with about a minute left, there goes the last one already. So that's not going to be used for plant denial. And now the bathroom player goes down. Creeds finds the first. This is an important pick for him to get. All of the Razor Blooms are going off as well. This does a decent bit of damage to Creeds and Bimsy. This is going to slow them. They're going to limp around for a little bit. So this is valuable seconds. This is going to cost them. Resny, he's got the chance to maybe use some more of that Shumika launcher in the meantime as there's drone work coming out and there's a bit more fire being deployed as well right around him. Oh, he bounces one back at himself and Rock and Roll actually finds him through the smoke. This is a good first round out of Good Intentions. Will they be able to stick the plant? I think they will. Bimsy finds another. Rock and Roll finds 2 in the smoke. It's a 1v5. Solar is all alone. He finds the first, but Rock and Roll is there for the cover. It's a triple for Rock and Roll. And to that I say, rock and roll, baby.
I feel like I just got thunderstruck. Right now, we're going to have to jump back to reality. Good Intentions had a great last match. We're against a proper team. This is no longer the dog walk that we've seen from Good Intentions last match. This is a 1v1. This is a proper fight. And I'm going to say, Lab support is our next site, meaning that G15 is trying, sorry, G1.5 is going to try every level of this match. Understandably, there's a lot to actually challenge here. There's a lot of things that they could get away with or can't. You cannot let this actually slide. So, we have 4 players left on G1.5 who've still got to eat their donut, while only having 2 on the side of good intentions, meaning that whether you're planning for utility, you're planning for intel, or you're planning to play this aggressive stance, we're going to have to see. One thing I want to point out, though, the difference in lineup from G1.5. Again, they're always adapting. They're now bringing the Kaid, so they've let it slide through, and they're going to use it to its actual advantage, at least to pick up those early rounds.
Understandable pickup on the basement. I think they want to focus more heavily on denying a bit of time. Again, you know, with those impact EMPs, you can probably drone out where the Kite Claw is. You can just deal with it. It's not really an operator that can trick very well. So you're just banking on this, wasting a bit of time. What I'm more interested in is seeing the pulse again. We've seen a decent bit of pulse inside of this qualifier. He's kind of been coming out a lot more lately. And I think a big factor of that is just he's had access to the Reaper secondary for a while. That's helped him just kind of skyrocket in the pick rate because he works more effectively than Solus because he detects the heartbeat and not any sort of gadget. So it's a lot more consistent than trying to find players through that means. The other thing is just you can use a shotgun now. It's good for if you don't have any other operator who can maybe remodel the site a little bit. And also that shotgun is a menace on close range because you can get off so many shots all at once. It is an auto shotgun for a reason. And with that, Beamsy is the first one to fall. That's the Dokkaebi down. No more phone calls to ring through for anyone. No more phones to explode in anyone's pocket, which does leave a G1.5 in a considerable advantage here in this first round. But there's a lot of verticality being opened up in the process as well. And Rock and Roll, he's been able to find good impact in the first round. Won't be able to find any here, as Solar is the one to take him down. Cuts that Prodigy story short a little bit. And looks like he'll be slipping on Black Ice for a little bit. And Pozo, in the meantime, he finds the feet of Cloudy, so no more pulse to deal with either. And this will be a little helpful for the side of good intentions. Creeds, he almost finds the kill onto the Kaid, but he gets blown up right before he has a chance to confirm that kill. And that is very good for G1.5. They just about eat that by. The thing is, Kuzik is going for that plant. Is there any sort of counter? I don't think there is. This is going to be a post plant. They have a massive advantage, and Kusik is now burning down to low HP. The problem is, Pozo is up above. They have to dispatch this guy, and if he can win like one gunfight, then he can just hold the diffuser for the remainder of the game. And it looks like Kusik has also gotten out of dodge. He's also playing up above. So now they have to deal with both of them. Health advantage, kind of in the favor of G1.5, but Ecox, Kusik, they're both down to such low HP. Both of them are essentially one bullet. There might even be another smoke grenade in play here somewhere. And it looks like Don is just going to go for the defuse. Is he able to do it in time? He falls off of it. It is a bit of a fake. And here comes the first player up above to deny that. Here comes the denial. And there it is for good intentions. No more time on the clock. Pozo's not even going to shoot him. Doesn't know that the player is behind him. And it's a very good plant. How do they convert that 2v4? Winning, playing the win condition.
Exactly right. Making sure to have the safe positioning. Make sure you can get everywhere. Get out of dodge, make sure you're getting out of the problems, and you're not going to keep lowering your momentum. As it does, there goes gravity. They made sure to get to the second floor using the vertical angles to their benefit, making sure to actually stay away from it, listen for the plan, have a drone watching it so their teammates can give the call out. That's one of the most important things of this game. Trusting your teammates and actually getting the good calls you need at the right time. One thing I want to give as a small point, we haven't seen what G1.5 can truly do yet. We've heard of G2 in the past, we've heard of Penta, but this is G1.5. This is their tier 3 little brother that's trying to make the most out of it, but really, it's just somebody wearing a mask. This is somebody looking up to Mr. Incredible, and we're going to see, is he going to turn out to be an amazing hero, or is he going to turn into... Oh, so close. I've forgotten his name, though. Well, we're going to see if he turns into Sinestro or not. So, as it comes down to it, Pulse is being brought against shotgun and pistol in hand. Let's see if this heartbeat sensor can find the hearts of their opponents and shoot them out.
Well put, well put. I think it's the map, by the way. The reason we're seeing a lot of banter just happens to be the map. It was dead quiet on the entirety of Border, and those were also two teams that were fighting tooth and nail, two teams that were really having a great back and forth. It was very enjoyable to watch, and I feel like they would have been talking more. If it was Lair, they would have been talking so much. I think it's down to the map. That's the reason why we haven't seen them talk. Border is just a map where listen up and focus. You gotta listen for the map. A Border is speaking. Listen and learn. Now on Lair, you get to talk. On Lair, you get to say whatever the hell you want, because apparently that's just kind of the way that this map goes. At least judging from our very limited sample size of today in the qualifiers, that's definitely the case. At the moment, G1.5 just kind of setting up very similarly to how they did previously, this time, as you've mentioned, with the pulse instead. With that heartbeat sensor potentially in pocket, and here come those Candelas to potentially force him out of position. And here comes a phone call onto him as well to try and really overwhelm his senses. Dimsy outside trying to connect with the shotgun onto Dawn. Doesn't quite find that. Goes for a jiggle peek. Not quite able to find it. That impact gets the Candela out of mid-air, and the second one puts Bimsy down to such low HP. That was some great util usage out of Ella. Both of those impacts finding massive value. Won't get blinded. Will do a lot of damage to Bimsy, and now one more bullet will do it. Bimsy cannot go for a wide swing on this, so he needs his teammate to back him up, and that is exactly what will happen. Gets shot out, but won't find actually will find the first, and now it's Bimsy, still alive, finds one more onto Cloudy. I don't know how he's allowed to get away with that one, but Ecox will finally shut him down. Rock and Roll in the meantime, Creeds, they both bank up on that Solar. He's the last one alive. He's got a 1v3 in front of him, and he's going to throw a smoke canister out at the breach. The problem is there's a phone in his pocket, and it's about to blow up, and that's going to do critical damage to him because, I mean, you need every piece of HP you can in this attempted clutch. 35 seconds, plant now being attempted, and once again, good intentions. They understand their win con well, and Rock and Roll will do it once more on top floor.
I'm gonna say, I'm really surprised at how aggressive
Now we're rage
this
baiting.
attack
This
is.
has to be rage bait. This is so funny.
No, maybe it's just what it's called, performance anxiety. I do still believe in them, that they'll be able to give a good comeback for this, because D1.5, you guys made it here. You fought such good teams that generally a lot of them I could put up for having good intentions to be a worthy adversary. So, I want to see. Maybe it's just the fact that the defense isn't very strong. I did say this before. Good intentions showed me not the best on Border, so I'm not entirely sure about it. It just depends now. Let's see what they can get out of this. Unless Good Intentions know G1.5 and know the strats better than they knew their opponent's last match, and that's why the Spanish Inquisition was such a hard fight for them.
Yeah, and again, Good Intentions coming hot off of a very close game that we saw them bring over the line. It's the margins, and at the moment, the margin of victory for Good Intentions is a decent bit wider as, again, they understand their win condition. They understand how they have to play to win a round from any given perspective. Sometimes things go wrong, but in mid-round and in late round, at the moment, they seem kind of unbeatable. We've seen how this map has played out, and so, again, we can't put it past you 1.5 to maybe put up some rounds on the second half. Because quite frankly, what we've seen on Lair today has not been good defensively. It's been a lot of very attacker-sided maps.
Couldn't agree more. But that's only Qualifier 1, so anyone who is making it through Qualifier 2 and 3, take a note of today. This might be the people you have to face, or most likely will be the people you have to face. So, use it to your fullest advantage. Make sure to punish them again and again.
I mean, these are the grand finalists, right? These are the people you have to face, worst case scenario, and you got to be prepped for that. If you prepare for these guys, you should be able to beat anyone. And so this is the game to watch. This is the game to look at for the following two quals. These are the teams that you might meet in the league if you make it far enough inside of these quals, right? So no matter what you do, you have to deal with these guys eventually. And so at the minute, they're kind of painting a target on their back with this first qualifier grand final. And we'll get to see some hopefully good seed rounds here on Lair. And what I want to see is I want to see some signs of life out of G1.5. I want to see them go for a playmake that actually works out for them. I don't just want to see them throw themselves at Good Intentions and feed them more rounds. I want to see them do something that works out for them. It doesn't matter how it goes or what they do. I'm willing to be surprised by them. You got to put something forward. You got to have some way of shutting down good intentions approach on this map.
Couldn't agree more, but as Susik gets one, takes out Reformed Cloudy, which is a big problem when he gets a double kill, taking out the Warden, which I'm going to say, honestly, in my opinion, losing those two people with active abilities is a huge detriment. And again, both of them being the donuts of the team. That is unfortunate. I'm looking forward to looking back at the stats for tonight to see how G1.5 played in other matches, because this ain't it, Chief. You guys, you agreed for this map. Night Haven Labs could have been a different story, but you picked Night Haven Lab. You picked Layer. So we're just gonna have to see, why was this Layer 3? If it's for their attack, great. If this is their defense holding its own, maybe a 4-2 split is their plan. We just have to wait and see, because it's difficult, especially on this map.
Stabilized somewhat. Solar out and about, or rather Solar inside of the side. Dawn is the one that's out and about. No more smoke canisters in pocket. He will just have to find some sort of value with the SMG-11. And Solar almost getting cut down completely from those vertical angles. And now there's some return fire onto Creeds. Problem is Dawn is now caught out in front of the breach trying to find one. And Posa goes with the pre-fire. And Back to Reality drops the moment that that bullet connects. He's just ready. We're so ready.
Well, if we're here to say Siege is back, they're back. Because 0 and 4, it does mean that you've got 3 more rounds. You only have 3 more rounds of mistakes for G1.5. No other bans can help save you. Kai and Dokebe are off the board now. So it's just your choice. You either make it by pushing through, or Bossy Shotgun comes out and I see K9 headshot everyone. I'm pretty sure I've seen that right. I'll be paying attention to that for 2 seconds, and hopefully I'll see what I need to see.
Well, I'm seeing the SMG-12, which is the most important part of that setup.
That's not weird, but we're going to disagree.
It is. It is. It totally is. Because it's a weapon that just has an insane fire rate for a one-shot headshot game. It becomes so crucial to land the right bullet. And with the SMG-12, you get a lot more chances. If you swing someone and you get to fire first, that's like 8 bullets that you get over your opponent before they even get a chance to respond with their first. And so the margin of error for the enemy becomes much lower. I don't think I saw what you wanted to see there. I looked for a moment. Oh,
no, he's got it. Bossy Shotgun, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Meaning that I am prepared. He does not know the strat of lying prone on your belly to shoot open the hatch with only 2 shots, but it's fine. For now,
we'll do it.
4 is fine, yeah. But for now, it is good to see that we do have it, so I can have a bit more faith that this is G1.5 living up to their predecessors and saving strats. We're just going to have to wait and see, because, right, they only have so many rounds before they can make a mistake. 2 drones used. Keeper Bar quickly comes out, waiting to see if he can get the long angle to hopefully take out either this round or this blitz.
G1.5 saving strats for Voltage League Season 8 qualifier. We're ready.
Seems to be that way.
We're prepared for any eventualities, but for now we're saving those strats. Want to give away the game too early, and oh my god, Bimsy just catches the Vigil on the cross. That's not what you want to see. That's another player down. And with that, I mean, you've lost 2 players immediately. Cloudy is still not part of the game so far. He's been in the chat. He's been funny. Maybe. Up to personal interpretation, but he's not been part of the server for the most part. And that's kind of been painting the whole game for G1.5. There's also Resny, who's not really had the chance to try and fight at anything. He's been doing a good amount of area denial on defense. He's been doing a good amount of playing smoke and just staying alive for as long as possible. He's also been playing Tachanka on top floor. The problem is just once that gunfight comes around, you really need to get your head in the game. And Resny, there we go. He finds the first chance, but immediately traded. Good intentions, is on top of their game. Now that they have the advantage, they're going to press that. And Bimsy finds another one inside of the side. Dawn goes down. It's a double for him in the round. Solar is all alone. He's up above. He might be able to find the first. Creeds does go down. But unless he can isolate this planter here right away, it's going to be a post plant with a blitz still in play, who's basically full HP. And Solar, I mean, he's got access to 1 impact, and he's going to use it to make a few more vert holes. And now he's got 30 seconds to kill 3 people, 1 of them with a shield, and he has to get on that defuse as well.
It's possible, but here's the thing. 20 seconds, blitz, and 3 guns pointing at you. It's unlikely, and there's the problem. Now, though, we're going to have to see what they can make of this. That Qualifier should not have hit, and I agree with Ella. Nope. But who runs away? Come on. It's either this or it's comeback time central with no chances. This is your last chance to keep yourselves in this match, boys, and I want to see a proper fight from you.
Was this entire qualifier an elaborate warm-up for Good Intentions? Is this
Apparently.
what we're doing? Because, I mean, right now, they're playing confident as can be, including in the chat. And they're hitting every shot they need to. They know exactly where G1.5 is playing. And they're able to find every single headshot. There's just no response out of G1.5. Most of these rounds, once again, not to discredit G1.5, but most of these rounds have not been all that close. It's been multiple alive. There was that 1 4v2 situation. And even that one, G1.5 was not able to convert. They allow a plant to go through, and they lose in the post-plant situation because they don't agree on how they want to retake together. And they don't agree fast enough on how they want to retake together, allowing Good Intentions to set the pacing, allowing them to choose where they want to take fights, when they want to take fights. And that's really not what you want your attackers to do after they've planted. Before they've planted, you know, they can go wherever. That doesn't really matter. But if they get the plant down, you just have to stop them. And I'm not seeing that out of G1.5. I am seeing the boss G. I think they're having fun. Last 2 weeks drilling holes. Who knows?
They took it as we've already qualified. No need to show everything just yet. But Reformed Cloudy, I don't think that's the plan for him. I think he's just finally falling asleep. It's, again, 9+ hours of gaming. It's going to hit different for most of these teams, most of these players who haven't gotten used to it yet. Even the Glaz, you can see the top of his hat, but he can't take him out. And that is a very unfortunate moment. I'm not sure who I'm more upset for that, either Good Intentions or for G1.5. But for now, we're just going to have to see as that Flores drone does blow up and he chooses to run past it instead of swinging onto Flores. I am still surprised nonetheless.
Ooh, Kusik outside actually gets challenged by Solar. That's not really a fight I was expecting to happen, but Kusik goes down on the roof. So that's your striker dealt with. That's some of that util that might have still been in pocket, some of the throwable utility. And that's the first sign that Good Intentions might be able to bleed. They've lost an opening engagement. This is not really something that's happened so far. But I mean, G1.5, they're still somehow at the health disadvantage despite being up a player.
Maybe this was all planned from the start. Give them a false sense of hope and then suddenly come back and punish. Because it's a 4-4 now, HP advantage. Definitely on the side of Good Intentions, but with a ball-she shotgun, as long as you land 2 shots center mass, you can absolutely dominate. Glaz being down by that first shot, again, still starts filling me with a bit more hope. Maybe I'm right.
Oh, and he gets another one. It's a headshot onto Bimsy. I don't think you're supposed to do it like that.
Well, you didn't believe hard enough. That's what I'm telling you.
He's getting the important kills. Don is the champion of Drago's hopes and dreams inside of this matchup. You wanted to see a boss G here in the final round of the first half. We're just going to have some fun. We're going to play a little bit of unorthodox Siege, and I think this might be just the right thing to just set Good Intentions off balance a little bit, because, I mean, they're expecting everything except maybe the most unorthodox play, and so bringing out Don there might be a good idea. Cloudy, he gets his first kill. It won't be from a gunfight. It instead will be from a C4. And now Creeds is trying to run down that hatch, but Solar is ready behind him. He can hear him sprint, and that's 1 round. No match point. Match point denied in this first half. It is a 5-1. But there's not 1, but 2 opportunities for G1.5 to start clawing back opportunities to maybe put themselves onto match point, to maybe keep this game alive. And as we switch halves, we've seen this multiple times. These leads, they evaporate quicker than you can say half switch.
Definitely right. I am somewhat hoping to see what comes next, because Kai Monty off the table. G1.5 finally getting the round they need. Is this the comeback? Is this what we were missing? Now, everything's about to get difficult. No more fun. No more singing Eminem rap songs. It's all about how far can we go from this. You can't ban all 4 shields. That's right. There's too many. There's 5 technically. And that will be enough for them. As Asami, Valkyrie, Smoke, Solus are picked, with Pozo being the last one waiting for a decision. Blackbeard, Ash, Twitch, and the opportunity for 6 pick. Ella's being the last operator for the defense. Ace and Deimos as well for the attack. So we're in it to win it. We're in it to see how this plays out for everybody. We've just got to think about this in a different light.
Reinforcing wall. Camera feed up and running.
I just realized that Rooney can't spell his name.
I thought he was talking about our Rooney.
Nope.
Oh, well, good to
Just
know.
U and Z. I mean, on the German keyboard, those two are next to each other, so I understand the mistake. If you got the German keyboard layout, Z and U are next to each other, so maybe you just slipped.
Wait, isn't that what is the keyboard? AZE. Yeah, oh wow, it is. That's confusing.
It's only Y and Z that are switched. Everything else is the same.
Nope,
Just want to
I
be
don't like it.
different.
Yep, I don't like it. Anyway, as we are now into it, 1v5 spawn peaks are definitely happening as Twitch goes for the full P-fire, and Rock and Roll is waiting. Drone spots him out just as a deterrent and force him back, which is kind of necessary, because if you give good intentions even a little bit of leeway, they will steal the thunder and the momentum you've brought. Blaz only having 3 operators able to be found so far. Sorry, Deimos only having 3.
Oh, Bimsy.
And
That is so
Bimsy
far
catch.
outside. That's mean.
I thought he got away with it too, is even worse. But as a quick refrag does come out, Pozo gets taken down. Deimos may only be able to track 2 people now, but I think that's an equal trade for now.
Ooh, Don does find the answer onto Bimsy, though. Won't allow him to get away with the second one, and will also, on top of that, immediately go for a track onto the Azami player. So Rock and Roll now potentially under fire. We've got the Ash pushing in from a top main as well. And quick reload coming in. That R4C is a gun that hits pretty hard. It's got a good fire rate. You can do a lot with that. And Rock and Roll does find the answer onto Cloudy. Cloudy going down again. Cloudy at the minute, just again, you know, this is not the time to be having a quiet game. You're down 1-5. You need to get these picks. And Resny, I'm gonna go back to calling him that. He's down to 1 HP as well. He's got 1 more bullet waiting for him. Maybe that C4 hitting him is going to get rid of him. He actually avoids it, though, expertly. Kusik finds whatever was left of him, though. That MPX is low on damage, but it will be enough. And Solar all alone. He finds 1 more. He turns around and looks the right way, and there's about a minute left. He's trying to do some pre-fires onto Rock and Roll. He has a rough idea of where that player is, but now he's starting to second-guess himself. There goes that first smoke. Try and cover one of the sidelines. And Rock and Roll is just staying put. He knows that the longer this lasts, the fewer opportunities he has to give himself away, and he's just going to wait. Solar, he's going to go for a defuse plant. The question is, does he stick it, or does he hear Rock and Roll? He does. He hears him approach. He should have an idea of where he is now, but he's so low on HP. He has to win that with a headshot, and Rock and Roll wins it with the body shot. Good Intentions win another. It is match point officially now, and Good Intentions, they need 1 more slip up from their opponents. They need 1 more mistake. G1.5 not able to mount the big comeback just yet.
They've set themselves up with a great chance of victory, but it is gonna be difficult. How do you even make the difference? How do you make the punishment? How do you push forward in this? You have Grim and Monty banned. You've got no electrification because of Kai and Bandit. It just seems like your back's against the wall. G1.5, you gotta use every shot you have at your disposal. I mean, it's the best way. Dawn woke up, Reformed finally got his pick. And sorry, Cloudy finally got his pick. A Solar got their picks. 8 of them, and it's still not enough. Rooney has to try to make up the gap as well. But it's the idea. They're choosing Amari, which, don't get me wrong, it does work on certain maps. This wouldn't be the one I'd pick. And as they've chosen to bring out Mozzie, Mozzie's here. He's ready to play with the spiders, meaning that Intel's about to be punished hard. They're about to get a lot of free leeway here.
Rock and Roll, again, having a very important game. I feel like the consistency out of that player is something to highlight for Good Intentions throughout all of the games that we've seen him play in. A lot of the time, it's not even flashy kills. In this game, it's been a few multi-kills. He's been contributing in a big way, but even when he's not getting the flashy ones, he's still on double digits first every single time. And that's really important to point out for Good Intentions, as Kusik is the one to find the first and find a double. And it looks like Good Intentions are going to try and make this a quick one. Bimsy's outside the building throwing a C4 down a staircase. He really does not like staying inside the building at the moment.
I can't imagine, but we're going to have to see what they can make.
Maybe he's
forward.
claustrophobic.
I could see that, but I'm not sure. It's
Oh my god,
been a
Bimsy,
very
no,
weird match.
that's not allowed. He's run out again. How does he do it?
he gets away with so much, really does. And now they're requesting a knife fight because it is the grand finals. They can do this, but we normally expect just the fight to
Well, they
happen.
respect it. This is what it comes down to. The competitive integrity of this knife fight. Oh, Cloudy disrespected it. He called for a knife
yeah.
fight and then he shoots the player.
Wow.
That's disrespectful, man. You can't be doing that. Oh, yeah, now you're getting shot back and it's not so fun anymore now, is it?
Well, as
Oh,
this
Cloudy,
looks
you
like it
can't ask
probably
for a knife fight and then disrespect it. Like, if you're in a 1v5, you ask for a knife, you actually try to go for the knife, and if somebody shoots you, then they look bad. You make your enemy look bad. Why are you the one disrespecting your own rule? Everybody's outside. They really want to kill this guy. He's winning the mental game by literally just staying outside and staying alive. He's chasing another player, chasing a player inside the building. He goes for that ADS, and Bimsy will hit the headshot. Good Intentions will lock it away, despite the bait knife call. And it's GG's all around. It is a very, very dominant victory out of Good Intentions. We've seen a lot of these. Didn't expect the grand final to be one of them, but man, is it well deserved.
I still blame you as a curse, but I'm happy to see Malzy on the front page today. Great game. And yeah, it looks like they all do know each other, so can't be too hard fought on it. But it's good news. When you got good intentions of it, you've had a great match. I just want to say thank you to everybody. And Parker, take it away. Is his mic muted? That's funny. Well, Parker, you've had your chance.
Muted for the last bit. But anyway, as I was saying before I realized that my mic was off, what a grand final, what a map for a grand final, what a final round for that grand final. That was a game to watch.
It was
honestly.
something.
It was something, all right. But before we finish this great day, and congratulations to Good Intentions for winning that, we have a couple of things to look at. One of these is the standings graph that our amazing producer has so graciously produced for us. So we'll be swapping over to the standings graph and looking at it for a second right now. And as we all know, Good Intentions is number one, going just a ridiculous performance here. Just a warm up for them, 100 points. Then G 1.5 coming in second. Very well done by them as well, but just falling in short of that final map. Spanish Inquisition, nobody expects them. They're in the third right now. Very well performed by them as well. Then we have Owned Esports in fourth, Lenovo Legion Hanved in fifth, Cameron in sixth, Deja Vu in seventh, and Evangelist at eighth. So all of these teams have received some points towards qualifying to the Voltage Series Season 7. So congratulations to all the winners and all the nearly winners here. It was a great game played by everyone here today. One more thing before we go off, we have still one more graphic to look at. That would be the Operation Vaknan by R6 North, promoting it once again, because if you want to qualify, if you're a northerner like me, if you're from Finland, if you're from any of these northern countries, well, do yourself and do your country a favor and get your name out there for this Operation Vaknan, because there is a Nordic qualifier August 22nd, and then the rest of the guys in EU and MENA can qualify on the August 23rd. There's a lot of money on offer. There's a lot of R6 credits, and most important of all, there's those T2 points on offer here. So be sure to register, be sure to compete. It's going to be an amazing event. Now, gentlemen, we've had a long day. Any final remarks, any closing sentences you want to say here before we head off?
Just very quickly, once again, onto the Nordics, to the Operation Vaknan. Go ask all your Danish friends. Go revive Astralis for Rainbow Six. Get them hooked back into it. Put together a good team and give us a nice showing. But other than that, I think for this qualifier, a lot of layer today. So I think going into the next qualifier, we've got a lot of footage to review for anybody that wants to go into Qual 2. If you want to look at the map vetoes, layer, that might be a map that you can get a lot of info on. So maybe we'll see more variety in the second qual. But for now, I'm happy we survived. How about you, Drago?
I'm happy I survived. I'm happy I haven't lost my voice yet. But I also want to just say thank you to everybody who's been here with us from start of the day to the end. Anyone who came in lurked, anyone who went off, anyone who got food. Even I myself ran to get a pizza at one point. I'm sure Herker did the same. Reppin, Beeper, just thank you for being here with me. Herker, thank you for being here with me. Rowan, thank you for being our producer. And I probably won't see you guys till playoffs again, but I want to say thank you to everybody and good luck tomorrow to the production team and everyone. So come back, watch again here. I'll be in the chat. I'm sure quite a few people will be as well. It's going to be crazy. And that just means more Siege, more to enjoy. And I mean this in the best way. Thank you again.